Chapter 1001. Han Yun and the middle-aged man appeared, and the tense atmosphere instantly condensed to a freezing point. To Yang Ming and many others, there was nothing but awe. This kind of ancient, great power could suppress an entire strong side in a single wave. In recent years there had been many legends about Han Yun. Some said Han Yun had gone mad. Some said Han Yun had long since fallen, that all the news from the Han family was released to preserve their status. Some said Han Yun had been sealed away for thousands of years and had long since transcended the shackles of imperial dignity, stepping onto the road to the pinnacle. All of this was in preparation for the arrival of the Blood Spirit clan a year and a half from now. At the moment people saw Han Yun, they could not measure their own attainments. It wasn't just the Emperor's realm. Ji Xiqing and Yi Chen were also staring at Han Yun intently. Their expressions were extremely serious. If they were in Han Yun's hands, neither of them expected to survive. Ji Xiqing said in a soft voice, "Watch how this plays out. If Han Yun truly intends to fight us, do you have anything that can stand against him?" Yi Chen nodded. "Yes. All right. Once the situation changes, you and I will join hands. What we must do is not to kill others, but to survive. In the face of such ancient power, we have no choice. The process may be chaotic, but living to the end is our only chance." At that moment Han Yun's gaze fell on the gate. It was bloody and shocking. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He had never imagined that someone would dare to cause such misfortune during his seclusion. An invisible anger swept out, the furious aura caused the faces of the middle-aged men nearby to change drastically. His heart pounded. Before he left, he had clearly ordered those talented disciples to handle things. How had it come to this, so many powerful people unable to practice freely? Damn it! He could feel a storm descending. Han Yun stepped forward one step at a time, his old body exuded formidable strength. In an angry voice he said, "Do you know what it means to destroy my door? Kneel! All of you kneel and die." The words fell, and sound waves of destruction and decay spread out in all directions. The terrible shockwave struck the spirits of everyone present. Yang Ming, Zhou Yan, and even most of the people there spat out mouthfuls of blood. Who could withstand the fury of an imperial sovereign? The key was Han Yun's ancient, great power. The force of the sound wave continued. Yang Ming and the others felt as if a huge mountain were falling on them. What pain! Plop! Those proud disciples who had once been arrogant knelt down directly. "Master Han, have mercy!" Countless figures sank to their knees. They showed their weakness before the strong. At that moment, blood trickled from Ji Xiqing's mouth. She gathered her formation and tried to resist, but it proved impossible. Only 3 people in the entire field did not kneel. Yi Chen, Ji Xiqing, Yi Luo. Yi Chen naturally felt the terrible sound wave. If he conceded, the pressure would kill him invisibly. He glanced at Ji Xiqing and Yi Luo beside him. They bore down, but their faces were deathly pale. Damn it! When Han Yun saw that 3 people did not kneel, he was slightly surprised, then sneered in his heart. The younger generation, do they really think pride can cover everything? In his eyes, Yi Chen and Ji Xiqing were only acting on their self-esteem. "Are you sure you won't kneel?" Han Yun's old voice sounded. "Although your talent and strength are remarkable, if you truly resist the consequences will be severe, your body and spirit will disperse between heaven and earth. Besides, I don't tolerate people opposing me." Han Yun's voice carried absolute certainty. This was his authority from ancient times to the present. Ji Xiqing's brow tightened coldly. What she hated most in life were elders like him. Relying on the strong to bully the weak. "Master Han, I've heard you fought in the ancient wars. I once admired you. I have trained hard for so many years and regarded you as an idol. But now I see I was wrong, it was ridiculous. What makes you any different from the rest of the blood?" As soon as the words left her mouth, everyone's faces changed drastically. Nobody had expected Ji Xiqing to speak to Han Yun in such a manner. Han Yun's anger was not something ordinary people could withstand. Sure enough, Han Yun's expression changed as he looked at Ji Siqing. How dare you compare me to those beasts? Even though you are of the younger generation, I think you are tired of living. In an instant, powerful momentum burst from Han Yun's body. A huge wave surged forward, sweeping toward Ji Siqing. Ji Siqing gripped a thin sword. Her momentum surged to the extreme in an attempt to stop it. But she coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell heavily, utterly humiliated. Bang! Ji Siqing's whole body slammed to the ground. It seemed her internal organs had been smashed. A single strike. After just one blow, Ji Siqing not only failed to resist but suffered grievous injuries. Her qi and blood were in turmoil under Han Yun's counterattack. The gap between them was clear. They were not practitioners on the same level. Ji Siqing, there's really no comparison to Han Yun. Ji Siqing is finished. She's insane. Why must she be so stubborn? With her talent and decades of practice she could have been terrifying, but now there's no hope of survival. Seeing this scene, everyone present felt a mix of joy, helplessness, and pity. After all, Ji Siqing was a famous beauty in Kunlun Su. Some had harbored feelings for her. This could have been their future. You little mole ant, yet so insolent. I, Han Yun, do not like killing women, but I have no qualms about erasing women like you. Just as Ji Siqing struggled to stand with great effort, Han Yun waved his arm casually, clearly not intending to give her a chance to catch her breath. His eyes were full of disdain and contempt. Ji Siqing. She posed no threat at all. Suffering before death is often the most terrible punishment for a person. Ji Siqing, if you have any other moves, show them. That cannot be all you have. Looking at Ji Siqing as she slowly braced herself, Han Yun hummed coldly. He wanted Ji Siqing to collapse in despair, to enjoy her fear as she faced death. Han Yun wanted to trample Ji Siqing's face completely. He wanted to tear her self-esteem to pieces. If you apologize to me now, I may consider giving you a merciful death, at least a whole body. Ji Siqing looked at Han Yun coldly. The pride in her heart remained. She smiled. I have trained all my life, believing in the Tao, believing in the strong. But I do not respect you. Chapter 1002. Women are not inferior to men. This is Ji Siqing. The reason Ji Siqing helped Yi Chen when he was most depressed and helpless was that she saw her own shadow in him. He is stubborn. He won't admit defeat. Even when injured, he supports himself. She had thought no one could shake her once she had practiced to this level, but she did not expect that when she met a truly strong person, her strength would still be insufficient. Now she wanted to step into the empire more than anyone. She also understood why her master had tried every means to push her into a breakthrough. This world still needs strength. Don't you agree? Han Yun smiled. The world doesn't need your ant-like existence. A year and a half from now you will have no effect. Today, I will let you die. In the next second, a fierce pressure like a giant beast surged toward Ji Siqing. In their eyes, Ji Siqing would surely die. Han Yun would not stop this time. Ji Siqing watched the huge beast of pressure and aura gather. Her veil had long since been torn away, revealing a beautiful face. Am I going to die? She wondered. Ji Siqing knew she could not withstand the blow, the true dignity and pressure of an emperor, far beyond her masters. Maybe I shouldn't be here. What if something happens to Jilin? If I'm gone, will she be all right? And Yi Chen, that boy, without my protection, will he be bullied? No, Yi Chen is no longer the weakling who was bullied at the beginning. He has grown up. It's just that she could not yet see the moment when this kid would reach the top. Tears formed in Ji Siqing's eyes. She still felt some reluctance to leave the world. At the critical moment, a light reflected in her tears. She saw a figure flash by. A young man in a mask stood before her. Yi Shitian. She opened her mouth unconsciously. Yi Shitian was very strong, but if one were to compare, his strength and cultivation still lagged behind Han Yun. He's crazy. I should protect myself. So both of them are going to die. Yi Shitian, what are you doing? Get away, someone shouted. But the figure before her did not move. He was like a mountain. Yi Chen turned his head. Beneath the mask, he winked at Ji Xiqing. You helped me just now. I'm not the kind of person who doesn't repay a debt. Now I'll help you bear it. But... Yi Chen smiled. Han Yun's power is nothing to me. Ji Xiqing was stunned and shook her head helplessly. She hadn't expected Yi Shitian to still be in the mood to joke at the last moment. Han Yun's strike could destroy them. Han Yun naturally saw Yi Chen's presence and shook his head. It seems I must kill a pair of star-crossed lovers. In that case, I will oblige. With that, the endless pressure of the beast divided into two and crazily surged to devour Yi Chen. At that moment Yi Chen didn't move his feet, he simply closed his eyes. Boom! Two giant waves of force struck Yi Chen's body together. Dust exploded everywhere, covering everything. The ground cracked. The sound of rolling debris echoed. People watching fell into lamentation. They had not expected these two Kunlun Su figures to fall. One had been hailed as a gifted girl, the other as a family's nightmare. What a pity! Yang Ming and his disciples sneered, what fools! Don't you know not to offend Master Han? You're asking for death. A few seconds later a breeze blew. The dust dissipated and settled to the ground. When the scene cleared, everyone's disappointment and regret turned to shock. They were staring at the center. Because the two figures still stood. Yi Chen and Ji Xiqing stood opposite each other. Their bodies were surrounded by a golden barrier. Above the barrier, ancient lines spun and absorbed all the power. No way! They're not dead! What just happened? The crowd exclaimed in terror. This had been Han Yun's most powerful strike. And they still survived. Ji Xiqing's lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes were full of confusion and disbelief. She had not expected such a result. I survived. She stared at Yi Shitian's back, for some reason it seemed very familiar. For a moment she felt a sense of security she had never felt before. For the first time in many years, her calm heart rippled. Yi Shitian, you. Yi Chen turned his head and smiled. I told you Han Yun's power means nothing to me. Now you should believe it. We're even. If you want a Taiga Shusher pill, I'll give you one. And I saw your sister some time ago. Ji Xiqing's eyes widened and her breath caught. Do you know where my sister is? Yi Chen nodded. Don't worry. She is safe for now. What you must do is live well, then go see her. Ji Xiqing's eyes reddened. She stared at the man before her, her lips trembled. 1,000 words condensed into 2. Thank you. For the second time in her life she said thank you. The first time she had given it to Yi Chen. The second time was to Yi Shitian. Her heart sighed, perhaps she and the Yi family truly had fate. At that moment Han Yun in the distance wore a strange expression. He looked at the barrier around Yi Chen and frowned. This barrier, why does it feel familiar? It seems to come from the demon clan's evil blood. What is the origin of this boy? Han Yun's surprise was reasonable. Yi Chen's strength could not have resisted Han Yun's attack, but someone else could. Xiao Huang. Fortunately, Xiao Huang had awakened in the Samsara cemetery, releasing a force that covered Yi Chen's whole body and formed this barrier. Han Yun stepped forward, hands behind him, and said seriously, "Boy, who are you? Tell me, and I may consider not killing you." Yi Chen said nothing, but Yang Ming spoke up. "My lord, don't be hasty. Notice that the blood on the gate was caused by Yi Shitian. The riot just now was also caused by Yi Shitian. This man must be killed." Han Yun's expression tightened as he looked at the middle-aged man beside him. "Is this true? Did that boy cause it?" The middle-aged man hesitated for a long moment, then nodded. "Indeed." Yang Ming's heart leaped, he thought Yi Chen was about to die. Then his ecstasy was abruptly cut off. An invisible force seized his body. In the next second, he was pulled strongly. He was instantly drawn into Han Yun's palm. Yang Ming felt death threaten him, his face went pale. "My lord, you're mistaken. The blood at the gate has nothing to do with me. It was all Yi Shitian's doing. What do you want from me?" Han Yun's eyes were cold. "I am Han Yun. I need no counsel. Die." Chapter 1003. Yang Ming's eyes widened, full of panic. He wanted to break free but found it impossible. "Don't." Before he could finish his words, Han Yun's strength suddenly tightened. Bang! In an instant, Yang Ming turned into a pool of blood. The dead couldn't die again. The crowd gasped and stepped back. The pain was unbearable. They shut their mouths and didn't even dare to breathe. Then, Han Yun's eyes once again fell on Yi Chen. "All this, was it you? So what?" Yi Chen's attitude remained completely unchanged. He was not afraid of Han Yun. Xiao Huang was here, and blood 7 nights. What was there to fear? Han Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, then he burst into laughter. With a gentle wave of his arm, a gust of wind swept through the door, and the entire gate was reduced to powder. "I don't like the sight of blood. I have a habit of cleanliness. I should have killed you, but now I find myself a little interested in you. A strong interest. If you can answer my question, I can let bygones be bygones, and even give you a chance." Han Yun knew very well that Yi Chen's secret was more valuable than anything else. Just as Yi Chen was about to speak, the voice of Blood 7 Nights echoed from the reincarnation cemetery. "Boy, Han Yun still has some uses. He knows much about the Blood Spirit clan. There are things we cannot reveal due to the limitations of the reincarnation cemetery, but Han Yun can. Tell him this sentence." A stream of information appeared in Yi Chen's mind. He memorized it silently. The corner of his mouth curved into a faint smile. Then he turned to Ji Xiqing and Yi Luo'er. "Let's go in together." Ji Xiqing was stunned. "What did you say?" Yi Chen didn't explain and walked straight toward Han Yun. Obviously, he was heading into Han Yun's residence. A forbidden area. Yi Luo'er's expression changed slightly. Her heart was filled with confusion, but remembering her master's instructions, she still followed. Ji Xiqing hesitated for a long time. Although she didn't know Yi Shitian well, he didn't seem like a reckless person. She followed. Before everyone's eyes, Yi Chen and the 2 women stepped inside. The talented disciples nearby didn't dare to breathe. In their eyes, Yi Shitian was insane, completely insane. Not only did he ignore Han Yun, but he even barged into his private residence. No one could understand it, not even Han Yun or the middle-aged man beside him. Soon, Yi Chen brushed past Han Yun's shoulder and leisurely stepped inside. A few seconds later, Han Yun finally reacted, furious. "Boy! You really think I can't kill you? No one is qualified to enter my territory." In his rage, an ancient killing formation instantly activated. A divine light flared. A resonant hum spread in all directions, piercing into the mind, shaking the spirit, as though to shatter one's very soul. Above them, several ethereal swords appeared in the air, ready to descend. To kill everything. Han Yun was clearly going to kill Yi Chen. He didn't even care about Yi Chen's secret anymore. Yet Yi Chen kept moving forward. The sword array above began to fall, its destructive power enough to obliterate everything. "Boy! I don't need your secret anymore. I'll end you today." The fierce sword array was about to descend, blocking everything. Suddenly, Yi Chen stopped. With his hands clasped behind his back, his calm, magnetic voice resonated. "In the land of the way of heaven, Tao and Buddha are one with nature. They devote themselves to the world. What is the path? The sky is vast, the earth boundless, thus, nature endures. Heaven's furnace and earth's fire refine the original heart. unafraid of thorns, steadfast and pure. The road is unforced, one laughs at its trials, following natural law with tolerance. To obtain true dharma, diligence comes first, wisdom the foundation, and perseverance the root. I seek not immortality, only the way. Tempering the sun and moon, searching above and below. As the words fell, the sword array froze midair. Completely stopped. No one noticed Han Yun's expression. It was an expression of sheer terror. That verse, spoken from Yi Chen's mouth, awakened something deep within his ancient memory. A memory from ages past. He was certain, no ordinary person could possibly know that verse. It was composed by one of the supreme powers. Only those who had gone to that place and witnessed the ancient war would know it. But how could such words come from a young man's lips? His body trembled, his eyes reddened with excitement. The middle-aged man beside Han Yun didn't notice. He summoned his long sword and shouted, "Master Han, this little beast, allow me to kill him for his repeated provocations." Before he could take a single step, Han Yun struck his shoulder with a palm. Crack! The man's shoulder shattered. "Master Han, you..." The middle-aged man's face was filled with shock. But Han Yun suddenly strode quickly toward Yi Chen and stopped 3 meters behind him. His voice trembled. "Little brother, who are you? Who sent you here?" Yi Chen had long been displeased with Han Yun. He sneered. "Are you sure you're qualified to know? I came to you today to save your face, yet you tried to kill me again and again. Do you understand the price of trying to kill me?" Yi Chen's voice shook the heavens, filled with boundless fury. This time, he held the upper hand. As soon as his words fell, the middle-aged man and the surrounding disciples were completely stunned. How dare Yi Shitian speak to Han Yun that way? He must have a death wish. Some even looked at Yi Chen pitifully. In their minds, if he didn't die this time, it would be a miracle. But then, something happened that shocked everyone. Han Yun stepped back and said respectfully, "Mr. Yi, I truly didn't know your identity. If I offended you just now, I am willing to make amends." Han Yun couldn't read Yi Chen anymore. At this moment, Yi Chen seemed far too mysterious. He didn't dare offend him. After all, wasn't he the only survivor of that ancient war? Among that group, Han Yun had only been a minor figure. If Yi Chen was truly connected to that power, then acting rashly today would be suicide. And so, his attitude changed completely. A full 360 degrees. Han Yun's words were completely sincere, without a trace of disguise. But to others, his sudden transformation was utterly bizarre. "Mr. Yi." Han Yun, of all people, addressing a young man in his 20s as Mr. Who had ever seen an ancient cultivator, one who had lived for thousands of years, address a youth so respectfully? Everyone around sucked in a cold breath. Their eyes toward Yi Chen completely changed. Even Ji Siqing, standing beside him, trembled slightly. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Yi Chen, filled with pure curiosity. Could this Yi Shitian really have no background? She didn't believe it. In fact, she faintly sensed, Yi Shitian's origins were more terrifying than anyone's in Kunlun Su. Chapter 1004. From beginning to end, Yi Chen did not even look at Han Yun. In his eyes, Han Yun was certainly admired by countless people. His strength was indeed formidable to the extreme. But now, what Yi Chen had to do was suppress Han Yun. At least to make him fear him in terms of momentum. Han Yun could also feel the aura Yi Chen emitted. That aura was like that of a deity, it should not have come from a young man at all. He felt more and more awe toward Yi Chen's identity. "Mr. Yi, I'm willing to bear all the consequences." This was Han Yun's attitude. No matter who Yi Chen really was, for now, he could only ensure not to offend him. He didn't even dare to think of killing him. Although such behavior made him lose face among these younger cultivators. Someone of his great ability didn't care about their opinions at all. What mattered were the things from ancient times. Yi Chen turned around, looked at Yi Luo'er and Ji Xiqing, and said, "My two friends were injured because of your sound wave and pressure. How do you plan to make up for it?" Han Yun was stunned. He hesitated for a few seconds, then took out 2 pills and handed them to Yi Luo'er. "This young lady, these 2 pills should be able to heal your injuries, and even strengthen your cultivation. They are my apology to you." Yi Luo'er glanced at the pills and immediately recognized them. Qiangu Huadi pills. They were ancient and extremely rare. It was impossible for her to refine such pills now. Han Yun was truly generous, flattering her with such treasures. These pills, aside from their healing power, also had immense research value for her. She looked at Yi Chen, saw him nod, and then placed the pills into her storage space. "I, Yi Luo'er, am not a petty person. Since you've sincerely admitted your mistake, I won't hold a grudge." Yi Chen. Middle-aged man. Everyone. Although Han Yun was slightly displeased in his heart, he still smiled and said nothing. After that, he walked over to Ji Xiqing. Her injuries were more serious. After all, she had taken a strong direct blow from him. Han Yun took out a jade pendant from his robe. The jade pendant glowed faintly, cold yet warm to the touch. "This jade pendant should serve as compensation for you. I don't need to explain its value. You should be able to sense it yourself. It also perfectly matches your cultivation attributes." Yi Chen noticed the jade pendant in Han Yun's hand. His eyes narrowed slightly, he was surprised. Good stuff. The energy within the jade pendant was extremely powerful. If crushed and used for cultivation, the effect would be tremendous. Moreover, the pendant's attribute aligned perfectly with the true qi in Ji Xiqing's body, as if it were designed specifically for her. He could tell Han Yun possessed many treasures. Ji Xiqing didn't waste words. Her slender fingers closed around the pendant, and it appeared in her palm. "All right, I'll take it." Han Yun exhaled softly. He didn't dare offend either of the 2 women, so he could only appease them with valuable gifts. Then, he looked at Yi Chen. "Mr. Yi, is this satisfactory?" He originally thought Yi Chen would be content, but to his surprise, Yi Chen shook his head. "Not satisfied. Have you forgotten something?" Han Yun frowned, puzzled. "What have I forgotten? Please enlighten me, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen snorted coldly. "Don't you think you should also make amends to me?" Hearing this, Han Yun nearly fainted on the spot. This brat, already stronger than him, still wanted to extort him. Though cursing inwardly, Han Yun pondered for a few seconds, then finally took a small throwing knife from his waist. "Mr. Yi, you are not seriously injured, so there's no need to give you healing treasures. This throwing knife contains the will of an ancient great power. Once thrown, it never misses. It can at least kill a strong cultivator at the early stage of the Emperor realm. This is my most sincere offering. A knife capable of killing an early Emperor realm expert." When the crowd heard this, their breathing quickened. This was far too precious. And the key point, Han Yun gave it away so casually. Countless envious gazes fell upon Yi Chen. Even the middle-aged man beside Han Yun swallowed hard, his eyes red with greed. "What's the name of this throwing knife?" Yi Chen pretended to remain calm, but inside, he was overjoyed. He was certain that this throwing knife was among the top 5 most valuable treasures Han Yun possessed. "Bloodthirsty void-breaking knife," Han Yun replied. "Good." Yi Chen accepted the bloodthirsty void-breaking knife, then immediately stored it in the reincarnation cemetery. He truly admired Blood's 7 Knights. A single verse from him had yielded such incredible rewards. Excellent. Seeing that everything had settled down, Han Yun coughed lightly and said, "Mr. Yi, this is not the best place to talk. If you'd be willing to come to my mansion, we can have a proper conversation." For Han Yun now, the most important thing was to uncover Yi Chen's true identity. Alright. Yi Chen also had many doubts in his heart. Han Yun might have some of the answers. About the reincarnation cemetery, the blood spirit clan, and even the mysteries of ancient times. Han Yun led Yi Chen into his mansion, and the formation around it was completely sealed. The disciples outside stared at the closed barrier, filled with regret. For days they had tried everything to enter, yet none of them had been qualified. Who would have thought that Yi Shitian and Ji Xiqing would be the ones to go in? Had they known this would happen, they never would have hesitated to stand on Yi Shitian's side. Now, countless people began to wonder, just who exactly was Yi Shitian? In the past, their impression of him was only that of a powerful and ruthless demon. But now, they realized their understanding of him was merely the tip of the iceberg. For Han Yun to treat him with such respect, even the great Suyi family of Kunlun did not deserve that. Inside Han Yun's mansion, since Yi Chen was the main focus, Han Yun arranged for Ji Xiqing and Yi Luo'er to rest in separate cultivation rooms. Neither woman objected. One wanted to study the pill, and the other wanted to absorb the jade pendant's energy. As for the men's conversation, they had no interest at all. Han Yun led Yi Chen to a living room, ancient and elegant in design. He then carefully activated all the protective arrays within. Their conversation would not be overheard, not even by the laws of heaven. When everything was ready, Han Yun looked solemnly at Yi Chen. "Mr. Yi, there's something I've always wondered. How did you know that poem? It's very important to me." Yi Chen took a sip of tea, then said slowly, "Since you want to know, I'll tell you. It came from the one behind me." Upon hearing Yi Chen's confirmation, Han Yun's excitement grew even stronger. So that was it. In ancient times, he had not been the only one who survived the Blood Spirit clan's massacre. There was another great power. Chapter 1005. At this moment, Han Yun was like an old man suddenly given a baby. He rubbed his hands together, blushing as he asked cautiously, "Mr. Yi, may I know the name of your elder?" "If it's inconvenient, that's fine." Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked about the reincarnation cemetery and blood 7 nights. When he got a reply, Yi Chen slowly spoke a single word, "blood." Upon hearing the word blood, Han Yun seemed to fall into deep contemplation. 10 seconds later, something struck him, and his eyes widened. His breathing quickened. Because there was only one person with the name Blood among that group of powerful beings. Blood 7 Nights. Blood 7 Nights was still alive. Back then, Han Yun had looked up to this mighty figure with awe. This was a being who could suppress mountains and rivers with a mere wave of his hand, a legend of that era. Han Yun even felt a trace of relief in his heart. Fortunately, his attitude toward Yi Chen had been respectful earlier. If he had offended the young man before him, the entire blood spirit secret realm might no longer exist. Not only that, the Han family would be wiped out. Compared to this youth, even Blood 7 Nights was on a completely different level. It was like comparing the sun in the Milky Way to a single grain of dust. Suddenly, Han Yun remembered something and straightened his posture. "Since Mr. Yi knows Senior Blood, then you must know what will happen in a year and a half." Yi Chen nodded, returning to the main topic. "Of course I know. But my master didn't explain everything in detail. I've only touched the surface regarding the Blood Spirit clan." When Han Yun heard the word master, his expression changed. His gaze toward Yi Chen grew more complicated. He had thought their relationship was ordinary, but he hadn't expected they were master and disciple. No wonder Yi Shitian could resist his pressure. If Yi Shitian were given more time, Han Yun might not even be his match. "Mr. Yi," Han Yun began seriously, "the affairs of the Blood Spirit clan are extremely complicated. 1.5 years is the final limit. For thousands of years, the Blood Spirit clan has regarded us as mere ants of the lower plane. They take pleasure in hunting us and even seek to seize this land of spiritual energy. Our resistance is our last act of defiance. If not for the ancient war, this world would already belong to the Blood Spirit clan. Yichen sensed the weight of his words and asked, "What kind of existence is the Blood Spirit clan?" Han Yun thought for a moment, then shook his head. In truth, they're not so different from us. It's just that their environment is far more suitable for cultivation, and their martial arts are more advanced. To give you an idea, in Kunlun Void, reaching the Emperor realm is already the threshold of true cultivation. But for the Blood Spirit clan, the Emperor realm is merely an ordinary level. Their powerhouses are terrifying. Even now, I often dream of that battle. It remains the shadow of my life. Sometimes I wish to escape reality. I've searched endlessly for opportunities in the dark. But after so many years, I've realized it's all in vain. It's too difficult for the powerhouses of Kunlun Su to oppose the Blood Spirit clan. The main problem is that most so-called top sects and experts of Kunlun Su fear even hearing the name Blood Spirit clan. They would rather surrender than fight. The greatest issue now is that Kunlun lacks a true leader, someone bold enough to stand against the leader of the Blood Spirit clan. Yichen noticed Han Yun looking at him and waved his hand dismissively. "Don't place that burden on me. I'm not interested in the affairs of the Blood Spirit clan. I just want to live peacefully and protect the people around me. The lives or deaths of others in Kunlun have nothing to do with me." Han Yun looked somewhat disappointed but not surprised. After all, everyone who had dared to fight the Blood Spirit clan was long dead. He alone had survived. Who truly wished to die? Yichen took a sip of tea and said, "Go on. You've dealt with the Blood Spirit clan for a long time, you should understand their weaknesses." Han Yun sat down, forming a hand seal. In an instant, an image appeared before them. Within it, 6 figures emerged. "Mr. Yi, we built this Blood Spirit secret realm to resist the Blood Spirit clan. These 6 individuals were deliberately placed here by us. We wanted to study them, to know ourselves and our enemies, so that we could remain undefeated. But things have gone beyond our control. These 6 have turned the secret realm into their own territory. It's now extremely difficult for us to study them any further. Worse still, they're constantly trying to escape. If they ever succeed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kunlun Su's current turmoil would only worsen. Moreover, each of them has constructed their own life-linked formation. This limits even top-level experts like me. Otherwise, I could kill them in an instant. But now, I can't touch them without breaking universal laws. Let alone extract anything from them." Yichen fell into deep thought. The situation was even more troublesome than he had imagined. Seeing Yichen's expression, Han Yun quickly added, "But Mr. Yi, don't worry. It's impossible for them to leave anytime soon. Also, after years of research, I've discovered something. Among the 6, one is their leader. I don't know his name, but I do know what he looks like." Han Yun waved his hand, and the image shifted to reveal a portrait. It was of a thin old man in a black robe. Despite the dark clothing, there was an aura of transcendence about him. He seemed almost otherworldly. "Mr. Yi, this man wields an incredibly powerful force. I fought him once in the past, and his power nearly cost me my life. Never underestimate him. If you truly wish to understand everything about the Blood Spirit clan, you must find a way to confront that old man. By the way, Mr. Yi, there have been some recent changes among the 6. One of them has fallen, died, for reasons unknown." Yichen's lips curved into a faint smile. "That one's fall is related to me." Han Yun was stunned. His expression turned grave. He could tell Yichen wasn't lying. It seemed Master Blood's 7 Knights had granted Yichen extraordinary opportunities. Yichen stood and approached a chessboard on the table. Where exactly did the Blood Spirit clan come from? They constantly refer to Kunlun as a low plane and the Earth as a lesser realm. Is there truly a higher martial world beyond? Han Yun nodded. "Mr. Yi, you're correct. But there are things I hope you won't pursue until you reach the Emperor realm. You've just entered the realm of the Void King, knowing what doesn't yet belong to you could hinder your cultivation. Understood, Yi Chen said. He didn't press further. He already had some answers in his heart, he wasn't foolish. From what the mighty souls in the reincarnation cemetery had revealed, he had already guessed a few things. I still have one question, Yi Chen added. Do you know the final whereabouts of those ancient powerhouses? After all, you lived through that war. Chapter 1006. When Han Yun heard this question, his eyes grew desolate and he sighed. Mr. Yi, I've never mentioned this matter to anyone. In truth, I wasn't as strong as everyone said. At that time, I was just a deserter unqualified to set foot on the battlefield. Over the years, I've been fighting against the Blood Spirit clan only to redeem myself. As for the great powers, before I left, I knew that many of them had died. The entire scene was drenched in blood. It was sickening, so many bodies piled together. However, that was only most of them. A small number seemed to have been taken away by the Blood Spirit clan. They were injured. I vaguely remember that these people used arrays and chain techniques. They struggled, and their eyes were filled with fury. I found it strange, Blood 7 Knights seemed to be among them. But perhaps I was mistaken. Hearing this, Yi Chen became extremely excited. Those survivors Han Yun mentioned were taken away. That must have been before the creation of the reincarnation cemetery. As for why their divine souls later entered the reincarnation cemetery and turned into tombstones, there must be a reason. Something must have happened after that group was taken away. Han Yun noticed Yi Chen's excitement and found it strange. Could it be that Master Blood 7 Knights hadn't told Yi Chen about this? That didn't seem right. Mr. Yi, it's a pity, Han Yun continued, after so many died, only about 20 people survived. I don't know what became of the 20 taken by the Blood Spirit clan, whether they're still alive or not. Han Yun's casual words struck Yi Chen's heart like thunder. He suddenly stood up, grabbed Han Yun's collar, and exclaimed excitedly, "What did you just say? Only about 20 people were taken away? Are you sure? There were 100 tombstones in the reincarnation cemetery. If only about 20 people were taken, then how could that be? Impossible." Han Yun was completely startled by Yi Chen's reaction. He thought carefully and shook his head. Maybe 20 people, or 30. I've forgotten the exact number, but it was definitely no more than 30. I'm sure of that. Mr. Yi, is there something wrong with that number? Yi Chen didn't respond. He forced himself to calm down. Luo Yuntian, Chen Qingsong, slaying Dao Jun, Song Haiping, Chen Tianli, Duan Leiren, the Immortal Lord, Lin Qingxian, Mo Ninger, and Blood 7 Knights. So far, Yi Chen had met 10 people from the reincarnation cemetery. These 10 were undoubtedly from Kunlun Su. If 30 people from Kunlun Su were taken, then what was the origin of the remaining tombstones? Were they not from Kunlun Su? Where did they come from? The same plane as the Blood Spirit clan, or another entirely? At this moment, Yi Chen felt as though he had grasped something, but it slipped away again. The mystery of the reincarnation cemetery was far from simple. The powers behind it were as vast and deep as the sea, while Yi Chen himself was just a small boat drifting upon it. After thinking for a long time, Yi Chen forced his emotions to steady. The most important thing now was dealing with the remaining 5 members of the Blood Spirit clan. He looked at Han Yun and asked, "You know the Blood Spirit secret realm well, and you despise the Blood Spirit clan in your heart. Your answer is very important to me. How do we end this game?" Han Yun looked at Yi Chen with newfound respect. Blood 7 Knights disciple, peerless in talent, calm in temperament, terrifying in potential, blessed by fortune. Such a person might indeed be the one capable of standing against the Blood Spirit clan. He picked up a black chess piece and placed it in the center of the board. It was immediately surrounded by white pieces. "Mr. Yi, what we must do now is break the situation. Only by delving deeper can we seize control. But it's far too dangerous. I don't recommend it." The strength of those powerful blood spirit clan members is almost at the Emperor realm. Furthermore, they control formation arrays, it's extremely difficult to kill them. Yi Chen stared at the trapped black piece and said confidently. In that case, I'll be the black stone. I want to see just how powerful the remaining blood spirit clan remnants truly are. Before, back when he was still in the Holy Realm, he wasn't qualified to challenge them. But now, he had stepped into the realm of the Void King, 2 whole realms higher. He feared no one. If he could join forces with Mo Ninger, their chances of success would be even greater. Han Yun saw that Yi Chen's mind was made up, so he didn't try to dissuade him. Mr. Yi, since you've decided, I won't say more. But you must be careful of their strength. Once their aura changes, you must run immediately. The secret arts of the Blood Spirit clan are extremely strange, one careless move, and death is certain. Also, because of my own limitations, I can't step into their territory to help you. But the girl named Ji Xiqing, if she absorbs the energy from the Jade Pendant, should be able to assist you. As for the other girl, she can stay here within my formation mansion. It's absolutely safe. Yi Chen shook his head in refusal. Yi Luo'er carried the bloodline of the Blood Spirit clan, her existence was more important than anyone else's. She might even be the key to defeating the Blood Spirit clan. He had to take her with him. Besides, the remaining Blood Spirit clan members might know something about Yi Luo'er's true origins. No, Yi Chen said firmly. That girl is very important to me. Han Yun was taken aback and was about to speak when a deafening explosion rang out. Bang! The entire earth trembled violently. Han Yun's expression changed instantly. Not good, it's coming from Miss Ji Xiqing's cultivation chamber. Yi Chen's face darkened, and his figure vanished in an instant. Ji Xiqing was extremely important to him. No matter what, nothing could happen to her. When Yi Chen and Han Yun arrived at the source of the explosion, they found the entire cultivation room in ruins. A golden pillar of light shot into the sky, brimming with overwhelming spiritual energy. Inside the light, everything was blurred and indistinct. How could this happen? Yi Chen muttered. Han Yun stared at the pillar of light, slapping his forehead. Damn it! Mr. Yi, the jade pendant I gave Miss Ji was meant to be absorbed gradually, but she's absorbed it all at once using her blood essence. How could she possibly withstand the power of the origin state? I'm afraid Miss Ji is in grave danger. The energy here is far beyond what her current strength can endure. Chapter 1007. Yi Chen's eyes were extremely serious. He looked at the column of light and shouted, "What are you still doing? Go save her." Understood. Han Yun didn't waste words. He was truly anxious. He was just about to rush through the light column when he suddenly thought of something and stepped back. Why did you come back? Yi Chen frowned. Han Yun hesitated. Well, Mr. Yi, judging from this energy, Miss Ji might not be properly dressed. If I rush in like this, it wouldn't be appropriate. Then why don't you go in, Mr. Yi? Yi Chen didn't expect things to be so troublesome, but the arrow had already been knocked. He had no choice but to go forward. He rushed directly into the beam of light. A powerful tearing force almost made his body ache all over. Fortunately, once he pierced through the light, the inside became clear. A huge pit had formed in the training chamber. Cracks spread from its center. Ji Xiqing was sitting cross-legged, suspended above the pit. The energy from the light column constantly surged into her body. Her face was deathly pale, and a trace of blood trickled from the corner of her lips. Seeing this, Yi Chen felt a pang of heartache. She must have known how terrifying the energy in that jade pendant was, yet she was still forcing herself to absorb it, all because she wanted to become stronger. Why do you have to push yourself like this? Yi Chen formed a hand seal, preparing to help her, but suddenly noticed that Ji Xiqing's clothes were almost completely torn apart. Only a pink bra remained around her chest. Her voluptuous figure was nearly exposed, breathtakingly so. Her beauty, combined with that stunning face, was almost too much for any man to bear. Suddenly, Ji Siqing couldn't withstand the violent energy within her body and spat out a mouthful of blood. The bright red blood was shocking to behold. Yi Chen immediately remembered why he came and stopped hesitating. He sat cross-legged in front of Ji Siqing and pressed his palm against her abdomen. A warm current instantly flowed from his palm into Ji Siqing's body, forming a bridge between them. Her breathing gradually steadied. A soft groan escaped her lips. She could feel that the power from the jade pendant was being controlled by another force, carefully drawn out from her body. Her cultivation began to rise rapidly. Suddenly, she sensed something unusual and opened her eyes. Their gazes met. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Yi Shitian, why are you here? Her cold voice echoed sharply. Ji Siqing realized that her tattered clothes barely covered her body. And Yi Shitian's presence here, seeing her like this, was an unbearable humiliation. To her, it was defilement. Although she had always held some admiration for Yi Shitian, at this moment she felt only disappointment and anger. She drew her cold sword and was about to strike when Yi Chen quickly said, "I'm saving you. Do you really think you could withstand that power on your own? Without me, you'd already be dead. I'm just returning your kindness. As for your figure, it's not the first time I've seen it." Yi Chen spoke casually, then immediately realized what he'd just said and shut his mouth. Ji Siqing's beautiful eyes were full of suspicion and anger. "What do you mean by that? It's the first time we've met. When did you ever see my body?" Yi Chen coughed awkwardly. "You misunderstood me. I meant that. I heard others say your figure is, remarkable. Anyway, let's not talk about that. What matters now is absorbing the remaining power." "Fine." She didn't want to waste any more of the precious energy either. Under Yi Chen's control, endless spiritual energy surged into Ji Siqing's body like a vast river. Her cultivation rose continuously, her aura climbing to its peak. The peak of the Daoyuan realm. She tried to break through into the Emperor's realm, but each time she was just a bit short. For an entire hour, her strength continued to grow, but she remained only half a step away from the Emperor's realm. She needed one final opportunity. As the column of light gradually faded, Yi Chen removed his outer robe and draped it over Ji Siqing's shoulders. "Put this on. Although you haven't stepped fully into the Emperor's realm, your strength should now be close to its first stage. The Emperor's realm is a massive threshold, it's not easy to cross." Ji Siqing looked at the robe on her body, her emotions complicated. Finally, she nodded. "I understand." She stood up. Her slightly flushed face quickly turned cold again, as if nothing had happened. "Yi Jingtian, you didn't see anything just now. Also, it's impossible between us. Don't develop any feelings for me. And if you ever mention what happened today, I will kill you." Yi Chen was long used to Ji Siqing's cold temperament. She was always like this, distant, untouchable. He couldn't help but wonder what her expression would be when she finally discovered that Yi Shitian and Yi Chen were the same person. He was about to tell her the truth when the voice of the blood spirit in the reincarnation cemetery echoed again. "Boy, if you truly care about that girl, keep your identity secret for now. I don't know much about men and women, but I can sense that her heart is set on breaking through to the Emperor's realm. There are still opportunities waiting for her within the blood spirit's secret realm. Her emotions must not waver now. As for the future of this place, that will depend on you." Yi Chen sighed and decided to set the matter aside for the time being. Ji Siqing returned to the room arranged by Han Yun. She removed Yi Chen's outer robe and changed into a long dress that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. She glanced at the robe on her dressing table. For some reason, her cheeks flushed slightly. Almost unconsciously, she reached out, picked up the robe, and brought it to her nose. Her expression grew strange. Why does Yi Shitian's scent feel so familiar? How can it smell so much like Yi Chen? That was the first thought that crossed her mind. But she quickly shook her head. That's impossible. Yi Chen may have transformed, but the gap between them is still far too great. His cultivation time is too short, even if he's awakened, it's too late. Boys probably all smell similar, that's all. I just wonder where Yi Chen is now and how he's doing. Ever since entering the Danshu Tower, I've lost all news of him. Ah, the gap between us is still too wide. It's like a game, Yi Chen can only play on easy mode, while this Blood Spirit secret realm belongs to the senior players on hard mode. For now, I should just focus on breaking through to the Emperor's realm as soon as possible. Only after stepping into that realm will I have the qualifications to face what's coming a year and a half from now. I can't let Jilin or that boy meet with another tragedy. And soon, Yi Chen will face Mr. Jingshui. If I don't improve my realm, he'll surely die in that life and death battle. That man is good at everything, except knowing when to stop. Always declaring war blindly. Chapter 1008. Half an hour later. Hanyan Mansion. Yi Luo'er and Ji Xiqing were gathered in the hall. Yi Chen looked at the two women and spoke directly, cutting to the chase. Next, I'm going to a certain place to search for the Blood Spirit clan within the Blood Spirit secret realm. It may be dangerous. What are your choices? Yi Luo'er replied without hesitation, wherever Mr. Yi goes, Luo'er will follow. Besides, I hate the Blood Spirit clan. Although I'm not strong enough, I can at least provide the best pills and healing elixirs for you. Good. Yi Chen nodded, then turned his gaze toward Ji Xiqing. What about you? Ji Xiqing didn't answer immediately. Instead, she handed the clothes in her hand back to Yi Chen. Although I don't know much about the Blood Spirit clan, I've heard a lot of news recently. As far as I know, the powerful members of the Blood Spirit clan within the secret realm are all at the Emperor realm. Are you sure you want to take this risk? Your strength is in the Void King realm. Even if you can fight across realms, the Dao Source realm is your limit. The Emperor realm isn't simple, entering recklessly would only mean seeking death. Now, are you still sure you want to go in? Her tone was extremely cold and calm. Yi Chen nodded. He was about to explain when Ji Xiqing suddenly added, "All right, I'll go with you." This sudden change surprised everyone. As if afraid Yi Chen might misunderstand, Ji Xiqing added coldly, "I just want to collect your corpse afterward. Don't get any ideas." Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. He knew this girl too well, cold on the surface, but warm inside. Whether out of gratitude or something else, nothing could stop her. Since all three had made their decision, Yi Chen went to find Hanyan. "Senior Han, where exactly are the Blood Spirit clan located?" Hanyan didn't waste words. He clapped his palm, and a massive moose pulling a luxurious carriage appeared outside. "Mr. Yi, please get in. I'll personally take you there." The three boarded the carriage. Spiritual energy flowed around it, and the interior was luxuriously decorated. With the moose's powerful stride, its speed reached the extreme. Suddenly, Yi Chen thought of something and said to Hanyan, "Before going to the Blood Spirit clan, can you take me somewhere else first?" For now, he needed another helper, Mo Ning. After merging with Mo Ninger, Mo Ning's strength should have already surpassed the Emperor realm. With her assistance, things would be much easier. Yi Chen told Hanyan the location where he had previously fallen from the cliff. Hanyan immediately drove the moose, dashing swiftly in that direction. Within half an hour, Yi Chen returned to the place where his master had once led him off the cliff. The ground was devastated. The air still carried remnants of battle. Yi Chen jumped out of the carriage and looked around, but found that Yi Lingtian and Mo Ning were both gone. Logically, Mo Ning should have waited for him, and Yi Lingtian wouldn't have left so easily. Had something happened during this time? Hanyan also noticed something unusual. "Mr. Yi, something's not right here. I can sense that strong members of the Blood Spirit clan were here, more than one, in fact. Were your friends possibly here?" Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't sense any trace of the Blood Spirit clan overpowering Mo Ning. After all, Mo Ning's strength was now at the Emperor realm. Though not invincible, she should have been capable of escaping. Suddenly, a glint caught Yi Chen's eye. His sharp gaze turned toward it, a branch tied with a strip of red cloth. Yi Chen immediately recognized the color. Amo Ning. The cloth was stained with blood. Yi Chen's eyes hardened. He picked up the cloth and sniffed it lightly. Then, forming a hand seal, he tried using a searching technique, but found that it was too weak here. After all, this was the blood spirit secret realm. Han Yun noticed Yi Chen's expression and glanced at the cloth. Mr. Yi, do you want to find the owner of this cloth? Yes. Do you have a way? Yi Chen looked at him expectantly. Han Yun, as one of the ancient powers, might not be the strongest in existence, but he was far from ordinary. If Yi Chen couldn't find a way, it didn't mean Han Yun couldn't. Han Yun took the red cloth from Yi Chen's hand and said, Mr. Yi, it's not as complicated as you think. There's still a trace of blood on this cloth. Combined with the energy flow in the blood spirit secret realm, I can locate its owner using a special array. It'll just cost me some cultivation. These blood spirit people hide themselves well, using complex formations. Yi Chen clasped his hands respectfully. Then I'll trouble you, Senior Han. Han Yun didn't waste words. He spread his fingers, forcing out a drop of blood essence while chanting an incantation under his breath. Suddenly, the blood essence began to spin between his fingers as he formed intricate hand seals faster and faster, until his movements became a blur. The air roared. The world around them dimmed. Yi Chen could feel the terrifying power within that drop of blood essence. This technique was far more advanced than any ordinary tracking spell. Han Yun noticed Yi Chen's interest and smiled faintly. Mr. Yi, are you interested in learning this technique? Yi Chen nodded. Han Yun grinned. Since you want to learn it, I'll teach you once. This technique is called the God-Seeking Blood Spirit Formula. I learned it in that place long ago. It's especially effective within the blood spirit secret realm. However, it can affect your cultivation and consume your blood essence. As he spoke, he pointed a finger toward Yi Chen's forehead, sending a ray of light into it. A powerful stream of information poured into Yi Chen's mind, allowing him to instantly comprehend the principles of Han Yun's technique. Meanwhile, Han Yun's blood essence floated into the air and merged with the red cloth. In the next moment, the cloth absorbed the essence, glowing with a bloody light that condensed into a crimson phoenix. The phoenix grasped the cloth in its beak and darted off in a certain direction. Mr. Yi, get in the carriage. All right. An hour later, the blood essence phoenix finally came to a stop. They had reached a dead end. Before them stood a massive mountain wall. Ancient writing was engraved upon its surface, faintly shimmering with traces of blood. Han Yun's face darkened slightly when he saw the inscriptions. Mr. Yi, I can only bring you this far. According to the technique, your friend should be inside. But this is Blood Spirit Clan territory, entering recklessly would be extremely dangerous. As for this wall, it's an isolation array. It won't be easy to break through, and I don't have the means to do it. The rest depends on you. As soon as he finished, Han Yun quickly turned to leave, as if something terrifying was about to arrive. Yi Chen even caught a flicker of deep fear in Han Yun's eyes. Ji Xiqing curiously stepped forward to the wall and stretched out her hand. Her 5 fingers pressed against the surface. In the next second, a terrifying force erupted. Chapter 1009. Ji Xiqing's face changed slightly, and her body flew backward in an instant. Fortunately, Yi Chen appeared behind her, absorbing most of the impact. Thank you, she said, breathing heavily. This wall is strange. I've never encountered such power before. She frowned slightly, her brows tightening in thought. Then, she summoned her ice sword and closed her eyes. Her entire body emitted a chilling aura, snow and ice burst forth around her. A strong sword intent radiated outward, and the temperature of the world seemed to freeze. The sword energy in her hand transformed into a towering blade of light, and without hesitation, she slashed toward the wall. Yi Chen watched in surprise, his heart trembling slightly. Is this Ji Xiqing's strongest power? It was almost comparable to the Emperor Zun realm. For someone at the peak of the Daoyuan realm to unleash such might, she was undoubtedly one of the strongest of the younger generation in Kunlun. Unfortunately, even as Ji Siqing unleashed her full strength and struck the ancient runes, there was no visible effect on the wall. Not even a single crack or ripple appeared. The wall simply absorbed her power. Ji Siqing shook her head, withdrew her sword, and sighed. I have no way to break it. It seems very difficult for us to enter. I don't understand why Han Yun left in such a hurry without even trying. Yi Shitian, let's go. If we attract those people out, it will be serious trouble. Ji Siqing wasn't afraid, but Han Yun's departure had been far too strange. Whether Han Yun was an enemy or ally was still uncertain. She could feel that Han Yun's attitude toward them had changed only because of Yi Shitian's identity. Without that identity, they would probably already be dead. Yi Chen, however, had no intention of leaving now. Since Mo Ning could enter, so could he. He took out the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder and combined it with the power of the Blood Dragon, only to find that the result was exactly the same as Ji Siqing's attempt. The wall's array seemed capable of absorbing everything in the world. Yi Chen frowned. What should I do? Is it really impossible to enter? Just as Yi Chen and Ji Siqing were growing worried, Yi Luo'er's gentle voice rang out. Mr. Yi, I want to try. Ji Siqing was stunned. She already knew that Yi Luo'er's strength was only at the Saint King realm. She couldn't imagine how a girl of that level could possibly enter this place. Still, with Yi Shitian's protection, it wasn't surprising that she had survived this long. Ji Siqing was about to dissuade her, but Yi Chen's reaction was the opposite. He grabbed Yi Luo'er's hand. Luo'er, do you really want to try? I have a feeling that only you can open it. Yi Luo'er smiled softly. Mr. Yi, wait for me to open it. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Luo'er walked up to the wall. She glanced at the ancient text inscribed upon it, a wave of familiarity flashing through her heart. Then, she forced out a drop of her blood essence. The blood essence fell directly onto the wall. This time, the wall did not absorb it. 10 seconds of silence passed. Then suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. The text on the wall twisted and distorted. Cracks began to spread across its surface. This is... Ji Siqing's eyes widened. She had never expected that the power of a girl from the Saint King realm could actually have an effect. What is this girl's true identity? The ancient runes twisted further, glowing with blood-red light, and transformed into a towering sword aura. That sword intent flared as if provoked, its icy presence pressing directly onto Yi Luo'er. Yi Luo'er's expression twisted in pain. She looked extremely uncomfortable. Mr. Yi, she gasped, my strength can only take us this far. Next, you must destroy the sword intent with your own sword will, or the consequences will be terrible. Yi Chen nodded and condensed a sword in his hand. He closed his eyes and stepped in front of Yi Luo'er. In an instant, countless sword shadows filled his vision. Sword chi, sharp and endless. This was a world made entirely of swords. He could not even gauge its terrifying depth. Yi Chen stood calmly, eyes still closed, immersing himself in the sword realm. Time passed. Perhaps a day, or 3, or 10, or even a year. Yi Chen lost all sense of time. Within this sword array, endless sword chi surged across the heavens and earth. Yi Chen could feel the potential, the true essence of sword power. A swordsman's might could always be measured by their sword momentum. And this sword intent, preserved through ages, was unimaginably powerful. Deep within Yi Chen's blood, something began to stir, something ancient, awakening. Time continued to flow. Yi Chen stood still, like a stone statue, unmoving. Finally, he seemed to grasp something profound. Only by cultivating one's own momentum can one advance further on the path of the sword. He no longer hesitated. Yi Chen's eyes snapped open. Cold light shot from his gaze, sharp enough to pierce the sky itself. Ji Siqing saw his eyes and instinctively stepped back. At this moment, Yi Chen's aura felt even more terrifying than her master's. How is that possible? Moreover, she realized, those eyes looked strangely familiar. Yi Chen once had this same expression. Is it just coincidence, or is there a deeper secret beneath that mask? Yi Chen didn't notice her thoughts. A faint smile appeared on his lips, one filled with confidence in his sword will. At that moment, his momentum surged. The wind howled, leaves spiraled around him, and his presence became overwhelming. Every gust of wind felt like a sword stroke. Break for me! Yi Chen's roar echoed like thunder. Boom! The ground quaked violently. His aura climbed to its peak. Compared to before, his momentum had increased many-fold. The fierce energy swept outward, changing the color of the mountains and rivers. Vegetation withered under its pressure. The cold wind slashed across the land like a blade. Within 100 meters around Yi Chen, not a single blade of grass remained. Slash! The cold light in his hand flashed. Sword intent burst from his body. The sword's shadow moved so fast that no one could follow it. The air howled with the sound of tearing space. In an instant, Yi Chen's sword collided with the sword intent of the array. Tear! The barrier shattered instantly. The entire wall split apart, revealing an open land beyond. This was the dwelling place of the Blood Spirit clan's strongest members. 5 remaining powerhouses stood within. Yi Chen smiled faintly and sheathed his sword. Let's go. The 3 figures darted forward, entering the opening in an instant. At the same time, deep within an ancient stone chamber, an old man, draped in blood-colored robes with an immortal bearing, suddenly opened his eyes. He spat out a mouthful of purplish blood essence, which splattered across the wall, staining it a dark crimson. No! Someone has broken the array again. Who is it this time? That woman in red, another Blood Spirit clan elder asked. The pale-faced old man shook his head, fury blazing in his eyes. His roar echoed through the chamber. It's not the woman in red. It's that young man shrouded in the mist of blood. He's coming for us. Chapter 10:10. Who are you talking about? Who killed the door? An old man of the Blood Spirit clan was surprised. The old man obviously hadn't paid attention to the others' plan. He looked at one of them with burning eyes and said excitedly, "What should we do? It is very likely that the youth covered in the blood mist will be harmful to our Blood Spirit clan. One of the 6 of us has already fallen. If something happens again, those adults will not see us after a year and a half." The old man's tone was very rapid. There was even some fear, a fear of the unknown. They had never been so afraid of a person in all these years. The appearance of that young man was too strange. The most terrible old man stepped forward and said, "Since he came to our place, let's hold a meeting. No matter what the origin of this person is, he may be dangerous to us. It's more likely to be an opportunity. What's more, I feel that the power that opened that array this time is a bit strange. This feeling is like the power of the Blood Spirit clan." When they heard this, their expressions froze. You're kidding. If this young man really has the power and blood of the Blood Spirit clan, how can we fight him? Well, maybe I haven't had a good rest recently and I'm hallucinating. Now, what we have to do is nip the thread in the cradle. Hearing this, several old people looked at each other and nodded in agreement. The 4 of you will guard 4 places in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest respectively, while I wait at the center of the array. Once I find the young man or the woman in red, I will kill them immediately. I can't hesitate for a moment. Good. 4 figures vanished instantly toward the 4 directions. After the 4 figures dispersed, the old man opened the door of the stone chamber and entered another space. The space was dark and airtight. The old man hesitated for a few seconds, closed his eyes, and drew a rune in front of him. In a flash, the whole place lit up. The space looked like the stars and the Milky Way. In the bright central place hung a luminous crystal. When the old man saw the crystal, his long beard trembled. He opened his fingers and held the luminous crystal in his hand. Countless lights bloomed around the old man. If Yi Chen were here, he would surely find that this light was the light of the Samsara cemetery. This is the only thing left for the 5 of us to turn over. Even if the young man and the woman in red destroyed everything, as long as I hold this thing, everything will be under my feet. At the same time, in a cave, a bonfire burned. Yi Lingtian sat cross-legged by the fire, his wound was gradually healing. A girl in red stood at the entrance of the cave, looking out into the distance. Lost in thought, she remained silent. Yi Lingtian opened his eyes and looked at the girl in red. His pupils shrank. These days, he had followed the woman in red to look for Yi Chen. He was shocked. He didn't expect Miss Mo to be so formidable now. Not only that, Miss Mo accompanying him these days had helped his strength advance by leaps and bounds. Now, it was truly incredible that he had to cross from the virtual king realm to the Daoyuan realm. Suddenly, Miss Mo seemed to notice something and turned around. Recovered? Yi Lingtian stood up and answered cautiously, yes, Miss Mo. Miss Mo's mouth curved slightly, with a gentle wave of her arm, the flame was extinguished. Now that you are well, come out with me. Outside? Yi Lingtian's expression showed some fear. After all, these days had been a nightmare for him. Who could have thought that he would face the powerful emperor of the Blood Spirit clan? Many times, if it hadn't been for Miss Mo, he wouldn't have seen the Lord. He didn't say this out of cowardice, he had a principle. Even if we fear death, we should fight for the Lord. Don't be afraid. This is the person you want to see most. Yi Lingtian was stunned and immediately thought of something. His face lit up. Miss Mo, you mean the hall master? The Lord is here, isn't he? Miss Mo didn't answer. She stepped down from the cave. The red dress danced like a fairy descending to the earth. Yi Lingtian didn't waste words and quickly followed. In his present state, even with Miss Mo's recent teachings, he could only barely keep up. At the same time, Yi Chen, Ji Xiqing, and the others arrived. The aura here is very rich, but there are some differences between this aura and our cultivation. Of course we can still absorb it, but it's not very suitable. Is it possible that these auras belong to the Blood Spirit family? Ji Xiqing closed his eyes and concentrated. Yi Chen felt the same, but he was not too affected by these auras because of the Samsara cemetery. He could feel the blood dragon in his body as if it had seen some treasure and was plundering crazily. Yi Chen thought his sensations were exaggerated, but soon he noticed something and his eyes suddenly turned to Yi Luo'er beside him. At that moment, Yi Luo'er had white lips and a trembling body, she looked very weak. Countless auras were pouring into Yi Luo'er's body, almost driving her mad. Obviously, Yi Luo'er, as a member of the Blood Spirit clan, was extremely attracted to these auras. But these auras were prepared for an emperor to absorb. Yi Luo'er was only in the realm of the emperor's respect, how could she bear it? Mr. Yi. Yi Luo'er held Yi Chen's arm with a soft hand, closed her eyes, and fainted. Yi Chen no longer hesitated. He pointed at Yi Luo'er's brow. This gesture seemed to be a bridge to communicate everything. That furious aura was instantly absorbed by the blood dragon in Yi Chen's body. But if this continued, it would be a problem. Yi Chen couldn't keep absorbing for Yi Luo'er forever. Ji Xiqing came to them and frowned. Yi Chen, what is the origin of this little girl beside you? Why do the auras here seem to be born for her? I suspect she might be a member of the Blood Spirit clan. The last sentence was only Ji Xiqing's guess, but Yi Chen couldn't help narrowing his eyes. He explained, maybe because Yi Luo'er has a special constitution. She doesn't like to practice, but she takes all kinds of natural materials and earth treasures from the Blood Spirit secret realm all year round. Moreover, her cultivation is too low to bear the damage of these auras. Ji Xiqing nodded vaguely. Yes, but you can't take this burden for her forever. If you continue to absorb her damage like this, it will ruin you. Take her outside directly. Elder Han Yun should not be far from here. Letting him take care of Yi Luo'er may be the best solution. Think about it yourself. Chapter 10-11. Yi Luo'er seemed to hear Ji Xiqing's voice and opened her eyes with difficulty. Mr. Yi, don't send me out. I can bear it. The master said that the people of the Blood Spirit clan destroyed my parents. I want to meet those people and avenge them. Yi Chen's answer was somewhat painful. He couldn't tell Yi Luo'er that the blood of the Blood Spirit clan flowed in her veins. In other words, her real parents were from the Blood Spirit clan. Yi Luo'er stood up, withdrew Yi Chen's finger, her face growing paler and paler. She stubbornly walked out, step by step. But before she had taken 3 steps, her whole body went limp. She had taken on too much to bear. Yi Chen really couldn't handle it. He wanted to persuade her when a voice spread from a distance, "Temple Lord." Hearing that voice, Yi Chen was instantly familiar. Yi Lingtian. He spun around fiercely and saw Yi Lingtian and Mo Ning rushing over. A few seconds later, Yi Lingtian reached Yi Chen's side, knelt down immediately, and said excitedly, "I saw the Hall Master." Ji Xiqing didn't read too much into the words Hall Master at first. She was just curious about Yi Shitian's identity. She didn't know Yi Chen's secular world identity as a temple master. Again, she could feel the strength of Ling Ye. "Get up quickly." Yi Chen's eyes fell on Mo Ning. He nodded, but did not say more. Yi Lingtian felt Yi Chen's deliberately low voice and frowned. When he noticed Ji Xiqing, he instantly understood. "Hall Master, Miss Mo has made me stronger this time. When I enter the Daoyuan realm, I will be able to cut through everything for him." Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian were talking, but Ji Xiqing's gaze fixed on Mo Ning. Naturally, she recognized Mo Ning's identity. The Mo family in ancient times, in both appearance and talent, were unrivaled. For some reason, Ji Xiqing felt a sense of crisis. Embarrassed by the thought, she shook her head. How could she feel threatened by a woman who did not like Yi Shitian? At best there might be admiration. Mo Ning's eyes, with a trace of hostility, also fell on Ji Xiqing. Her mood had changed long ago. Now she was Mo Ninger, a great power of the ancient Mo family and a 20-year-old woman. Previously she had no chance with the reincarnation Moner, but now that she was Mo Ning, anything was possible. The key was that she had gotten ahead of everyone else. She knew Yi Chen was disguising himself as Yi Shitian, and she knew what path Yi Chen would take in the future. No other woman in this world deserved the reincarnation. A strong scent of gunpowder hung in the air. Yi Chen naturally noticed the second daughter's reaction. He was helpless and was about to speak when he heard a soft thud and saw Yi Luo'er collapse to the ground again. Yi Chen wanted to help, but unexpectedly the figure in the red dress moved first. Mo Ning was the first to reach Yi Luo'er's side. Yi Chen thought Mo Ning wanted to help, but she instead slipped past Yi Luo'er's arm and produced a drop of blood that hovered in the palm of her hand. Mo Ning closed her eyes, felt the blood in her palm, and frowned. "Mo Ning, can you help Luo'er? She has an amazing ability to absorb the auras here, but she can't bear it," Yi Chen said. Mo Ning opened her eyes and looked at Yi Chen intently. "Are you sure you want to save her?" Yi Chen nodded. Mo Ning did not immediately help. She stood up and walked to the edge of the grove. "Come with me. I have something to tell you." Yi Chen had some doubts but followed. Soon Yi Chen and Mo Ning were behind the grove. Mo Ning gathered an array so that the conversation between them could not be detected. After setting it, Mo Ning began, "Moner, you should know the girl's identity. If you don't know, I'll tell you, the blood flowing in her veins comes from the Blood Spirit clan. You should know how many powerful people of Kunlun Su were killed by the Shuling clan. If I were you, I would choose to kill her. If the Blood Spirit clan had not existed, my Numenon would not have been trapped, and those great powers would not have been diminished here. Don't you think you're following a tiger? Goodness will rob your mind. Moner, if you can't do it, I will." At that moment Mo Ning's voice turned cold, with a trace of killing intent. "No need." Yi Chen interrupted her directly, his attitude unusually firm. Mo Ning, Yi Luo'er didn't know she was a member of the Blood Spirit clan. She came here to kill the Blood Spirit people. Yi Chen shook his head. "You don't know her like I do. She would not turn on me. She will help me. Even if she learns the truth eventually, I believe she will stand by my side. Besides, Master Xueqie did not reject Yi Luo'er. On the contrary, Master Shui once told me this girl might be the key for me to fight against the Blood Spirit clan. Mo Ning regarded Yi Chen's resolute expression, and her killing intent subsided. She couldn't shake the owner's decision. The only thing she could do was protect him. Master of the Tomb, since you insist on this, I will not kill her. But if she does anything harmful to you, I promise that before she grows up I will make her suffer endless torment. The two returned to the original place. Mo Ning came to the pale Yi Luo'er, pinched her acupoints, and used a palm technique. A light of reincarnation flashed. Then Mo Ning struck Yi Luo'er's brow with her palm, dazzling light struck the spot. Yi Luo'er's pale face immediately regained color, and her eyes opened. "Thank you," she murmured. Although Yi Luo'er didn't know what had happened, it was obvious the woman before her had saved her. "Don't thank me. If it wasn't for that guy, I wouldn't have saved you," Mo Ning said as she tossed out a simple secret manual. "From today on, do not practice anything else. Only practice the techniques in this manual. They suit you better." This manual had been obtained by Mo Ning from the hands of a powerful person in the Shuling clan. Since Yi Luo'er carried blood spirit blood, it would be appropriate for her. "Thank you, Mr. Yi," Yi Luo'er said ambiguously. She was not foolish, she knew that the woman had given her this chance because of Yi Chen. Moreover, her body now seemed to have a stronger tolerance for external auras. Yi Chen watched everything, then said to Mo Ning, "What next?" "You should know where the blood spirit people are." Mo Ning nodded. Suddenly her eyes narrowed, she noticed something and the corners of her mouth curved into a smile. "But below, we don't need to go search for those blood spirit people, because some have already been delivered to the door. But they don't know." Chapter 10-12. Name, the Divine Urban Physician. Author, The Wind Laughs. After the sacrifice, Mo Ning held a bloody sword. The long sword condensed a sword intent, striking directly. In a flash, all the giant trees in one direction were reduced to powder, forming a direct, open path. At the end of the path stood an old man. The old man leaned on a crutch, his body bent, dressed in a black robe. His eyes were barely visible, but a faint blood light shone from them. "It seems I've been discovered. Interesting, girl in red. I wonder how you found me. I feel a familiar aura from you. And I wonder, did you kill my companion?" The old voice was extremely cold. He was furious. Incomparable rage. He was in charge of the West, but he didn't expect to sense a few breaths of danger just after falling. He knew very well these people were outsiders. He must not hesitate to kill. He had wanted to communicate with others for the first time, but never expected to be discovered by this group. Damn it! At present, he didn't care about anything else. Unlike Old Six, he would not be killed easily. His strength far surpassed Old Six. There were only 6 elders in the Blood Spirit secret place. Over time, the 6 became brothers, their strength ranked from high to low. He was the 5th among them, so the others called him Fifth. The crutch in Fifth's hands was shattered in an instant, splinters flying everywhere. It transformed into a silver spirit staff. The staff pulsed with fierce blood energy, as if it could engulf everything. His black robe fell off, revealing a somewhat ferocious face. "Can't you answer me when I speak?" His roar resounded, and the sound waves became a series of air waves, roaring toward the group. Mo Ning snorted coldly, unconcerned. "What if I killed you? I not only want to kill your companion, but also eradicate all remaining evils of the Blood Spirit clan today." Hearing this, Fifth of the Blood Spirit clan became completely enraged. "Humph! You are 20 and entering the realm of the Emperor's respect, and this is your strength? I hope you're still qualified to speak like this later." The 5th of the Shuling clan disappeared. Between heaven and earth, the light dimmed as a raging brilliance swept over everything. Suddenly, 5th appeared behind Mo Ning. The spirit staff in his hand split. This strike seemed capable of tearing the sky apart. The air froze under the power of the blood spirit. Everything seemed to slow in Fifth's eyes. His gaze was ferocious and bloodshot. The staff was aimed directly at Mo Ning's head. Mo Ning suddenly extended her slender hand and grasped the staff directly. Bang! The ground beneath her feet tore apart instantly, dust rolling everywhere. Yet Mo Ning remained untouched by the debris. Is that all your strength? In my view, it's nothing. Mo Ning sneered repeatedly, her arms spinning further, and then she landed a fierce punch on Fifth of the Shuling clan's chest. The fifth clearly hadn't expected the girl's strength to match his own. His face changed, and he stepped back, meeting her attack with one hand. The two forces collided. Instant separation. Mo Ning stepped back 3 steps, and Fifth of the Shuling clan retreated 5 steps. His expression had drastically changed. Who are you really? How do you possess ancient skills? And the strength in your body, it doesn't belong to a 20-year-old woman. You are the strong inheritor. Fifth of the Shuling clan shouted. Every slightest doubt in his heart was being suppressed. Mo Ning laughed. The strong inheritor? Ridiculous. This is my body. In ancient times, you brutes trapped me. Today, I will let you vanish from the world. Hearing this, Fifth of the Shuling clan suddenly realized something. In front of the girl in red was actually a separate body. And it was also a part of the ancient powers trapped by the Blood Spirit clan. Damn it! He no longer hesitated, his breath changed completely. He produced a piece of bloody jade pendant. The pendant shattered in his palm with a sharp sound. His whole body glowed. His aura surged. This was his unique technique. Moreover, the aura of heaven and earth around him shifted, converging crazily toward Fifth's body, forming a kind of armor over him. You dare force me to use this Taoist sacrificial method. If I were outside, I might not withstand you. But here, we Blood Spirit people control everything. Everything is under our command. I will kill you easily. Die! The sound waves penetrated minds, straight into the Ling Tai, shaking spirits. The staff shot forward. The entire world was silent under the bright radiance, endless killing intent filling the air. Everyone held their breath. Mo Ning naturally sensed the danger. She had faced a Blood Spirit clan elder before, but now, with some injuries still lingering, the changes in Fifth could deliver a fatal blow to her. She quickly pinched a formation with her fingers, and the red sword around her flew out. The sword bloomed brilliantly. She forced out a drop of blood essence, channeling all her strength into it. A sword and a staff were about to collide. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Space seemed to solidify into eternity. Boom! It was as if they had experienced countless years, finally colliding with tremendous force. It resembled a star collision, like a volcanic eruption. After a brief silence, the world boiled. Roars erupted, the world shook. The ground trembled violently, cracking everywhere. Such a powerful fight. This strength surpasses the early stage of Emperor Zun. Is this Mon Ning's current strength? Yichen thought, his blood boiling. Ji Siqing clenched her fists, longing for the same strength. She had to break through as soon as possible. Only by stepping into the realm of Emperor's respect could they seize the initiative. Chapter 10:13. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, amidst the two furious roars, the spirit staff of the fifth of the Blood Spirit clan proved stronger after all. Mo Ning's sword light shattered, and her defense was destroyed. Pu He. With a burst of force, Mo Ning's body shook violently. Blood spurted from her mouth, and her entire body was blown upside down and hurled out. Her skeleton seemed broken, blood mist endlessly spraying like rain. The entire world seemed to fall silent under the bright red haze. Bang! She flew dozens of meters before hitting the edge. Mo Ning had been transformed entirely into a figure of blood. Gasping, her soul shaken, her consciousness blurred. She tried to stand, but it was difficult. Her eyes fixed on the fifth of the Blood Spirit clan. The fifth also struggled to endure. His body had been smashed and hurled back, with sword marks across him. Fortunately, the fifth wore armor made of aura, which blocked most of the damage. He laughed darkly. I originally thought this strike would easily kill you. Now it seems you are truly tenacious. The power I just unleashed is nearly as strong as that in the middle period of Emperor's respect, which ordinary strong people cannot resist. But you will die soon. Ha ha ha. Coldly, he stared at Imo Ning lying on the ground. His face twisted with fury. Finally, the resentment in his heart seemed vented, and his anger erupted uncontrollably. Since you lack the strength to fight back, so be it. His wrist trembled, the spirit staff raised high, and the fifth of the Blood Spirit clan roared. Dong! A surge of chi burst from his body, and he disappeared again. The staff instantly transformed into a long spear. The spear was sharp, soaked in blood. One stab would kill. The entire world shook under its shock. At that moment, the sun and moon seemed to make way for the spirit spear. In all creation, who could withstand it? Mon Ning seemed doomed. No one believed she had the slightest hope at this moment. Under the glow of dragon and phoenix light, fifth of the Blood Spirit clan saw the scythe of death falling, ready to claim Imo Ning's life. No! Yi Ling Tian and the others subconsciously shouted. Ji Xiqing wanted to rush forward and block it, but the array's force prevented her. The surrounding area had long been turned into a barrier by fifth of the Shulan clan. Imo Ning was alone. Death moved toward her. The intense aura approached, and the cold of death spread. Did you ask if I killed her? As the spear was about to pierce Imo Ning, a black light appeared. It was also a long spear. The spear radiated a malevolent aura. Its tip shone blue, as if from the depths of the 9 heavens. The Jiuyo sky-killing spear. Yi Chen had already realized that Imo Ning would be in trouble. The jade pendant shattered by fifth of the Shulan clan was extremely strange. Its power even caused a trace of vibration in the Samsara cemetery. It could be considered a limitation. The power within Imo Ning came from Imo Ninger, who had a connection with the Samsara cemetery. Bound by this, there were natural limitations. Yi Chen had rushed into the barrier immediately, wielding the Jiuyo sky-killing spear. He wasn't sure if it was enough. But Mon Ning could not be harmed. Bang! All his energy erupted, and his body leapt forward. Break it for me! Blood Dragon, Spirit Rune, Magic Chi, Immortal Fire, Divine Thunder. 5 forces blended together. The Jiuyo sky-killing spear reached extreme power. Boom! The 2 spears collided. This time, Yi Chen's veins did not tremble, and the momentum of his entire body burst forth like a blazing flame. The injured fifth of the Blood Spirit clan felt a terrifying force coursing through him. In the next instant, the spear formed from his spirit staff twisted and deformed. Click! The bones of his right hand broke, blood gushing out. No way! This power! You are a demon! The demon clan vanished from Kunlun Void long ago. Who are you? Fifth of the Blood Spirit clan was pale. In Kunlun Su, few feared the Blood Spirit clan's power. Only demons. Demons who communicated and linked with hell, darkest of powers. Born from blood. This was akin to the power of the Blood Spirit clan, perhaps even stronger. If it weren't for the demons that had fallen in ancient times, they would not have dared to challenge Kunlun. Now, seeing a demonic figure, he could only be shocked. Yi Chen didn't care about the others' thoughts. He dared not be careless and stepped forward again. A faint light glowed over his entire body. The injured Imo Ning saw the light in the aura and her pupils shrank to the extreme. The light of reincarnation. The two loner can actively gather the light of reincarnation. This. She could not believe it. She was astonished. The light of reincarnation could normally only be harnessed with the help of the Samsara cemetery. But now, Yi Chen's light of reincarnation was clearly independent of it. It was like blood. Has the two loners' blood awakened? Imo Ning's excitement surged to the extreme. But at this moment, Yi Chen was utterly serious. With the outbreak of the light of reincarnation, his body's momentum surged, shaking the entire boundary violently. This is... How could... This boy, this energy, this momentum, it's not just magic chi, but also the power of his origin. Yi Chen's sudden surge of momentum made fifth of the Blood Spirit clan widen his eyes in shock. This energy, what a tyrant! Could he suppress his breath? This momentum even instilled fear. 3 unique spears, the third. He did not give fifth of the Shuling clan a chance to breathe or think. Reaching the peak, Yi Chen acted. The light of reincarnation, how much had Yi Chen accumulated? Now, it erupted. Boom! One strike changed mountains and rivers. The sword's light descended, splitting the sky. As the sword struck, immortal and demon alike yielded. The sword, like an aurora, divided time and space. Its energy suffocated all beings. At this moment, the entire world fell into a dead silence. Chapter 10:14. In the face of such power, the fifth of the Blood Spirit clan could only stare. His eyes were bloodshot. Panic seemed to magnify infinitely. What was he perceiving? He finally understood why the blood mist could cover the young man and yet not reveal him. At the same time, controlling the existence of evil chi and the light of reincarnation, such a demonic talent, what heaven-given qualification could possibly detect it? The key question was, how could such a person be born in Kunlun-Su? He wanted to run, to spread the news, but the smell of death had already arrived. It felt as if countless blades were slicing his body. It was bloody. Masked, Yi Chen advanced step by step, like a god of war. His eyes were blood-red and cold. Even a mere glance seemed to show the ancient great power looking down on ants. Ji Siqing naturally noticed the change in Yi Chen. Her mouth slightly opened, her expression one of disbelief. She knew Yi Shitian's special identity, but she didn't know that he could unleash strength matching or even surpassing the Emperor realm. The key question: how could one person wield so many elemental powers? Yi Shitian, what kind of person are you? At that moment, the fifth of the Blood Spirit clan felt the spear's meaning piercing him. No! He shouted in horror. He screamed loudly, but his voice was drowned in the raging storm. He trembled uncontrollably. Was this the young man's true origin? He wanted to see the face beneath the mask. The fifth felt as if he were in a dream. He wished it were just a dream. Ah! You don't want to kill me. He knew he had to resist, or die. He forced out drop after drop of blood essence. Countless blood essences gathered into a massive shield. A bloody shield. He was ready for his last stand. Go! The blood essence erupted, and the fifth of the Shuling clan used it to activate his life-preserving magic weapon. This was the best defensive technique the fifth could think of. All his last hope rested on this shield. Boom! In truth, Yi Chen's moves had already fully descended when the fifth's energy had been exhausted. Wow! Everything was destroyed by the spear. As the spear struck the bloody shield, it seemed to become a long dragon, tearing through everything. Irresistible. Click! Suddenly, a crack appeared in the bloody shield. Clearly, the wounded fifth of the Shuling clan was not qualified to fight Yi Chen, even with his life-preserving technique. The cracks on the shield spread like cobwebs. Finally, it disintegrated completely. The Jilyo sky-killing spear, the third of the 3 unique spears, penetrated the fifth of the Shuling clan's body directly. The fifth of the Shuling clan's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked down and saw a huge blood hole in his chest. The wound expanded, and the sense of death enveloped him. Agony consumed him. His eyes fixed on Yi Chen. No matter who you are, if you offend the Blood Spirit clan, there is only one way to die. For thousands of years, the Blood Spirit clan will surely dominate all of Kunlun Void. What if you kill me? You are not qualified to face the rest of our people. My strength is the weakest among them. If I were to meet the boss, I could ensure your strength is nothing. Yi Chen coldly looked at the fifth of the Blood Spirit clan and shook his head. You talk too much nonsense. The Joyo sky-killing spear struck again, tearing through his body. He turned into a spatter of flesh and blood, horrifyingly vivid. At the same time, a small crystal fell from the fifth of the Shuling clan. A bright light glowed from the crystal. Yichen gripped it with his fingers, and the crystal floated into his palm. Although small, Yichen could feel the energy within. Extremely abundant. What is this? And why does the energy feel so familiar? As Yichen murmured, a red figure approached. Emo Ning. Her face was pale, her injuries obvious. Tomb Master. Yichen's expression softened. He hurriedly asked, "How do you feel? Do you need to find a place to heal and rest?" Emo Ning shook her head. No. If it weren't for that guy limiting my power with his skills, I wouldn't be in such a state. However, from what I've seen, this group of strong blood spirit clan members is far more formidable than imagined. I fought here a few days ago. Although I injured them, I also suffered damage. I thought the strongest in this group of blood spirit clan members was facing me. Now it seems they are far beyond that. It's going to get even harder, but the opportunities will be greater, just like the stone in your hand. Yi Chen's eyes fell on the crystal. Emo Ning, do you know what this is? Emo Ning nodded. The power within it is similar to the light of reincarnation in the Samsara tomb. Both belong to primordial power, but the crystal is too small to unleash its full potential. Even so, the energy it produces cannot be countered by ordinary emperors. Tomb Master, you should crush it slightly to feel it. Yi Chen naturally did so. Instantly, the crystal transformed into countless starlights and poured into his body. Yi Chen felt his blood boiling. These stones were extremely compatible with his blood. Moreover, he realized the dormant blood seemed to sense awakening. The crystal's energy, however, was too small to fully activate it. Emo Ning, I feel the blood in my body is different, like... Before Yi Chen could finish, Emo Ning said, Tomb Master, do you forget what just happened? Do you think you could have killed the strong blood spirit clan member with your current strength? Even I couldn't have fought them. You couldn't do it at all. Yi Chen shook his head. The feeling just now was delicate, as if he had been somewhat restrained. As for the true strength of his power, he could not yet gauge it. After killing the fifth of the Shuling clan, that feeling disappeared completely. Emo Ning knew that Yi Chen's blood had not yet fully recovered. The earlier situation might have been caused by his willpower, or by the blood vessels actively protecting the Tomb Master. It was possible that his power had not yet reached the point where Yi Chen could control it freely. If the blood awakened fully, Yi Chen could suppress these blood spirit ants with a mere gesture. Tomb Master, if I'm not mistaken, your power just now came from the blood in your body, not the blood dragon or divine thunder, but from your blood vessels. Right now, your blood hasn't fully recovered, yet it shows traces of awakening. What you need to do is activate your blood vessels gradually. This is more important than anything else. A year and a half from now, facing the true strong members of the blood spirit clan, you won't be qualified to fight with your current strength, unless your blood awakens. Only then will you have a chance. So what we need to do now is awaken your blood as soon as possible. Chapter 10-15. Yi Chen, of course, wanted his blood to awaken more than anyone else, but it was not easy. Blood 7 Knight had said it was reincarnation blood, but it was identified as the root of Kunlun Su. If it could awaken, it would have already done so. He knew the road ahead would be difficult. Emo Ning seemed to sense Yi Chen's doubts and said, in fact, it's not that difficult. The abnormality in your body just now came from those crystal stones, but the energy of those crystals is too small. If you find a bigger one, you may have a chance to fully awaken. Tomb Master, there are still 4 strong members of the Blood Spirit clan left. I'm sure one of them must have mastered this power. But the deeper you go, the greater the danger. Are you sure you want to go further? Emo Ning's words were full of seriousness. Yi Chen hesitated for a few seconds, then clenched his hands behind him and advanced deeper. Since these hands have the power to awaken my dormant blood, no matter what, I will get it. 6 of them died in just a few days. I'm afraid they are the ones to fear. At the same time, the central area, and even the other 3 territories, where the blood spirit elders resided felt a tremor. The 6 elders living in the secret place of the blood spirit clan had long formed a kind of connection. But now, the connection was broken. There was only one possibility. Something had happened to number 5. All 4 others' faces changed drastically. How long had it been? Elders 6 and 5 had fallen directly. An invisible sense of pressure hung over them. It was like a demon approaching. The strong member of the blood spirit clan in the central area fixed his eyes on the west, his gaze filled with endless anger. It seems those mole ants in Kunlun Su really want to challenge my bottom line this time. You really think you can kill all the blood spirit clan members by killing my kin? Ridiculous. Since you want to play this game, I'll see who laughs last. The elder of the Shuling clan in the central area closed his eyes, and his momentum suddenly rose, holding a crystal stone in his hand. The crystal was much larger than the one in number 5's hand. It also represented true primordial power. His eyes were cold, his fingers pinching, as an ancient blood rune appeared. His fingers struck the rune. The rune shattered instantly, scattering like stars in all directions. Finally, it merged with the huge surrounding array. Waves rippled across the upper stream of the array, and an old voice echoed from the vast 9 heavens. The entire ground began to shake violently. The surrounding array boundaries began to shrink. A frenzied contraction. I don't care where you are now. I believe that with this technique, you will eventually come to the central area. I want to see who gave you the courage to kill my men. The cold voice rang through the center instantly. At the same time, Yi Chen, Ji Siqing, Mo Ning, and the others noticed the vibrations around them. Yi Ling Tian in the back was the first to spot it. Hall Master, look! Their eyes followed his gaze and saw the array boundary surging with smoke and dust. It was like the roar of beasts. Extremely powerful. Seeing this, Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Mo Ning, why is the array boundary shrinking so much at this moment? This will destroy the ecology of the entire array. After all, the array cannot be restored once damaged. Mo Ning's expression was extremely serious. She was not particularly concerned with the rapid contraction of the array boundary. She looked toward the central area and said, I'm afraid the change in this array is artificial. Someone is forcing us to gather together. It will save them a lot of effort, and then they'll be able to capture all of us. Ji Siqing's expression was also strange. Those are the blood spirit clan members whose companions are dead. I'm afraid this will not end well. Mo Ning nodded. The person controlling such an array is probably the strongest among them. We must be careful. This time, we may not be facing one strong blood spirit member, but 4. And none of these 4 should be underestimated. This is destined to be a fierce battle. Yi Chen glanced at the Samsara cemetery. Blood was playing chess there for 7 nights. His left and right hands moved simultaneously, appearing indifferent to everything. Elder Blood, can you handle the strong blood spirit clan members later? Yi Chen asked. But Blood's 7 Knight only smiled, not answering. Yi Chen could only temporarily set the matter aside. This time, he focused on Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang was lazily sleeping. Beside her lay a Xianling fruit. The effect of the Xianling fruit, once consumed by Xiao Huang, could trigger evolution, even granting the qualification for transformation. He had to take the gamble. Xiao Huang, eat the Xianling fruit immediately. Yi Chen hurriedly instructed. Xiao Huang, sleeping comfortably in the Samsara cemetery, naturally heard Yi Chen's voice and opened her eyes. Her blue and red pupils were increasingly captivating. Her eyes fell on the Xianling fruit, and she asked excitedly, Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Good. Xiao Huang wasted no time. She had been waiting for this moment too long. After all, the Xianling fruit was Yi Chen's decision to provide. Whether she could take it or not depended entirely on him. And now, Yi Chen had clearly given his answer. No need to mention how excited she was. Without hesitation, Xiao Huang grabbed the Xianling fruit and swallowed it. Upon swallowing, an extremely red light enveloped her body. It felt as if she were being pulled by an invisible force. Xiao Huang's expression showed slight pain, but she let out a startling roar. The roar spread far and wide, even catching Xueqi's attention. The chess player's hand paused for a moment, the remaining lights flickering. Blood Seven Knight smiled and continued playing chess. Xiao Huang, can you endure it? Yi Chen, seeing this, worried slightly and communicated through consciousness. The little yellow figure grew fierce. Hair on its body began to change, the entire body expanding significantly. The intense pain was almost unbearable. Reluctantly, it opened its eyes and said to Yi Chen, "Don't worry about me. Give me half an hour. I'll endure and begin the next evolution." This evolution? I don't know what the result will be. After all, the Xianling fruit is too powerful. But I know one thing, the Xianling fruit will make me stronger. Strong enough to crush those guys out there. The only thing you have to do is survive their attacks until I emerge, okay? Yi Chen did not expect Xiao Huang to be so serious. He retracted his consciousness and paid no attention to anything else in the Samsara cemetery. Chapter 10:16. At present, he had to find a way to fight against the remaining 4 strong members of the Blood Spirit clan. Not just for his own blood, but also for the secret behind the Samsara cemetery. At this time, the boundary was still shrinking, leaving less and less space for them to survive. The purpose of this game was to trap Hua Xiaoye. He just didn't know what he would face when the space shrank to the extreme. 10 minutes later, Yi Chen, Ji Xiqing, and the others finally stopped. They had arrived at a huge square. The square rose from the ground, 5 meters high. It was extremely vast and perfectly circular. Obviously, this was the place where the strong members of the Blood Spirit clan resided. Go up. Mo Ning looked at the shrinking, fierce array behind them and nodded. The group stepped forward one by one. Strength erupted beneath their feet as they finally landed steadily on the central square. The reduced array boundary had also completely stopped. Everything was enclosed. It was clear that the force was trying to confine them here permanently. Paw! 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 Suddenly, a round of applause erupted in the central square. They saw a fairy-like old man staring at them with interest, clapping his hands. Behind him stood 3 other black-robed elders, each with eyes full of anger. As if they wanted to tear Yi Chen and the others to pieces. After all, their brothers had just been killed by these people. One of the Blood Spirit clan elders couldn't contain himself and was about to act, but he was stopped by the old man with a calm demeanor. "Third, it's not good for you to act like this." The 3rd elder of the Shuling clan was stunned. He glanced at the immortal old man and said angrily, "Boss, it's these people who killed the 5th and 6th. If I don't kill them, how can I be right? Brothers, no matter what, these people will die." The immortal old man seemed to be the strongest of the remaining 4. He was the eldest among the Blood Spirit clan elders. He smiled, showing no anger. Then, with a gentle wave of his arm, the 3rd member of the Blood Spirit clan was instantly shaken back to his original position. He said calmly, "Killing is a game. Some revenge is natural, but I still have many doubts in my heart that need to be resolved. They cannot die yet." With that, the old man stepped forward 3 steps, hands behind his back, eyes fixed on Mo Ning in red. "Miss, a few days ago, you were lucky to escape. Today we meet again, but this time, we won't let the tiger return to the mountain. I'm curious about your identity. Your bones show that you are only in your 20s, but when I look into your eyes, I feel a sense of time. I want to know, who are you?" Mo Ning snorted coldly. Her entire body was enveloped in a chilling aura, and the opportunity to strike erupted. "My identity, how do you have the right to know? If I hadn't been held back just now, you might already be a corpse and unqualified to speak nonsense here." The immortal old man laughed loudly. "What a strong woman. I truly don't know where your confidence comes from." Judging from your breath, you must be injured. It seems the fifth has indeed done something to you. You are the strongest among this group, but you cannot be the opponent of the fifth. I want to know, how did you kill the fifth? This was also the biggest doubt in the old man's mind. When he was separated from his companion, he had seen something faintly. It had been a terrible blow. In his opinion, among these people, only someone with the strength of Emperor Monin could have done it. As for Yi Chen, although he had noticed some things, when he discovered that Yi Chen was only in the virtual king state, he had not questioned him much. Answer me, and I might consider sparing your life. His tone seemed to come from the 9 heavens, full of coldness and disdain. How could Imo Ning compromise? She stepped forward, floating in red. Her body's momentum surged to the extreme. There aren't many reasons for killing people. Since I was born, my only goal has been to destroy all the remaining evils of the Blood Spirit clan. The Blood Spirit clan should not exist. The immortal old man heard the words, remaining evils. His eyes narrowed, and his calm smile seemed to turn into a piercing, cold presence. For him, the 3 words insulting the Blood Spirit clan were intolerable. The key was that the insult came from the mouth of this humble mole ant. You really think you can control everything by killing number 5? Today, I'll let you feel what fear truly is. The entire square became windy. A terrifying force suddenly surged. A long sword beside him was drawn and shot rapidly toward Imo Ning. Imo Ning's eyes were cold. She could feel the power behind the blow. Now, she was obviously unable to stop it. The only thing she could do was endure. Her body's momentum surged to the extreme, and she sacrificed a red sword. The sword danced, converging at its peak, shooting directly to confront the immortal old man's sword intent. Bang! The red sword shattered on the spot. The old man's sword intent accelerated, finally reaching Imo Ning's body. Imo Ning pinched the Jew with her fingers, her expression slightly changing. She knew the other side was strong, but she had no idea it was this strong. It felt like a mountain to her. If she hadn't been injured, combined with the light of reincarnation, she might have been able to resist. But now, she obviously had no ability. Seeing the sword about to pierce Imo Ning's body, the immortal old man laughed. Mole ants are indeed mole ants. I thought you could endure a little, but now it seems I overestimated you. You can't even withstand a single strike. Ridiculous. Imo Ning's face turned pale. She thought she was about to fall under the old man's sword, but then she saw a tall and upright figure in front of her. Yi Chen, of course. At this moment, her lips showed a knowing smile. Her greatest reliance was not her own strength, but the reincarnation of the Tomb Master and the power behind him. She didn't believe the Tomb Master would die so soon. However, if the Tomb Master, Zhuangjing, didn't act, what could she do? Chapter 1017. Yi Chen didn't care about anything else. As a man, he wouldn't let the injured woman bear this blow. Watching the rapid plunder of power, the Joyo sky-killing gun once again pierced the void. Bang! When the two forces collided, the blood dragon and the evil chi devoured the old man's sword intent. But although the blow was powerful, Yi Chen still sensed the disparity. His body flew horizontally in an instant, then flipped and fell to the ground with a thud. Fortunately, he was wearing the body protection magic weapon from the stone statue, or this blow would have surely killed him. Yi Chen wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Imo Ning. You're injured. Let Yi Luo'er give you some healing holy liquid. As for here, leave it to me for the time being. If I can hold on for half an hour, we'll have a chance. Yi Luo'er, take good care of Miss Imo, Yi Chen ordered. Yi Luo'er nodded and went directly to Imo Ning's side, taking out some medicinal materials, ready to heal her. She looked curiously at the elders of the Blood Spirit clan. She didn't know why, but the blood in her body seemed to sense something special. The feeling was delicate, and Yi Luo'er couldn't explain it, nor did she dwell on it. The only thing she had to do was follow Yi Chen's instructions. Yi Chen stepped forward and gazed at the old man. If you want to play, then I'll accompany you. The immortal old man's eyes narrowed slightly. He was curious about Yi Chen's identity. After all, it was nearly impossible for someone in the immortal virtual king realm to withstand his blow. It seems the youth covered by the blood mist is you. Your existence makes me very uncomfortable. Although I don't know what qualifications you have to challenge me, it doesn't matter, you blood spirit clan will soon turn into blood mist. But heaven is merciful. I want to give you a chance. If you survive my sword array, I may consider letting you go. But if you fail, I'm sorry, you'll bear the pain of 10,000 swords. With that, the old man looked at the three people behind him. Sword array. Let's see what's so special about this boy. Even heaven cannot check it. He enjoyed playing with others. And Yi Chen was the one to play with. He wasn't in a hurry to kill Yi Chen, he wanted to toy with him first. He wanted to unlock Yi Chen's secret. This secret must be extremely important to the Blood Spirit clan. Although the others didn't understand the elder's behavior, they still closed their eyes and pinched their fingers. An ancient array pattern suddenly appeared in the circular square. The lines were as dense as spider webs. Countless flying swords erupted from the ground. The powerful sword array, combined with the fierce blood on, was enough to devour everything. Boy, do you dare to enter? The old cynic spoke. Yi Chen glanced at the sword array and could feel the extreme disorder within. If he rushed in, he might be torn apart. But he had no choice. At present, he had to buy time for Xiao Huang. Yi Chen grunted coldly and strode directly into it. The array engulfed him instantly. Within the sword array, the wind howled. Whenever someone entered, the sword array instantly displayed its ferocious power. Phew! Phew! The sword chi was boundless. For a moment, endless sword chi swept toward Yi Chen. At that moment, he felt as if he had fallen into a sea of swords. Swords came from all directions, vertical and horizontal, threatening to shred him to pieces. Hall Master, enter the sword array. Yi Ling Tian called out. Is this Joyo Sky killing gun useless? Ji Siqing frowned. Why is Mr. Yi so impulsive? Yi Luo'er was nervous. She didn't want Yi Chen to get hurt. The master had said only Yi Chen was qualified to explore the true secret of his life experience. At this moment, Yi Luo'er felt some regret. If she had the talent for cultivation, would things be different now? In the distance, the four Blood Spirit clan swordsmen observed without disdain. The third sneered, how long do you think this mole ant can endure? 1 minute? Half a minute? Ha ha! Another strong member of the Blood Spirit clan said, he's only in the virtual king realm. I doubt he can last 10 seconds. This is the Blood Spirit bloodthirsty sword array. Even the strong in Kunlun Su wouldn't last, let alone this waste. The immortal old man remained silent, his eyes fixed on Yi Chen. He wanted to know Yi Chen's secret. Within the sword array. Kill! At the moment the Blood Spirit bloodthirsty sword array sought to destroy him, Yi Chen's eyes burst with cold light and he roared. Boom! His entire body erupted with power, sword light flashing as the sword array unfolded. The Joyo Sky killing gun appeared at that moment. Its meaning spread outward. In an instant, with Yi Chen at the center, the aura of the broken Sky 3 Ju gun and the Blood Spirit bloodthirsty sword array intertwined, complementing each other, full of killing intent. Together, these two forces seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. Within the sword array, wind and clouds swept turbulently in all directions. The collision of sword chi erupted in a dull roar. Mountains and rivers trembled, and darkness engulfed the world. Air waves rolled, sand and rocks flew. Every second, countless roars sounded like thunder across the void. What a powerful Blood Spirit bloodthirsty sword array! Filled with confrontation, Yi Chen watched the broken Sky 3 Ju gun reveal its limitations. His pupils contracted, eyes flashing cold light. After all, the three unique guns were still somewhat lacking. It's not enough. What about my silver needle? The broken Sky 3 Ju gun was indeed powerful. If Yi Chen could become stronger, perhaps with it, he could rival the blood spirit bloodthirsty sword array. But for now, it was insufficient. His realm was still too low. To break the blood spirit bloodthirsty sword array, he needed a more powerful method. The power of Lin Qingxuan's silver needle. And the silver needle itself had terrifying fighting power. This time, Yi Chen wanted to play all his cards. He had to break this damn sword array. Correct all sentences error on this message without changing the storyline. Chapter 1018. Outside the sword array. Shuling people look at Yi Chen, the corner of the mouth sneer more and more prosperous. In their eyes, it is impossible for ordinary people to break the sword array. Don't talk about the virtual king realm. Even if Yi Chen is the emperor's realm, he is not qualified. But at the moment, Yi Chen has held on for more than 10 seconds. It's like slapping them in the face. The old man of the blood spirit clan, who had not been able to hold on for 10 seconds before, was a little dark. It seems that this little beast is more difficult than we thought. The blood mist obscures his trace, so that we can't check it. There must be a reason. We must kill him as soon as possible. Fourth, I will maintain the formation with the second. You can kill this boy in the array. You are the power of the emperor to respect the realm. You should be able to kill a virtual king trapped by the sword array. The old three of the blood spirit clan opens away, his eyebrow is some serious. The existence of the youth in the sword array is too fantastic. It even destroyed all the balance in front of me. It has to be killed. Boss, if I go in and kill this boy, will I be overqualified? The fourth of the blood spirit clan looks at the immortal old man who has never spoken. The old man closed his eyes as if he didn't care about everything. I don't know how long after that, he opened his eyes and nodded, let's do it. The existence of this guy makes me very uncomfortable. We have more important things to do, so we won't waste time here. With the elder brother's consent, the fourth elder doesn't talk nonsense, sneers and rushes directly into the sword array. Ji Xiqing and Moaning naturally saw this scene, their eyes were cold. Yi Chen's strength is very strong, which is unexpected, but no matter how to say, it is also the virtual king realm. If one side faces the array, but also faces the emperor to respect the strong, absolutely invincible. Ji Xiqing no longer hesitates. She releases her intention to kill. A thin sword appears in her hand. Just as she plans to rush into the sword array, she finds her hand held by someone. It was Monin who stopped her. Ji Xiqing's eyes congealed and said in a cold voice, "What are you doing? Yi Tian is in danger now. What we can do is to rescue him from danger." Mo Ning shook his head, "It's useless. This sword array comes from ancient times, and it has the meaning of blood spirit. Didn't you find a blood light around the sword array? Except for the blood spirit people, no one wants to enter. If you don't want to turn into a blood mist, try it." Ji Xiqing hesitated for a few seconds. She took a deep look at the sword array and took a few steps. In a moment, she felt that her cheek was hurt by the blood spirit, like a knife cut. "It's hard." She believed in Monin's words. "What shall we do? Waiting to die?" Mo Ning shook his head. "At present, the only thing we can do is to conserve our strength. Once the tomb owner kills the sword array and the powerful emperor who enters the sword array, we will fight against the remaining three. This is our only chance." Ji Xiqing almost vomited blood when he heard this sentence. Let Yi kill the sky to break the array and kill a very strong emperor. How could that be possible? Even if the king's situation is against the sky, it doesn't have the qualification. Crazy. Mo Ning, I think you are going to see the death and not save it. What strength Yi Tian has. You and I can understand it clearly. Do you think he can do that? Ridiculous. Ji Xiqing's face suddenly turned black. She even developed a little hostility towards Monin. In her eyes, Monin is a bully and afraid of the hard. She just wanted to start, but found that Mo Ning had been in front of her. Ji Xiqing, do you really think you know the youth in the sword array? No, you don't understand. He doesn't die so easily. You can't imagine the people standing behind him. Besides, I can tell you exactly that it's impossible to kill him just because of the people in the Imperial realm who want to kill him. If you don't believe it, you can wait 5 minutes. If he dies, I'm willing to burn blood essence and practice and die with all the people present. If he survives, I hope you will be in awe in the future. Ji Siqing hesitated for a few seconds when he heard these words of moaning, but finally he did not choose to rush into the array. I'll trust you once, then. And now, in the sword array. Yi Chen offered a sacrifice to Lin Qingshuan's silver needle, which trembled violently under the stimulation of surrounding aura and array power. Around the silver needle there is a dazzling light, even expanding. In the blink of an eye, it seems to be a mountain, facing the countless sword shadows. Help Joyo kill the sky gun. Yi Chen roared. With the momentum of destroying heaven and earth, the silver needle suppressed the sword array and shrouded everything. Joyo's sky-killing spear is also aware that the silver needle is helping him to get rid of everything. It is also spinning with the silver needle, which seems to form a tornado in the sword array. Tornadoes wreak havoc on everything, and countless swords are devoured on the spot. Bursts of roar, silver needle and Joyo's sky-killing gun carry the power of heaven and earth, overwhelming. Sword array, a mess, as if mercilessly torn. Tens of thousands of swords disappeared. At this moment, Yi Chen has the upper hand in the battle of Blood Spirit Bloodthirsty Sword Array. Not good. Damn it, this guy, what a sacrifice. The Blood Spirit clan's several people stare big eyes, incomparably panic is full of. Fourth, hurry up. Naturally, the fourth elder of Shuling clan dare not waste any more time. He can feel that the strength in the sword array has been weakened. His eyes are full of killing intention, and his whole body is covered with bursts of blood, which turns into a shadow, and instantly appears behind Yi Chen. Little beast, I admit you are beyond the expectation of our Blood Spirit clan, but you are still doomed to die. Yi Chen naturally felt the voice of breaking the sky behind him. He wanted to react, it was too late. Who could have thought that someone else would appear in the sword array at this time? The key is a strong emperor. Yi Chen, who is locked in the center, even feels suffocated. At the moment when the fourth elder of Shuling family wants to touch Yi Chen, a dragon song is heard in Yi Chen's body. A blood dragon from Yi Chen's body drilled out, is blocked in the back of Yi Chen. Bang! The power of destroying the withered and decaying instantly collides with the blood dragon. The blood dragon is shocked to fly out on the spot, and Yi Chen also shakes back more than 10 steps, barely holding his figure. He fiercely turned around, cold eyes staring at the fourth of the Blood Spirit clan in front of him. It seems that the Blood Spirit clan is really rubbish, and even a younger generation of me was plotted against. Hearing the word garbage, the fourth of Shuling clan has a ferocious face. Little beast, you dare to insult our Blood Spirit clan and seek death. He instantly turned into a streamer, and in his hand there was a bloody crescent saber. The machete condenses the cold killing intention, directly towards Yi Chen's neck. Yi Chen's face is serious, and the power of the silver needle can't be used. He can only grasp it with 5 fingers and hold the Joyo sky-killing gun in the palm of his hand. When the long gun is turned, he goes directly to the machete of the fourth elder of Shuling clan. Chapter 1019. You dare to resist? In that case, I will let you understand what insignificance means. The fourth elder of the Shuling clan stepped forward in 2 strides. His momentum was like a rainbow, his entire body bursting with power. A knife chop was aimed directly at Yi Chen. The power of the Emperor Zun realm was fully unleashed. One strike, one knife, colliding directly within the array, exploding instantly. Yi Chen felt an extremely terrifying force surge through him. The force almost broke his arm. Bang! The Joyo sky-killing gun flew out of Yi Chen's hand and was forced into the sword array. Not only that, Yi Chen felt the relentless impact throw his body across the ground. He vomited blood, his face pale to the extreme. He had just endured the array, exhausting nearly all the true chi in his dantian. Now he had to face a peak-state Emperor Zun. How could he fight? He attempted to communicate with the Samsara cemetery for the first time, but Blood 7 Knights was still playing chess, showing no intention to respond. This left Yi Chen nearly furious. If it wouldn't help, how could he fight? The fourth elder of the Blood Spirit clan approached Yi Chen. From a commanding position, he reached out his thin hand. "I don't like hiding. I want to see what face lies beneath your mask." As he spoke, his hand grasped Yi Chen's mask. It was torn away, revealing an incomparably youthful face. Seeing Yi Chen's true face, the fourth elder of the Shuling clan was momentarily stunned. He felt familiarity, but could not place where he had seen it before. "Boy, I wondered what face was under that mask." I still don't know what you're hiding. But it doesn't matter. Don't worry about your face, whether you have a head or not, I'll take it." The fourth elder formed a fist. His body erupted with power. Within his dantian, the sea of qi roared and merged into his fist. Strong winds surged, heaven and earth spirit gathered. This punch carried the full might of the Blood Spirit clan. It seemed capable of destroying everything. His eyes were ferocious, aiming to crush Yi Chen into dust. He had the qualification to do so. Yi Chen's head turned swiftly, narrowly evading the blow of a peak-state emperor, though it could not compare to the power of the Blood Spirit clan. He recalled what he had acquired in Shizuan Cave. But there was no time to use it now. Seeing a fist about to strike, Yi Chen was not yet qualified to wield the power of divine thunder. He could only watch the punch descend. He hoped Blood's 7 knights would intervene, but there was no movement from the Samsara cemetery. The fourth elder of the Blood Spirit clan smiled ferociously, eyes flashing with bloodlust. He seemed to foresee a cloud of blood mist. Humble humans were only meant to become slaves. Cultivators of this world were the garbage of the lowest plane. To resist was to die. The shadow of the fist drew closer. The distance to Yi Chen's brow was only an inch. Suddenly, a change. Yi Chen's brow flickered with a dark, cold light. The light resembled an eye from hell. Seeing this, the fourth elder of the Shuling clan whispered, "What is this? A third eye? No." This power was chilling, as if capable of devouring everything. He even felt that the hellish eye generated countless evil qi, obstructing his power. It was like striking cotton. "Little beast, what is that in your brow?" The fourth elder screamed in horror. He tried to withdraw his fist but found he could not. Not only that, he noticed Yi Chen's eyes had turned red. This red glow carried a trace of coldness, it felt as if it could see through his soul. "You shall not touch him. No one has the right to take his life, even your Blood Spirit clan. You will pay for this offense, it is unforgivable. You will be sent to hell, without reincarnation." An old voice suddenly sounded, and the fourth elder of the Shuling clan was completely terrified. He had never seen such a strange phenomenon. The power in Yi Chen's brow could speak. Even worse, it mercilessly devoured all his strength. Mist surged around Yi Chen, covering everything in the sword array. Visibility vanished. Who are you?" "I am from the Blood Spirit clan." The fourth elder tried to speak, but Yi Chen's eye blinked coldly and bloodthirstily. Then his arms stiffened, as if frozen. Click! A clear sound rang out. His arms snapped before his eyes. Completely broken. How could this be possible? The fourth elder of the Shuling clan was stunned, forgetting even the pain. "Ha!" The wind roared. For a moment, the earth trembled, the sun and moon dimmed. Roars thundered endlessly. A wave of force surged toward the fourth elder. Where the air waves passed, no grass, sand, or stone remained. The fourth elder was lifted off the ground. The eye from hell hovered in the sword array sky, staring down at him. "Who am I, you ask? Even Linjiang Xian of the Blood Spirit clan must kneel and submit before me." A voice from the 9 days echoed. Hearing this, the fourth elder was petrified. Linjiang Xian, the name was familiar. It was revered by the strongest of the Blood Spirit clan. The one they had sought all their lives. An existence so rebellious that even in front of the eye of hell, one must submit. What in the world, who was this young man? The eye of hell descended and formed a shadow. The shadow, shrouded in evil chi, took the shape of a human figure. Kneel. Those two words shattered the pride of the fourth elder. Plop. He fell to his knees on the spot. The Blood Spirit clan was arrogant, but this figure knew his name and dared speak with such authority. It was clearly a higher-level existence. He did not dare consider how such a being could exist in a mere mole ant. The only thing he could do now was protect himself. This elder, I did not mean to offend you. I only want to deal with that boy. Please forgive me if I have offended you. Forgive you? The evil chi-shrouded shadow sneered. Yes, I am willing to serve you and do everything for you. The fourth elder of the Shuling clan trembled. Suddenly, the shadow laughed, loudly and arrogantly. Garbage is garbage. You know the identity of that young man? Far greater than his future achievements. He is the only one who can control reincarnation. Chapter 1020. Control reincarnation. Hearing this, the expression on the fourth elder of the Shuling clan's face solidified completely. There are countless paths in the world, but the strongest is reincarnation. Yet who would have thought that this kid was the one who controls reincarnation? His eyes fell on Yi-Chen again. He wanted to see through the young man, but he realized he was completely unable to do so. Suddenly, he noticed something. The young man was covered with a layer of light. The light of reincarnation. The power of the world. He was more powerful than anyone else. This time, he truly believed the words of the shadow. This young man must be killed, or he would surely become a threat to the Blood Spirit clan. If he lived, his future achievements would be absolutely terrifying. But the presence of the evil chi-shrouded shadow in front of him made it very difficult to act. The key was that those outside could not see what was happening inside. Otherwise, the rest of the Blood Spirit clan might have been able to fight against this shadow. His mind raced. But there was no solution. Meanwhile, Yi-Chen gradually regained awareness. He felt his consciousness in a delicate state, as if he were in a world surrounded by evil chi. His brow heart had a world of its own. The world was dark and bloodthirsty, like hell. It seemed endless. He could feel that the power of the shadow outside originated from the small world within his brow. Yi-Chen did not believe that his brow heart was just a magic bead. Could this bead really be so powerful? Or could it communicate with Joyo? After all, his blood was reincarnation. Reincarnation and hell were closely connected. Yi-Chen's head throbbed, and he didn't want to think too deeply. For now, he needed to deal with this group of strong blood spirits. These Blood Spirit clan members hid the secrets of his life experiences and the great power of the reincarnation cemetery. The empty shadow seemed to notice Yi-Chen's awakening. It turned to him and said, "You finally come out of that secluded realm." Yi-Chen was stunned. "Joyo? Who are you?" The shadow smiled. "It doesn't matter who I am, but who you are meant to be. I could have erased everything from you, but I left some paths for you to walk on your own. You have this blood, which means you were born for Joyo. The evil spirit in you, the blood dragon in your body, everything about you indicates that you are meant to take Joyo and dominate everything. You cannot die. I will not allow anyone to let you die." Yi-Chen frowned, unable to fully understand the words of the empty shadow. He thought for a moment, then asked, "You are the power of the reincarnation cemetery?" He expected a nod, but the shadow shook its head. "I have never been trapped. My existence is for you, and I will disappear if you die. If you truly wish to follow me, I am part of your blood. Well, I cannot stay in the outside world for long, it would hurt both you and me. Now, I will give you the strength to fight the garbage in the sword array. As for those outside, they do not need me." With a wave of the virtual shadow's large hand, endless evil chi entwined Yi-Chen's entire body. Yi-Chen could feel his breath surging and his strength climbing. The feeling of control was incredible. He could even hear the blood dragon roaring in his body, as if this power allowed the dragon to enjoy itself. After completing this, the shadow looked at the wounded fourth elder of the Blood Spirit clan behind him and snorted. I don't care about you as a mere mole ant. I know your Blood Spirit clan still has some means to protect their lives. If you wish to use them, you may, but you will crush the pride of your clan without me. With that, the shadow waved its hand, drilling into Yi Chen's brow heart. Everything dissipated. As if it had never existed. Although the shadow could crush everything, it knew Yi Chen needed time to grow. If all power was given blindly, Yi Chen might not reach the necessary height. At this moment, the fourth elder of the Blood Spirit clan was confused. He couldn't imagine how the boy had survived like this. Did he know that he still had means and hadn't killed himself? And yet, the humble emperor-level youth was dealing with him? Even if injured, even if the boy with a mask had the power of origin, as long as the other party was not yet fully grown, he would surely die if he continued like this. At this moment, the fourth elder's eyes filled with excitement. He now controlled the fate of the Blood Spirit clan. This boy must die. He swallowed the next pill, and his wound healed instantly. Then, the corners of his mouth curved into a smirk. With 5 fingers, he held 4 similar seeds in his hand. The seeds were thrown gently, landing on the ground. In an instant, they grew into towering trees. The trees broke through the array, their blood pulsating with qi. Yi Chen frowned tightly, looking up at the 4 towering trees. Each was wrapped in chains of blood and spirit, radiating endless pressure. Blood light shone down one by one, as if celebrating the birth of gods. Around him, a spring of blood-like spirit surged. It was cold. Bone-chilling. It doesn't seem to be Kunlun virtual. I suspect it comes from the Blood Spirit clan. No wonder it has such divine power. If it weren't for the virtual shadow empowering me, I'd probably kneel in front of the 4 sacred trees. In that case, let's test the power the shadow gives me. Yi Chen raised his hand slightly. The power of heaven and earth restrained the blood light, stopping the flow of the spirit spring beneath the divine trees. Time seemed to halt. Slowly, with a slight movement of his fingers, a leaf from a divine tree began to float. The sacred tree leaves soared like meteors across the sky. Interesting. The fourth elder of the Blood Spirit clan saw this scene, and his contempt vanished completely. How could it be? The boy could even control the leaves. What in the world was this? Only the Shuling clan had the ability to control them. He no longer cared. He unleashed sword chi to attack. A powerful sword chi soared into the sky, turning the red land below and withering vegetation. A little sword power swept past, withering the divine tree leaves. Then 10,000 swords appeared. Each sword spirit surged like waves rolling into the sky, carrying the power to sweep across heaven and earth. Little beast, die! The fourth elder of the Blood Spirit clan wielded a magic sword. Sword chi continuously shot from its body, merging the 10,000 sword spirits and going on a rampage. Boom! Another sword flew, cutting across the void, tracing the passage of countless years. Little beast, if that great power wasn't here, you would pay your blood debt today. A bronze sword revealed its edge, and a red glow blossomed, gorgeous as smoke. Playing with such things again? Yi Chen sneered, eyes cold as light. He shot 2 swords, slicing through the long night. He raised his hand, channeling the power of divine thunder at his fingertips. The Jiuyo sky-killing gun appeared in his hand. With a single shot, thousands of gun shadows appeared. Each one was real, but the frequency was so fast that the sword array began to collapse. Chapter 1021. Mr. Yi, Master of the Temple. Although Yi Luo'er and Yi Lingtian were not inside the sword array, they were also struck by 10,000 sword chi. With their cultivation, they could not resist such a deadly sword formation. Move aside. Ji Xiqing pinched the Jew with her fingers and confronted the sudden sword chi alone. Yi Shitian was now inside the array, and Imo Ning was also injured. She had to handle the situation by herself. Her face turned pale under the powerful pressure of the sword chi. It was painful. But she still endured it. She had been in Kunlun Su for so many years and had always been regarded as a heavenly beauty. Only the presence of Yi Shitian made her feel threatened. Although she did not know Yi Shitian's true face, she always believed he would not fail. But the power of the sword was too terrifying. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, she noticed something. Most of the pressure of the swords had disappeared. Her eyes focused, and she naturally noticed Mo Ning by her side. Mo Ning looked at Ji Xiqing and smiled. I should guard everything for the two Moner. Ji Xiqing frowned. As a member of the Mo family, how can you call Yi Shitian two Moner? You know him. Have you seen his face when he takes off his mask? Mo Ning was stunned at her question and did not answer. Instead, he focused his momentum to the extreme. When his arm shook, his sword spirit suddenly disappeared. Inside the sword array, Yi Chen, full of evil spirit, stood with the Joyo Sky killing gun. The entire weapon emitted an edge-of-the-world aura, turning into a magical gun with a murderous presence spreading in all directions. Hiss! The Joyo Sky killing gun seemed to devour Yi Chen's violent evil spirit, growing ever more powerful. Breaking the sky with 3 Ju gun displays. Yi Chen wielded the Joyo Sky killing gun, and blood erupted from his body. A blood dragon surged out, merging with the Joyo Sky killing gun. A series of divine mantras shot from the tip of the gun, bright enough to rival the sun and moon, and a single shot turned night into day. The dragon's blood shone like the sun, illuminating the sky, and the blood dragon flew straight toward the sword. Blood dragon. Joyo Sky killing gun. Destroy everything for me. Bang! The dispersed sword chi scattered, and the 4th elder of the Shuling clan retreated. Countless spiritual fogs dispersed, revealing a supreme killing forest. He turned to call out his magic sword, fingers pinching the Ju with deadly precision. Sleepy! An old voice rang out, fluctuating as if it might be interrupted at any moment. An ancient spirit sword appeared, and simultaneously, 4 spiritual lights shot out, hooking 4 towering divine trees. Thousands of sword chi descended from the sky, splitting the ground to form a round open space. Bang! The 4 sacred trees moved to the center, positioning themselves in the southeast, northwest, and other directions. The 4th elder of the Shuling clan blocked Yi Chen. All 4 were covered in blood on the ground. Little beast, it's a glorious death. The 4th elder of the Shuling clan looked at the blood dragon and Yi Chen in the array, blood at the corner of his lips. If it weren't for the empty shadow, how could you hurt me? I'm afraid it will be dangerous if the temple master is trapped, Yi Lingtian said from a distance, slightly worried. I trust Mr. Yi, Yi Luoer said, untroubled. That old guy wants to kill Mr. Yi. I'm afraid it won't be enough, he'll have to return and repair it for another 8,000 years. Inside the ancient sword array, Yi Chen's evil spirit grew stronger and more violent. He surged with endless murderous chi. Gunlight shot to the top of the array like a divine hammer, shaking the sword array violently. The gun was cold and deadly. Even those who cultivated under Su Wang's territory would feel fear to their core, breaking before they even reached the top. Not good. What did the 3rd elder of the Blood Spirit clan see outside? His brows turned cruel. This kid is breaking the formation. Can't the 4th elder deal with him? This kid must die. The blood feud of the 5th and 6th elders must also be avenged. The 2nd elder of the Shuling clan took out a pill and snorted. It seems we all underestimated that mole ant. Once I take this pill, I will enter and solve it with one sword. I'll take it. The 3rd elder of the Shuling clan took a pill. I'll skin and crush the little animal myself to relieve the hatred in my heart. The 2nd elder had not yet responded, but the 3rd elder had already taken his pill. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent. A great power surged, and endless thunderclouds gathered, forming an extreme vortex. A pillar of divine light descended instantly, enveloping the 3 blood spirit elders. Countless Daoyun began to nourish their bodies. The 1st elder swept a glance, eyes narrowing. His hands were still behind his back, but unease grew in his heart. Could that Su Wang Kingdom boy really have the power to destroy the Blood Spirit clan? He did not want to believe it. But now, he had no choice. He looked at the third elder who had entered the upper ancient sword array and murmured, "If the third and fourth elders can't handle this little beast, I will have to suppress him myself." Inside the sword array, the 4 elders of the Blood Spirit clan stepped forward, each step sending ripples through the formation. Their terrible chi exploded like 1,000 stars detonating. He raised his sword, releasing the full force of the Blood Spirit power. The 4 sacred trees also surged violently. He looked at Yi Chen, his killing intent terrifying. "Little beast, today I will destroy your spirit. But if you choose to kneel and kowtow now," he sneered, "instead of burning your soul with the Blood Spirit fire, I will only shake your soul after you are skinned and crushed." Yi Chen ignored the threat. He raised the Joyo Sky killing gun. As he pointed the gun, countless magical energies rolled around it like tidal waves. Thousands of gun shadows surged forward like galloping horses, aiming to destroy the sword array. All targets were the 4 elders of the Blood Spirit clan. "Die!" The 4 elders roared. The magic sword in their hands vibrated, and every inch released thousands of divine spirits. Countless lightning strikes converged, yet a green circular shield blocked the power of the thousands of gun shadows. Boom! "Old man, this is not like before. I can kill you with one shot." Yi Chen's heart brimmed with contempt. Although the enemy was in the Emperor realm, what did it matter? He was now empowered by evil chi. The power of the shadow was terrifying. He knew there was a time limit and that the enemy must be killed as soon as possible. "Go!" Yi Chen thrust the Joyo Sky killing gun with his backhand. The ancient inscriptions on its tip radiated luster. The gun surged like a tsunami, roaring and crashing like thousands of galloping horses, shattering the void and striking the spirit swords of the array. In an instant, the array lit up, like the Milky Way tilting through the 9 heavens, and brilliance radiated through 10,000 channels. From a distance, the luster obscured the scene, making it hard to see clearly. Yet the surging Taoist chi shocked everyone through the ancient sword array. Mo Ning watched the scene before her, her expression slightly strange. She could feel the overwhelming power of the sword array. Did the tomb owner wake the guy inside the blood? Chapter 1022. Mo Ning was surprised for a reason. She knew the secret of Yi Chen's blood more clearly than anyone else. The existence of the Samsara cemetery, opposing heaven itself, would not choose just anyone. Yi Chen could be said to be the most suitable existence among billions of stars and planes. The earth was small. Even in the realms of cultivation and martial arts, it was far weaker than other places. But Yi Chen's birth was an opportunity to change everything here. She had thought it would take a long time for him to get in touch with the powers within his blood. According to Yi Chen's development, however, the speed was accelerating. Her eyes brightened as she murmured, "It seems the tomb owner is about to go somewhere soon. I'm afraid these strong blood spirits will fall today. And I have a premonition that the tomb owner will definitely grow crazily in this blood spirit secret place. Maybe it won't be long before I see his true strength." Ji Xiqing naturally heard Mo Ning's words. He turned his head in surprise and asked curiously, "What are you talking about? Who is the owner of the tomb?" Mo Ning was stunned and immediately shook her head. "Nothing. We can't observe from outside. The sword array's power is too strong. Let's just watch." "Good." Ji Xiqing, a member of the sword array, waved her hands and flew out, turning into a blue luster-round shield. She covered Yi Luo'er and Yi Lingtian, protecting them from harm. Yi Luo'er cleverly bowed her head and looked at the sword array. In a cold voice, she said, "These old blood spirit people are truly despicable. The master is right, none of the blood spirit clan are good people. When I'm strong enough one day, I'll kill all of them." Mo Ning looked at Yi Luo'er and smiled helplessly. If the girl knew that her blood came from the blood spirit clan, she probably wouldn't have said such words. It was uncertain whether it was a good or bad thing for this girl to stay with the tomb owner. Yi Luo'er noticed Mo Ning's gaze and glanced at her. Instead of dwelling on it, she clenched her fists and said excitedly, "Mr. Yi must be able to break the sword array." She had absolute confidence in Yi Chen. And that was exactly what happened. Since knowing Yi Chen, he had never been defeated. He pushed forward relentlessly. No matter the elder, martial sister, or other strong men, all were defeated by him in the end. Today, the remaining elders of the Blood Spirit clan in the Emperor's reverence were no exception. Ji Xiqing looked at him with bright eyes, staring at the sword array. Her eyes shimmered like water, black hair swaying lightly. Her spirit revealed her essence, her focus sharp. She did not even notice the white jade petals floating nearby. The petals drifted gracefully, highlighting her nimbleness. She gazed at Yi Chen, thinking in her heart, after this battle, he should be able to break through the realm. And me? As a heavenly beauty, am I necessarily weaker than Yi Xiaotian? No. I have to be strong. At all costs. Ji Xiqing already knew that in 1.5 years, no matter what, she would shoulder the future of Kunlun Su. She stared at the sword array. Although determined, she felt the fluctuations within, and the horror in her heart intensified. Yi Shitian's swordsmanship and gun skills had reached such a level that they transcended the realms of Daoyuan and Nirvana Emperor. He was probably the only one in the world capable of such feats. Virtual Kingdom Nirvana. Emperor Zun. He was the only one. Sword array. Little beast, dare to resist. You must die today. The fourth elder of the Shuling clan was furious. His qi, blood, and strength surged to disperse sword qi across the sky. He grasped his sword tightly, concentrating his essence. An endless flow of vitality poured out of his body, converging into the sword. The blade shone like the sun, brimming with deadly power. While executing his killing technique, he glared at Yi Chen, "One strike, and you die. Let me use this move, and even if you die, it will be a glorious death." Sword of Vitality. The fourth elder of the Blood Spirit clan roared. His qi and blood surged. The spirit sword on his chest split into 100 blades. Then he moved his mind, taking out an array flag and throwing it forward. 72 array flags and 36 array eyes erupted. Simultaneously, Shen Tian power surged. His divine sword was blessed with immense force. In an instant, heaven and earth revolved, forming a unique world inside the ancient sword array. The power of the world transformed into sword power, equating to a sword of an entire world, challenging Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked around and said, "It's not enough." He glanced at the endless sword spirits before him and smiled. His true power bloomed. His arms shook, and the evil spirit surged out, ravaging the stars and destroying most of the array. Half of the sword array had already been annihilated. It was clear how terrifying the power of the virtual shadow was. Kill! Yi Chen despised them. He held the Joyo Sky killing gun in his right hand. Endless force erupted, as if the entire world submitted to him. Strange images appeared, the blood moon in the sky, the golden sun rising. He was filled with evil qi, destroying everything. He directly beheaded the fourth elder of the Shuling clan. Bang! Countless sword vitalities collapsed along the way. The sword power of the entire array could not stop Yi Chen. Whoa! In an instant, all was destroyed. Yi Chen's Joyo Sky killing gun pierced the head of the fourth elder of the Shuling clan with violent evil spirit. When the spear shook and combined with the blood dragon's impact, the sound of bones shattering rang clear and loud. Boom! Simultaneously, the remaining flag arrays collapsed. The sword array set up by the Blood Spirit clan crumbled on the spot. You! The fourth elder of the Shuling clan's expression was ferocious, his eyes dumbfounded. How could this be? How could it be? No way! I am Emperor Xuanjing. How could this happen? The fourth elder of the Shuling clan's eyes were full of disbelief. He had reached the peak of the Emperor realm, even mastering Gongshan Zhaohua. How could he die at the hands of this little beast? And be humiliated? This was a huge joke. Boom! The Joyo sky-killing gun surged, smashing his internal organs. At that moment, he felt pain he never expected, killed by a descendant of Su Wangjing. Ah! Soon, he went into a frenzy, trying to fight back. Whoa! Yi Chen's long spear cut through his body. The 3-Ju gun technique erupted with magic gas, thunder and lightning, and the blood dragon. Various forces broke free from his body, completely severing his vitality. He swung the Joyo sky-killing gun again. The immense force shattered the 4th elder of the Shuling clan's flesh, and countless blood rains fell. A generation of emperors respected the strong. The 4th of the Shuling clan fell here. Boom! Inside the sword array, innumerable spears and thunder snakes twinkled. Thunderlight surged in all directions, forming a sea of lightning with turbulent waves. Yi Chen at this moment looked like a god descending to earth. Above the sword array, there were no initial waves. Step by step, cracks began to appear. The light waves spread like a disc-shaped spider web. Though small in diameter, the inside was red, green, and blue. Chaos seemed to be awakening. Chapter 1023. Boom! A flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Drizzling rain fell on the faces of the onlookers, who had just recovered their senses. Good, good! Yi Luo'er was elated and exclaimed, "Mr. Yi is so powerful." She clenched her fists and shouted, "What is Emperor Xuanjing? Mr. Yi can still slaughter him. Mr. Yi is only at the virtual kingdom level. No one will be Mr. Ye's opponent until he reaches the realm of Emperor and Reverence." In such a scene, Ji Xiqing clenched her fists. Yi Shitian's power stirred her heart, pushing her desire to fight to the extreme. The original virtual kingdom level could be so powerful. She stared at the mask on Yi Chen's face, sensing a faint familiarity. This feeling reminded her of the original talent ratio, of Yi Chen's power capable of shaking everything. Yi Shitian. Yi Chen. Why do I always feel like you two are similar? She already had an uncertain answer in her mind. And that answer required taking off the mask on Yi Shitian's face. Old 4. Old 4. The 3rd and 2nd members of the Shuling clan changed their expressions. They stared at the massive pupil, looked up at the ancient sword array, their faces full of disbelief. The 4th elder is at the level of Emperor's Reverence. Even one level higher, he shouldn't be killed by a boy in the virtual kingdom's territory. The 3rd elder of the Shuling clan couldn't believe it. One was in the Emperor Zun realm, the other in the Shuang realm. This was like the difference between a Banxian and ordinary people. How could it be crossed? Even if there were talents who had crossed many realms thousands of years ago, they could only match the 5th or 6th level of the Daoyuan realm at most. However, Yi Chen had actually crossed the Daoyuan realm, surpassing nearly 10 small realms, and killed Lao Si. Add to that the feud between Old 5 and Old 6. Today, Yi Chen must be eliminated. The head of the Blood Spirit clan had majestic eyes and a mottled cheek. Staring at Yi Chen in the array, he said slowly, "This boy was born extraordinary and cannot be treated as a normal human. He can kill the 4th elder, and his strength is comparable to Emperor Xuanjing. It's not right to cross more than a dozen levels. I can feel that the boy's strength has suddenly increased, and his evil spirit is so strong. Is he possessed by the powerful demon clan? The demon clan's methods are extremely strange, so it's not impossible." He quickly looked at the 2nd and 3rd members of the Blood Spirit clan who had already entered the array and said, "3rd, you are at the 3rd level of Emperor Zun realm. You may not be able to go alone. 2nd, you are at the 5th level of Emperor Xuanjing. Take the 3rd with you. You two must kill the little beast in the shortest time. This kid is a total anomaly. There is demon power in his body. As for the others, we'll deal with them after killing the little beast. Understood?" "Yes." The 2nd elder of the Shuling clan took out an ancient sandalwood box and removed a magic pill from it. Although called Shendan, it was not a true divine pill. However, its medicinal properties were enough to restore an old emperor to the fighting power of his youth for one day. Yet, as the day passed, the user would grow older and heavier. And no matter how weak or burdensome, today they must kill this little beast. If Yichen did not die today, the next day, he might not necessarily survive to see his own death. Whoa! Whoa! The second elder of Shuling took Shindan. In an instant, a fearful silence spread in all directions, and the divine power of the Tao surged. Countless thunderclouds and dark clouds converged. In an instant, lightning and thunder boomed, and destructive energy burst forth in full force. Hundreds of thousands of meters of thunderclouds and dark clouds formed extreme vortices. A pillar of divine light fell instantly, including the second and third elders of the Blood Spirit clan. Countless Daoyun began to nourish their bodies and restore their fighting power. In any realm, combat power declines with age. At this moment, they were baptized by Daoyun, returning to their peak and mastering the true power of the Blood Spirit clan. Little beast, you die. Little brute, you killed 3 strong members of the Blood Spirit clan. After killing you, I will use your skull as a bone bowl. In a flash, the second and third elders of the Blood Spirit clan condensed an array. It covered everything. They looked at Yichen, full of evil spirit, and dared not take him lightly. So many strong people had already been killed. They had to use their ultimate killing skills. In a flash, a vast expanse of sword energy shattered the endless land. A blue sea of swords surged, enveloping heaven and earth with unspeakable killing intent. A king sat high in the blue sword sea, like a great god. Fire sword breaks the sky. Blue sea sword. The 2 moves were suddenly unleashed. Within the huge sword array, the 2 forces blocked space and converged in all directions. A strong stream of blood surged down, intertwining with a mixed light sword dragon, with the potential to destroy heaven and earth. Boom! With such power, the array could not release the spirit sword. The 4 towering divine trees struggled to release their strength and maintain the array itself. If one doesn't work, I'll kill them all. Yichen held the Joyo Sky killing gun, mobilized his internal strength, and the blood dragon surged forward. He could feel the power of the shadow diminishing. A quick decision had to be made. The shadow had given him too much power. Once it was lost, he would die. Right now, every blow had to be delivered with maximum force, even if it harmed his body. He could not hesitate. The Joyo Sky killing gun danced. Evil spirits surged like waves, endless forces erupted, and it seemed that heaven and earth were shaking. The blood moon rose in the sky, the blue sea reached to the heavens, and the sea of blood transformed into the sickle of the god of death, falling together. The second and third elders of the Shuling clan's forces clashed with the Joyo Sky killing gun, but their powers gradually fell into disadvantage. Pa-cha crack. Boom! After a burst of thunderous sound, countless golden lights flickered. Poof! In the air, the 3 of them spat blood simultaneously, turning into 3 streams, each falling to a side. The mask on Yichen's face showed a sign of fragmentation. There was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. Just hold on. The second elder of the Shuling clan also struggled. Under a blow, blood covered his mouth, and his chest was pierced by the Joyo Sky killing gun. The third elder was even more miserable. His left arm was penetrated by the gun's energy. They had lost more than half their combat power and barely managed to compete with Yichen in his current state. The Blood Spirit clan is truly shameless. Yichen had already consumed a lot when he killed the 4th elder of the Shuling clan just now. At this moment, he could only fight seriously with them to inflict injury, and they would die in the end. Outside, the Blood Spirit clan leader was exhausted. Xiao Huang. Are you ready? Yichen murmured, letting Xiao Huang prepare in the mysterious space. He almost had no time left. If Xiao Huang didn't come out, it would be dangerous. Just then, a void opened, and a giant beast stepped out. It looked like the evolved yellow beast. Chapter 1024. Around them, dust rolled as if a 10,000-foot storm had been unleashed. The dust obscured everyone's view. The crowd could only make out a faint shadow. A huge shadow. Their hearts held their breath to the extreme. Xiao Huang's blood and strength came from a great power in the Samsara cemetery. From the beginning, he was destined to be extraordinary. Lin Qingxian had told Yi Chen that Xiao Huang had to undergo many evolutions. Each evolution would be extremely terrifying. And this evolution was absolutely defiant of the heavens. The second and third elders of the Shuling clan naturally noticed the strange aura in the smoke and dust, their brows furrowing. What the hell is this? Why do I feel something's wrong? It's like the roar of a monster. Did the little beast summon a monster? Even the nearby Blood Spirit clan elders sensed something was wrong. The smell of smoke and dust produced an inexplicable unease. Even a threat. Only Imo Ning knew what the shadow in the smoke was. Xiao Huang. But Xiao Huang's body did not seem so huge normally. Her spiritual perception tried to penetrate the dust to see clearly, but found it impossible. However, she could vaguely sense that Xiao Huang in the smoke was extremely unstable, his body shifting from small to enormous. Yi Chen naturally noticed the connection with Xiao Huang. He could feel that Xiao Huang seemed to be struggling. Just as Yi Chen wanted to rush to help, Xiao Huang's blood-red pupils suddenly fixed on him. A low voice rang out, "Don't come here. Give me 3 seconds." Yi Chen focused, sensing something different in those blood-red pupils. Even, strange. From the smoke and dust came the sounds of monsters. Ferocious. Roaring. The entire central area shook violently. The second and third elders of the Shuling clan felt increasingly uneasy. They looked at each other with resolute expressions. No matter what's in there, kill it immediately. There can be no delay. Understood. The next second, the two shadows burst into the smoke. But before they stepped in, an earth-shaking roar suddenly erupted. Bang! The two bodies were instantly thrown back. The force of the impact nearly paralyzed them. Fortunately, they were at the Emperor's reverence level and barely stabilized themselves as they landed. At the same time, the strong winds, smoke, and dust instantly dissipated. A dark shadow gleamed. When they saw the shadow in front of them, they were completely subdued. It was a huge beast, 3 meters high. Its feet were marked with blood. Its entire body was blood yellow and red, hair standing erect like spirit swords. Its strength could pierce gold and gravel. The blood on the top of its head marked it as a demon road being. The entire body was covered in blood, exuding extreme terror. Its cold claws touched the ground, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Its head resembled an ancient lion. Especially its eyes, one blue, one red. The red pupil bore the impression of hell. A single glance instilled fear. The distant Blood Spirit clan elders shrank back. They could clearly feel that the threat of the giant beast was growing stronger and stronger. The key was that this giant beast's aura did not belong to Kunlun Su at all. It was not a native species. Even higher than the Blood Spirit clan. How could this be? Ji Xiqing and Imo Ning also noticed the giant beast. Imo Ning furrowed her brows, gazed at Yi Chen, wanting to speak, but no words came out. Ji Xiqing's surprise grew. She never expected Yi Shitian to possess such a giant beast. The key was that the beast was real. How had Yi Shitian brought such an existence here? At this moment, she could only think that Yi Shitian was truly mysterious. To everyone's eyes, the beast did not move, but its gaze fell directly on Yi Chen. Staring at him. Its eyes were filled with awe and excitement. Xiao Huang. Yi Chen saw Xiao Huang after evolution and was overwhelmed with shock. Who would have thought that a creature once the size of a cat could transform into this? He could even feel Xiao Huang's aura, which was no weaker than Emperor Xuanjing's. Now Xiao Huang's realm was high enough to cooperate with Yi Chen to confront the two Blood Spirit clan elders. Xiao Huang heard Yi Chen's call and nodded slightly. I feel stable now, but this level of evolution is not yet steady. We must act quickly. If anyone dares to bully you without foresight, I will make them understand the blood of ancient gods and beasts today. As the words fell, flames shot from Xiao Huang's mouth. The fire seemed to sweep across the 9 heavens. At the same time, a thunder sword shot from his mouth. Under the sword's flow, the flames formed a long river of fire, burning the sword array and the surrounding earth. Beast! The second elder of the Blood Spirit clan muttered and swung his long sword. After resisting for a while, he was forced back. From a distance, he looked back and saw that the sword array arranged by him and the third elder had been burned to nothing. Kill! The third elder of the Shuling clan punched toward Xiao Huang. He was struck back by the electric light and sparks, suffering scratches. A wound appeared immediately, forcing him to expend effort to suppress it. Xiao Huang, leave the rest to me. Let's kill these two old men together. Yi Chen naturally could not wait. The strength of the virtual shadow had not completely disappeared. He waved his arms, unleashing the man's sky god thunder and gun gang, brimming with incomparable killing intent. The blood dragon in his body roared again, charging forward like an ancient beast. This attack was taught by Lin Qingxian. Combined with the blood dragon, it was devastating, but had yet to be fully unleashed. War! I refuse to believe that after so many years of cultivation, I can't defeat a boy. The third elder of the Shuling clan roared angrily. He raised his sword and stepped forward, chopping through the air. The sword body was covered with traces of Daoist artistry, forming a chain as it fell. He aimed first to trap Xiao Huang, then attack Yi Chen. Click! Yi Chen held the Joyo sky-killing gun and cut through the chain of Daoyun, launching it into the sky with a sharp blow. The spear energy surged upward, splitting into thousands of lightning and thunder. Bam! 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 Lightning struck one after another, forcing the third elder of the Blood Spirit clan to dodge. At the same time, due to the Daoyun chain control error, Xiao Huang broke free, jumped out, and opened her mouth. Her blue eyes released extreme power. The third elder of the Shuling clan sensed danger. He pinched a hand seal and instantly formed a green sword formula, blocking the thunder and lightning from Xiao Huang's dark blue eyes. He even suppressed Xiao Huang's power. He sneered at Xiao Huang, a beast really thinks it can control everything? The blood of my Blood Spirit clan crushes all monsters. What are you doing? Today, I will return you to Samsara. Is it? A voice rang out. Chapter 1025. The third elder of the Blood Spirit clan was stunned. He never thought the monster could speak. The very words sent fear coursing through his heart. Suddenly, he noticed something. He saw that the blue pupil of the giant beast in front of him had closed. Only one eye remained open. And that eye glowed a cold, menacing red. The red pupil rotated swiftly, forming a powerful rune. What is this thing? Before he could react, the red rune from Xiao Huang's eye shot out. It transformed into a massive net, directly ensnaring the third elder of the Shuling clan. The red net began to contract. He tried to break free, to tear the net apart, but realized he had no chance whatsoever. This power actually suppressed even the strength of the Blood Spirit clan. How could this be? Before he could finish, the net shredded the third elder's arm to white bones and then bit it off. Click! Click! The sound of breaking bones rang out continuously. Ah! The cries of the third elder of the Shuling clan echoed relentlessly. The second elder of the Shuling clan was blocked by Yi Chen's Joyo sky-killing gun. The blue sword he conjured could not advance even half a step. How dare you! Little beast, I will not let you go even if I die. The third elder, now half dismembered and covered in blood, wielded his magic sword. He forced a drop of blood essence onto his forehead. Sword light rained down like a curtain, gradually condensing into a massive flame beast, shining brilliantly, like 1,000 moons bursting. The endless power of blood erupted completely. This was his method to burn blood essence and cultivate. He had no other choice. Who could have imagined such a tragic scene? One man and one beast had broken the peace of the Blood Spirit's secret place and killed so many. The eldest of the Blood Spirit clan clenched his fist. This boy is far too strong to be left alive. Even if I am weak, I will be the one to kill him. Otherwise, he will rise to the level of Emperor's reverence. With that giant beast, I will no longer be able to suppress him. Tao Yuanjing. Emperor Xuanjing. If Yichen reaches the Daoyuan level, he will be unstoppable. If he rises to Emperor Xun, he might even be able to slay the strongest late-stage Emperor Xun-level warriors. Whoa! The Shuling clan leader no longer hesitated. He took out a pill, intending to consume it. His eyebrows twinkled with old lines of age. But this scene was noticed by Imo Ning. Although her eyes were on Yichen, her spiritual awareness always kept track of the Blood Spirit clan leader. This talent was the greatest threat to the Blood Spirit secret place. Seeing the Shuling clan leader about to consume the pill and strike toward Yichen, she could no longer ignore him. She leapt to intercept the leader. 2 against 2 is fair. If you intervene again, will you lose face? Or are you too proud to feel shame? There was no fear in Imo Ning's voice. Seeing the woman in red before him, the Shuling clan leader sneered. A mere child at the beginning of Emperor's reverence. Do you think you can stop me? Foolish girl. The Shuling clan leader did not truly regard Imo Ning as a threat. Although her cultivation surpassed Yichen's, her threat was far smaller than his. His priority was to eliminate Yichen first. No hesitation. Imo Ning moved forcefully, determined to prevent the Blood Spirit clan leader from taking the pill. She knew that the members of the Blood Spirit clan were actually suppressed by the secret place. This pill would relieve that suppression. However, the leader's cultivation was far too advanced. Even though Imo Ning blocked him, the Blood Spirit clan leader easily pushed her aside and took the pill. In an instant, tremendous power erupted. Boom! Boom! Heaven and earth trembled. The aura of an imperial-level power spread. The forces of heaven and earth intertwined like lightning, enveloping the leader of the Blood Spirit clan. His white hair whipped wildly, his eyes were empty, and his aura filled his body like a hellish devil. It was as if thousands of suns hung before him, their brilliance channeling the full power of the Blood Spirit secret place. After taking the pill, the second, third, and fourth elders of the Shuling clan absorbed the heavenly and earthly power. By actively drawing from the secret realm, they became unstoppable, as if able to break through all obstacles. Such a scene left Imo Ning flustered. It's time, she thought. It was impossible for her to stop this alone. Yichen and Xiao Huang couldn't do it either. Only the power of the Samsara Cemetery could help. Grave Master, be careful. At that moment, Yichen in the battle circle realized the surrounding atmosphere had completely changed. The power of the entire secret place seemed restrained. Little beast. You're dead. Ha ha ha. The third elder of the Blood Spirit clan cried out in excitement, believing himself saved. Click. At the next moment, Yichen shot a spear at the third elder. No one can save you. Yichen knew very clearly that if he and Xiao Huang faced both of these elders along with the Blood Spirit clan leader, the consequences would be unimaginable. He had to deal with one person immediately. But even a single strike could not land. The tremendous pressure of Emperor Xuanjing swept toward Yichen like a tsunami. This power was terrifying, as if it controlled everything. Ji Xiqing, Yi Luo'er, and Yi Lingtian were almost out of breath. Yichen's Joyo sky-killing gun seemed frozen in place, unable to advance. My man, you want to kill? Tiny ants, do you really think that is the power of the Blood Spirit clan? The pressure grew ever more overwhelming. A figure hovered, positioned before the injured third elder of the Blood Spirit clan. It was the leader of the clan. With hands behind him, his surging true spirit stirred the sleeves of his robe. In a cold voice he said, "Now, do you dare repeat what you said earlier?" Yichen said nothing, his eyes cold as ice. He was thinking carefully about how to respond. The eldest of the Shuling clan looked at Yichen with contempt. Yichen's demeanor was exactly as expected. He stepped forward and said, "Since entering the secret place, I have rarely met an equal. I've killed countless talented people, trampled numerous sects, and since reaching the Emperor's throne, I've struck fear into the Blood Spirit secret place. Those who defy my imperial power will be eliminated. Your cultivation is unusual, but if you do not reach Emperor Zun, you will never understand the terror of an Emperor Zun. The reason you are arrogant is that you are like a frog at the bottom of a well. You are not qualified to stand before me. With each step forward, the force of his body radiated overwhelmingly. By the time he finished speaking, it felt as if the entire world poured toward them. Yi Chen remained unmoved, though several others had blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. The eldest of the Blood Spirit clan frowned. He thought he could make the little beast kneel, but Yi Chen did not respond. He simply stared at him with cold eyes. It was strange. Suddenly, Yi Chen, who had not spoken, opened his mouth. A cold arc formed at the corner of his mouth. You wanted to hear what I just said? I'll repeat it, no one can save him. Including you. Chapter 10:26. Yi Chen's words fell, and a ray of light appeared around his body. The reason for his confidence was the voice emanating from the Samsara cemetery. The voice of Blood's 7 Knights. This was Yi Chen's greatest trump card. Hearing Yi Chen's arrogant words, the third elder of the Shuling clan, injured and at a distance, shook his head helplessly and laughed even more bitterly. Mole ant! You really think you can hurt me with some tricks, and that your monster can kill everything? You don't know the power hidden in my eldest brother. Do you even know what Kunlun Su or the earth represents in our eyes? You are nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. The martial arts you cultivate are nothing but trash in my eyes. Your blood and talent are worth no more than amount to the Blood Spirit clan. In a year and a half, all of you will die. All will become slaves. The third elder of the Blood Spirit clan spoke with extreme ferocity, ignoring the constant flow of blood from his wounds. Yi Chen had injured him to such an extent using Su Wangjing, it was an insult he could not tolerate. Suddenly, the thought of killing or sparing him crossed his mind. Don't think you can decide my fate. After a few moments of consideration, the leader of the Blood Spirit clan nodded. Good. With me here, no one can kill you. Right now, in the Blood Spirit's secret place, there are only you, me, and the second elder. We cannot afford to lose anyone. We must hand over the knowledge we have mastered over the years to the great powers of the Blood Spirit clan personally. For now, let us eliminate someone who doesn't even know how to live or die. The eldest of the Blood Spirit clan had fought countless battles in his life. He understood that a lion should do its best against a rabbit. At this moment, the spiritual power in his body surged wildly. The true chi of heaven and earth in the Blood Spirit's secret place seemed to converge toward him. He raised his right hand, and a huge sword, filled with runes and seeming capable of destroying heaven and earth, condensed in his palm. Xiantian exterminates God / The leader of the Blood Spirit clan roared violently. At the peak of his momentum, the sword formed from his true chi sliced toward Yi Chen. This Xiantian killing god technique had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The immense energy contained within was enough to devastate the entire central area. The Blood Spirit clan leader displayed the full power of Emperor's reverence in that single strike, chilling to the core. Ant! You should consider yourself lucky that I am using this move to kill you. You are not qualified to slay the Blood Spirit clan. The roar resounded like thunder. Mo Ning's face changed drastically at the overwhelming power of the Xiantian killing god technique. Such prestige, this was not something even the Tomb Master could contend with. Damn it! She wanted to help but found her body bound by the overwhelming pressure. The feeling was unbearable. Yi Luo'er and Yi Lingtian could only cough up mouthfuls of blood in shock. Ji Xiqing turned her head, unwilling to witness Yi Shitian die beneath the sword. For a moment, she felt powerless. Although she had only known Yi Shitian for a few days, she did not want him to suffer an accident. She didn't want to see him die. It was as if a familiar old friend was about to leave forever. Yi Lingtian and Yi Luo'er were also swaying, unsure whether Yi Chen could withstand such a peerless attack. Yi Lingtian thought, I didn't expect the strongest of the Blood Spirit clan to be so terrifying. I've seen my grandfather use all his strength to weaken them at peak cultivation. Even the temple master would be in trouble now. The head of the Blood Spirit clan looked indifferent. Yi Chen stood his ground without hiding. Even a strong emperor could not feel safe. In the elder's eyes, this arrogant young man was already doomed. But at this moment, Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes, which burst with a brilliant light. He delivered a simple punch to the huge sword descending upon him. Softly, he said, "7 Knights, broken sword fist." In this life and death moment, the power of Blood 7 Knights flowed into his mind like an endless stream of information. As fist and sword collided, time seemed to freeze. The sword, capable of reshaping the world, was blocked by the fist. Before anyone could react, the massive sword shattered and vanished. The eldest of the Blood Spirit clan was completely stunned. His face darkened like hellfire. He stared at the boy before him in disbelief, pale, breathless, and trembling uncontrollably. The attack he had just unleashed had consumed a vast amount of his strength. He would never withstand the next move. The Blood Spirit clan leader was about to strike when he suddenly realized that the Molant boy had disappeared. Then, a cry full of panic and despair rang out. "Brother! Help me!" The voice came from the third elder of the Shuling clan. At that moment, the third elder was frozen, his eyes wide, his smile frozen in place. He thought the boy, who should have died, had suddenly appeared before him. His cold eyes were like the devil from hell. Terror. Gloom. Cold. Bloodthirsty. "I said, no one can save you. I will kill anyone heaven sends to stop me. Even if the way of heaven tries to hinder me, I will break it. Die for me." 7 Knights, breaking soul and killing fist. Endless power surged around Yi Chen's fist, seeming capable of tearing the very air apart. The fist landed steadily on the chest of the third elder of the Shuling clan. The third elder slowly lowered his head and saw a fist-sized blood hole in his chest. He lowered the hand he had raised, eyes blank, and fell to the ground with a thump. A generation of emperors reverence-level strong had fallen. No one would have imagined he would be slain by a Kunlun Molant in the presence of the Shuling clan leader. Even in his final moments, his eyes were filled with horror and fear. The fear of the unknown. "Who are you?" Before he could finish speaking, his body exploded, turning into a mist of blood on the spot. The blood mist spread across the sky. No one had anticipated the events unfolding this way. Yi Lingtian and Yi Luo'er did not expect it. Ji Xiqing could not have imagined it, and even Imo Ning did not foresee it. Suddenly, she realized something. The fist the Tomb Master had just unleashed did not belong to Kunlun Su. It came from Blood 7 Knights. How terrifying was Blood 7 Knights? Imo Ning could not fully comprehend it. She only knew that if Blood 7 Knights were to fight Lin Qingxian, the doctor, he would undoubtedly win. They were not even on the same level. Had the Tomb Master fully awakened Blood 7 Knights? She gasped for breath, clenched her fists, and stared at the young man emerging from the blood mist. Indomitable youth. The awakening of Blood 7 Knights marked the true beginning of the Samsara Cemetery. Chapter 1027. This also meant that the Tomb Master was about to uncover the secrets behind the Samsara Cemetery. Even touch the strongholds, the lands of many powerful beings. Her body carried the power of the reincarnation cemetery, cold and merciless. Hell. The Blood Spirit clan was nothing but a drop in the ocean. Not to mention Kunlun Su and the earth. Just as Imo Ning was caught up in awe, a roar resounded across heaven and earth. "Little beast! I will protect those you dare to touch. In that case, all of you will die." An old figure radiated a powerful blood light. It was the leader of the Blood Spirit clan. Imo Ning's expression changed slightly. Although injured, she still wanted to block the Tomb Master. But she could not get close. Her body was shaken back violently. She was injured. How could she withstand the wrath of a late Emperor Zun level strong? The key point, Yi Chen had killed his men right in front of this arrogant and powerful man. That was undoubtedly a slap to his face. As the strongest person in this secret place, the eldest of the Blood Spirit clan carried the mission and honor of the family. How could he allow himself to be humiliated? Yi Chen returned his focus. He looked at the Blood Spirit clan leader, then at Mo Ning in the distance. She was only seriously injured, not in mortal danger. He let out a long breath. No matter the risks now, he had to act. Yi Chen glanced at Xiao Huang and the second elder of the Shuling clan. They were almost exhausted. Xiao Huang's evolution had performed very well. At least one strong opponent was held back. And the Blood Spirit clan boss gave Yi Chen no time to react. In a rage, he stepped forward. 100 meters in a single step, he closed in on Yi Chen's body. The intense pressure seemed to suck the air out of the surrounding area. Little beast. I thought your strength was only at the first stage of Emperor's Reverence. Now I see I was wrong. I underestimated you at the start. The boxing skill you just unleashed doesn't belong to Kunlun Su. The Blood Dragon, Divine Qi, Divine Thunder, and even the mysterious power surging in your body, all indicate that you hide a great secret. A tremendous secret. Reveal it, and I may spare you. Yi Chen spat a mouthful of blood but forced himself to stand. He sneered, I care more about the secrets of your Blood Spirit clan. If you're willing to tell me, I will give you my whole body. The eldest of the Shuling clan never thought Yi Chen would remain so arrogant even in the face of death. Arrogant fool. You are not qualified. The Blood Spirit clan leader returned his sword to its scabbard, but his strength continued to accumulate. Every inch of the sword radiated thousands of divine powers, causing giant trees and rocks in the distance to crumble. Brilliant lights flickered across the earth, cutting it open, and the entire Blood Spirit secret place seemed on the verge of collapse. Everything about him contrasted sharply with the late Emperor Zun's stage. Upon entering the late Emperor Zun's stage, one could smash heaven and earth. For the Blood Spirit clan leader, destroying the entire secret place was no challenge. The Blood Spirit clan leader raised his left hand. The radiance between heaven and earth shifted, forming countless auspicious beasts. A true dragon rose to the sky, a white tiger shone with sunlight, Xuanwu emerged, and a phoenix soared and sang. Larks and Yinglong ascended. The scene was holy and awe-inspiring, like the manifestation of a god. Countless glorious beasts gathered over the sea of blood, with innumerable magical swords before them. It was as if the sun and moon hovered in the sky, shining brilliantly. Reaching for them, one could barely see one's own fingers. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and light and rain poured down. Is this the power of a true emperor's realm? The gap between us is immense. Is this the real emperor's realm? Master of the temple. Yi Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as he looked back at Mo Ning in the distance. Mo Ning coughed up a mouthful of blood, rose weakly, and laughed bitterly. If the Blood Spirit clan leader had unleashed such an offensive on her, she would have died instantly. She was not yet Numenon. If she were Numenon, perhaps she could have fought. But now, facing one mind combined with separation, there was no way to resist. Xiao Huang, fighting against the Shuling clan, sensed the danger as well. His eyes narrowed, and he quickly said to Yi Chen, I'll help you. No. Yi Chen refused. He understood clearly that even relying on Xiao Huang's strength would not be enough. It was a gamble. A gamble against Blood's 7 knights. He wanted to witness the true power of the Blood Spirit clan before unleashing the power of Blood's 7 knights. He needed to see how far he was from rescuing the 100 great powers and confronting the hidden forces. You want to fight? Then fight. Yi Chen's eyes swept across the auspicious beasts before him. Extremely serious. Only through battle could he measure the gap. When he reached the throne in the future, he could unleash his full potential. Yi Chen took action, and a voice came from the Samsara cemetery. Boy, I will teach you another move today. It's called the 5 Elements Lingzhu Array. Its strength can barely lift you to the realm of Emperor's Reverence, and it is your only asset in the First World War. But your body will suffer greatly afterward. Hearing this familiar voice, Yi Chen's heart leapt with joy. Blood's 7 knights again. Yes. The Blood Spirit clan leader possessed secret skills. Yi Chen had them too. Holding the Joyo sky-killing gun in his hand, he raised his left palm slightly, and 5 blood essences emerged one by one. Quickly, he pinched them. The 5 blood essences transformed into 5 spirit beads. Blood Dragon, Divine Thunder, Talisman, Magic Chi, Numenon. Each represented a force. He wanted to combine all his strength for a single attempt. Even injured, he would not hesitate. His hands danced, channeling internal strength, leading with the Joyo sky-killing gun spear, radiating the 5 different elemental powers. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The water spirit bead glowed with icy blue light, summoning a legion of water dragons across the sky. The wind spirit bead formed a pale white phoenix, hundreds of feet in size. The fire spirit bead created a vast sea of flames. A phoenix was reborn in the fire and soared for 9 days, radiating world-shaking power. The earth spirit bead was thick and solid, full of virtue, sweeping through heaven and earth. With the power of noble chi and the magic spear, it surged like a tide, continuous, unshakable. The wood spirit bead sprouted thousands of vines, weaving together into a wooden man thousands of feet tall. Blessed by the Joyo sky-killing spear, the wooden man exploded with thousands of blood rays, penetrating the world and lingering. At the same time, it cleared the surrounding trees. Kill! Yichen charged forward, unleashing the powers of all 5 forces. The terrifying might of his blood 7 knights was now fully displayed. In an instant, countless water dragons, wind blades, and fire serpents rose and fell. The mighty earth shield led the killing force of the Joyo sky-killing spear. The blood-infused wooden man surged forward, dominating the battlefield. Chapter 1028. Hum. The eldest of the blood spirit clan snorted coldly. His arms moved violently, and the ancient sword was suddenly drawn. At the same time, his fingers formed a rapid seal, and the power of the entire blood spirit secret place seemed to be at his command. Tens of thousands of thunder and lightning, combined with the sea of blood and the summoned auspicious beasts, collided with the 5 element spirit beads, creating a power strong enough to destroy the secret place. The true dragon, white tiger, Xuanwu, phoenix, Yinglong, and lark bird, all summoned by him, fought against the forces of the 5 spirit beads. The true dragon soared in the sky, its roar echoing for thousands of miles. Its claws struck with immense power, directly clashing against the water dragon. A brilliant aftershock exploded. The white tiger and Xuanwu faced the wind blade and fire serpent. The world around them seemed to shift in color. The true dragon and phoenix clashed with the wooden man of blood. The wooden man unfolded a massive red net, like stars scattered across the sky. It pursued the true dragon and phoenix, and step by step, destroyed the 2 auspicious beasts. The lark and the blood sea faced the Joyo sky-killing gun. Xiao Huang also joined the battle. As her giant claw struck, air waves erupted everywhere, and the lark's body was repeatedly struck, causing ripples across the battlefield. The auspicious beasts and the 5 Lingzhu beads fought together. At the same time, Yichen assumed his unique posture, giving up his own defense. His black hair was disheveled, and his eyes were deep as stars. Even facing the leader of the Blood Spirit clan, he was unflinching. His palm emitted divine thunder in 4 directions, and his fist shadow shook the sky. His movements displayed the force of the Emperor's respect. Covering the 9 heavens. Who dares stop me? A fist shadow descended from the sky, scattering countless lights across the battlefield. Yichen constantly absorbed the power of the 5-element spirit bead array. He felt uncomfortable, but could only resist with sheer will. To give up now would mean death. The Blood 7 Knights Master had said this was his only chance to fight. Between the 2, fists, feet, and swords clashed violently. Air waves erupted in all directions, and the battle soon reached a white-hot intensity, leaving spectators overwhelmed. The eldest of the Shuling clan grew increasingly fearful. He had never imagined that a mole ant in the virtual king realm could be so powerful through secret arts. The most astonishing was the 5-element spirit bead array. It was too mysterious. He had spent too long in Kunlun Void, encountering countless talented disciples and powerful beings. He had never seen energy fluctuations like this. He became more and more curious about Yi Chen's secret. If a king-level realm could be like this, then if an emperor-level realm acquired this secret, wouldn't they easily dominate the Blood Spirit clan? What kind of mole ant is Yi Chen in Kunlun? Without hesitation, the Blood Spirit clan leader produced a small crystal in his hand. The crystal shattered. A strange light enveloped him. This light resembled the reincarnation light of Yi Chen's predecessor. Little beast. Let's see if you can take this sword. With a roar of rage, the Blood Spirit clan leader hurled his sword into the air. Sword chi burst like 1,000 thunderbolts, stretching thousands of feet, stabbing Yi Chen's chest and cutting through the water dragon of the 5-element spirit bead array. Bang! A violent explosion erupted. Many water dragons were destroyed, and the water spirit beads returned to Yi Chen's side to be recollected. The leader of the Blood Spirit clan continued his assault. Gradually, he gained the upper hand, attempting to suppress Yi Chen. His sword chi was magnificent, like the Milky Way descending upon the world. Hundreds of stars twinkled, dazzling and terrifying. Bang! 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 Countless flames were cut by sword chi, bursting into red crystals one after another. The fire spirit bead of the 5-element array also returned to Yi Chen, defeated. The eldest of the Blood Spirit clan monopolized his attention on Yi Chen while simultaneously directing sword chi to aid the virtual giant beast in attacking the 5-element spirit bead array. Just as before, Yi Chen resisted the ancient sword array with one hand and struck down the 4th brother of the Shuling clan with the other. Even in the later stage of Emperor's respect, it was not easily resisted. A hole tore through the Blood Spirit's secret place. Yi Lingtian and Yi Luoer were shocked, staring at Yi Chen in disbelief. No one could have imagined that Yi Chen could withstand a powerful Emperor Zun-level being. It was almost unbelievable. But Imo Ning's expression turned grave. She was not shocked, she was terrified. 2 of the 5-element spirit beads, water and fire, had been neutralized. If something happened to the remaining 3, Yi Chen would be in extreme danger. Whether he could survive was uncertain. Yi Chen could feel the difference in his body. The 2 strongest beads, water and fire, had been neutralized. The Jilyo sky-killing spear shot into the sky, thousands of spear tips emerging. Countless dazzling energies and demonic chi burst forth, forming a vast net, attempting in vain to engulf everything. Boom! White Tiger and the True Dragon struck the Jilyo sky-killing gun. Xiao Huang charged recklessly, her red and blue breaths flaring from her mouth. Her sharp blood fangs cut through the auspicious beasts and bit the arm of the Shuling clan leader. Beast! The eldest of the Shuling clan raised his arm, sending Xiao Huang flying with immense force. Xiao Huang's evolution was still unstable. Even with Emperor Xuanjing-level strength, she had been injured previously. Facing such a strong opponent, she could not easily hold her ground. Yi Chen also noticed that Xiao Huang's red pupil had dimmed somewhat. Mid-air, Xiao Huang turned and stabilized her body. Her eyes were icy cold, and her hands and claws now resembled those of a human. She opened her large mouth and shot out many blood swords. Old bald fool! Even if I evolve to the highest level, you are not qualified to touch me. Even if I die today, I will not let you harm my master. Determination burned in Xiao Huang's eyes. I will do what I can. You think you can stop me? I am now at my peak and want to save that boy. You and that kid will both be sent to hell together. Live forever? Not in this life. Bang! The Shuling clan eldest wiped through the blood swords like a meteor shower, piercing Xiao Huang's body repeatedly. Blood gushed endlessly. Bang! Xiao Huang fell to the ground, cracking it beneath her. She managed to stand, spitting blood. Her body was broken in 7 or 8 places, making it difficult for her to effectively assist Yi Chen. Xiao Huang! Yi Chen's eyes burned with bloodlust. He suddenly moved to shield her. Lightning and fist shadows erupted from his palms, each possessing the power to shatter heaven and earth. From the beginning of their contact until now, the bond between Yi Chen and Xiao Huang had grown unconsciously. It was no longer just about recognizing a master. It was brotherhood. In his eyes, Xiao Huang was his most important friend, not just a monster. Ha ha. A beast is dead and alive, little beast. Now it's your turn. Chapter 1029. You are a mere virtual king, yet you should be proud to have fought with me this far. The final blow, I'll personally send you on your way. The eyes of the elder of the Blood Spirit clan gleamed with eternal Tao essence. His entire body erupted with strength. Behind him, mountains and rivers materialized, the sea of blood merged with the sword light, fusing with the rivers and mountains. Together, they burst forth with incomparable brilliance, sweeping through everything in their path. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed continuously, like a barrage of thunder. Countless wind blades burst through the air, forcing the wind spirit bead to return to Yi Chen's side. At this point, the 4 spirit beads had lost their luster, unable to resist the overwhelming assault. The final core of the formation, the Earth Spirit Bead, summoned the power of ancient Earth, transforming into a primordial yellow shield. Endless Tao patterns flowed across it, forming chains of divine order to guard Yi Chen's body. Boom! A deafening roar rang out as the ancient yellow shield shattered into countless fragments of dust. The power of the earth could no longer withstand the blinding radiance. The Earth Spirit Bead was also forced back to Yi Chen's side. The 5-colored beads had been completely defeated, all of Blood's 7 Knight's strength within Yi Chen vanished. His only source of support was gone. Yi Chen felt as if he were about to collapse at any moment. He was too tired, so tired that he could barely stay conscious. But when he looked at Xiao Huang's trembling, blood-soaked body, he roared. 9 Nether Heaven-killing spear, come forth. He swore to give everything he had left. If anyone dared hurt Xiao Huang, he would kill them, no matter how powerful they were, no matter the cost. Yi Chen gripped the 9 Nether Heaven-killing spear tightly. His blood essence surged, a blood dragon coiled around him, and endless evil chi burst forth. Mobilizing every ounce of his strength, he thrust forward, his arms shaking violently as thousands of spear shadows tore through the sky, shattering the very heavens and earth. The surrounding space fractured into countless pieces, forming a chaotic array around him. Yi Chen stared at the incoming destructive radiance, his heart resolute. It must be stopped. This was no ordinary power. It was a secret art, a devastating one. If he couldn't block it, he would die. Boom! 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 Endless destructive light surged forth, smashing every spear shadow to dust. Waves of violent energy rippled outward. In the distance, Mo Ning, Ji Xiqing, Yi Luo'er, and Yi Lingtian felt the shock of that annihilating power. Their faces turned pale. Pht! Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of blood as all his spear shadows shattered. The difference in strength was simply too vast. Even though the 9 Nether Heaven-killing spear twisted itself to shield Yi Chen, the destructive light still pierced through, leaving him gravely wounded. Yi Chen looked into the distance, his body nearly falling apart. His dim eyes turned toward Xiao Huang's broken form lying on the ground. Beyond that, the endless sea of destruction stretched endlessly. Am I going to fall here today? This kind of destructive power was impossible to resist. Even a cultivator at the early Emperor realm would perish under it, let alone someone of Yi Chen's realm. He could feel death approaching. At that very moment, within the reincarnation cemetery, one of the ancient tombstones suddenly glowed with brilliant light and trembled violently. A surge of incomprehensible chi erupted forth, vast as creation itself. The power was so overwhelming that one could not help but kneel before it. Blood 7 Knight. Master, are you willing to act? Yi Chen's eyes widened with excitement. A new tombstone had awakened, a new powerhouse was about to emerge. Blood 7 Knight, he was stronger than anyone Yi Chen had summoned before. With him, even the Blood Spirit clan leader could be destroyed. Boom! The tombstone burst open, and a gigantic figure stepped forth, exuding terrifying might. Whoosh! A streak of blood-red light shot out from Yi Chen's body. The towering figure glowed with divine aura, and behind him, three celestial visions appeared simultaneously: the sun, the moon, and the blue heavens. Destruction and life coexisted within him, two opposite forces in perfect harmony. With a mere wave of his hand, the three heavenly wheels revolved in unison. Their immense force instantly obliterated the destructive light that had been threatening Yi Chen. "What's going on? Who are you?" The Blood Spirit clan leader's expression twisted in disbelief. His most powerful strike had been destroyed, effortlessly. How could that be possible? He instinctively took a step back, eyes wide in horror. An emperor at the ninth heaven? Who the hell are you? Who am I? The man sneered coldly. I am Blood 7 Knight. I had no intention of interfering, but you touched the wrong person. This young man is our hope, a force even the heavens cannot defy. And you are nothing more than an ant of the Blood Spirit clan. The burly man's expression remained calm as he raised his left hand. A demonic sword condensed in his palm, radiating boundless divine light. The sword glow merged with the three heavenly visions and slashed forward, rolling toward the Blood Spirit clan leader like a tidal wave of annihilation. In the blink of an eye, the sword light swept across the stars, divine brilliance illuminating the 10 directions. With a single strike, Blood 7 Knight's sword shattered clouds and sundered heaven and earth. The Blood Sea and divine visions of the Blood Spirit clan were destroyed instantly. The elder was hurled hundreds of meters away, gravely wounded. A late-stage Emperor realm expert, struck down in one move. No matter who you are, the Blood Spirit clan leader roared, I will kill that boy today. Though fear gripped him, he could not allow the Blood Spirit clan's honor to be trampled. His sword drew a comet-like arc through the air, crimson clouds swirling like burning smoke. The killing intent that followed was boundless, as violent as a storming sea. Boom! 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 The collision of their forces shook heaven and earth. But the result was already decided. Blood 7 Knight didn't even flinch. The Blood Spirit clan leader was utterly overpowered, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. The instant their powers met, he felt the presence of death itself. He knew he was not this man's match, not even close. But how had such a being appeared here? Who are you? With strength like yours, you could join the Blood Spirit clan. Kunlun Su isn't worthy of you. As long as you agree, I'll help you become the master of Kunlun Su. The Blood Spirit clan leader's tone turned desperate, he had no other choice. Join the Blood Spirit clan. Blood 7 Knight suddenly laughed, his robe fluttering wildly. The visions behind him grew even stronger, shaking the entire secret realm. What are you laughing at? The Blood Spirit clan leader shouted coldly. At that, Blood 7 Knight's laughter abruptly ceased. He stepped forward, each stride thundering like judgment itself, and struck with unstoppable force. The Blood Spirit clan leader spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Never in his life had he imagined he would meet such a humiliating defeat. Chapter 1030. Blood 7 Knight's eyes were as cold as distant stars. His lips parted slightly, and a voice like one descending from the 9 heavens slowly echoed. What can the Blood Spirit clan possibly calculate in front of me? If I hadn't been careless back then, how could I have been trapped by those beasts? From today onward, Yi Jingtian, my personal disciple, will slaughter every one of you animals. Your Blood Spirit clan will only be the beginning. The Blood Spirit clan elder spat out another mouthful of blood. The power in that voice alone was too terrifying, he had no ability to resist it. To hear someone declare they would wipe out the entire Blood Spirit clan, if those words had come from anyone else, he would have dismissed them instantly. But since they came from Blood 7 Knight, he had no choice but to believe them. At last, he understood the true identity of the masked youth. Yi Shitian. This youth was Blood 7 Knight's disciple. If he did not die prematurely, his future strength would surely be unimaginable. He had to escape, and quickly. Within a year and a half, he needed to find a way to contact the remaining forces of the Blood Spirit clan. Otherwise, disaster would be inevitable. The Blood Spirit clan leader's mind spun rapidly. Without hesitation, his body ignited, burning both his blood essence and cultivation to unleash the clan's strongest secret escape technique. In an instant, he transformed into a ray of blood-red light and burrowed into the ground, vanishing from sight. At the same time, that light shot upward from beneath the earth, piercing through the wounded second elder of the Blood Spirit clan. The latter's body exploded on the spot. "Big brother, why did you kill me?" The second elder of the Blood Spirit clan couldn't comprehend it. He never expected such an outcome. In the end, he died at the hands of his own clan. Before his body dissolved, the bloody light returned to the ground once more, leaving behind a cold, echoing voice. "Because no one in this world can be trusted but myself. Only the dead can keep the secrets of the Blood Spirit clan. What's more, Blood 7 Knight, Yishur Tian, I remember your names. One day, I'll kill you both with my own hands." Blood 7 Knight's calm eyes glanced briefly at the dissipating blood mist where the clan leader vanished. A faint smile curved his lips. He didn't give chase. Instead, he turned to pick up Yichen. Yichen opened his eyes weakly, his voice trembling with urgency. "Master Blood, the escaping Blood Spirit clan leader." Blood 7 Knight shook his head. "That one isn't in a hurry to kill. He'll be useful to us later. What matters now is your injury. Close your eyes, I'll take you to heal." Without giving Yichen a chance to respond, Blood 7 Knight carried him into the treasure cave of the Blood Spirit clan. There, he transferred his energy into Yi Chen and Xiao Huang, before turning to Yi Lingtian, Ji Xiqing, and Mo Ning. "This is the Blood Spirit Cave," he said. "It contains countless cultivation resources and martial arts techniques. You can all train here, it will help you break through quickly." "Thank you. Thank you, Senior." Mo Ning, Ji Xiqing, Yi Lingtian, and Yi Luo expressed their gratitude in unison. Time passed, no one knew how long, until Yichen finally awoke. His body was racked with intense pain. Fortunately, the pain didn't last long. When he stood and looked around, he noticed murals covering every wall of the cavern. But what shocked him most was the strange aura that filled this place. The dormant bloodline within his body seemed to be absorbing energy uncontrollably. "This place is..." Yichen widened his eyes, but before he could speak, a voice resonated in the air. "Boy, don't concern yourself with where this is. The Blood Spirit's secret realm won't last much longer. You must break through as soon as possible. The virtual king realm is far from enough." Yichen recognized the voice immediately. It was Blood 7 Knight. He nodded silently, not wasting a word, and sat cross-legged to begin cultivating. This time, he intended to step into the Tao Source realm. Within the Blood Spirit clan's dense cave were countless ancient spiritual medicines, rare beyond measure. Xianling grass, white snow ginseng, tianhe root, and cinnamomum tree, all herbs over 1,000 years old. It was hard to imagine how many geniuses the Blood Spirit clan had slaughtered within this secret realm to gather such miraculous treasures. Of course, Han Yun could no longer control them, which led to these resources slowly becoming unclaimed, allowing Yichen to occupy the Blood Spirit's secret realm freely. In the darkness, Blood 7 Knight quietly observed Yichen. Finally, he transformed into a beam of blood light and returned into Yichen's body, merging back into the reincarnation cemetery. "Boy, the spiritual medicines here are enough for you to break through the virtual king realm and step into the Tao Source realm. As for the Blood Spirit clan elder, I've heavily wounded him. But the longer I remain outside the cemetery, the more my strength fades. Therefore, once you break through your realm, you must kill him quickly to avoid future trouble. After all, the Huang family, who betrayed Kunlun Su, might come to his aid." Although the Blood Spirit clan elder was consuming pills to recover his power, he had been severely injured by Blood 7 Knight. His cultivation had fallen by nearly 80%. Now, at best, he was only equivalent to an early Emperor realm cultivator and couldn't travel far. Once Yichen reached the Tao Source realm, he would take up the dragon-slaying sword and the 9 nether heaven-killing spear, and end him once and for all. "I understand," Yichen said grimly. "The Huang family betrayed Kunlun Su and led the Blood Spirit clan into our world. I'll annihilate them, every one of them. For such treachery, no excuse can justify their existence. First, I'll destroy the Blood Spirit clan, then I'll wipe out the Huang family. Hearing his words, Mo Ning stepped out from the shadows and asked softly, Tomb Master, are you all right? Yi Chen shook his head. I'm fine. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from him, Mo Ning continued, Tomb Master, with your current cultivation, once you reach the Dao Source realm, killing that Emperor realm opponent will be nothing. After you've destroyed the Blood Spirit clan leader and the Huang family, it'll be time to prepare for what's coming in a year and a half. In a year and a half, all the Blood Spirit clan reinforcements arriving in Kunlun will be above the Emperor realm. You must ascend to that level as soon as possible. For Kunlun Su, the Emperor realm was already the highest tier of power. But for the Blood Spirit clan, it was only middle-level strength. Among them, an Emperor realm cultivator was no more than a minor figure, equivalent to a lower realm warrior in Kunlun Su. Therefore, Yi Chen had to raise his cultivation quickly. Otherwise, when the true Blood Spirit clan elites descended a year and a half later, they would uncover his secrets, and if that happened, he would surely die. Yi Chen suddenly remembered something and walked out of the cave, finding Yi Lingtian, Ji Xiqing, and the others still in the midst of their breakthroughs. When they opened their eyes, Yi Chen spoke first. I'm sure you all heard what those Blood Spirit clan elders said. When the storm comes in a year, you must raise your cultivation as fast as possible, otherwise, you won't even qualify to be cannon fodder. Yes, Hall Master. Yi Lingtian clasped his fists. I'll strengthen myself and assist you to the end. I'll never fail your expectations. Mr. Yi, I'll train hard too, Ji Xiqing added fiercely. I must kill those despicable Blood Spirit clan scum. Yi Luo'er clenched her fists, her eyes burning with hatred. This revenge must be repaid. For 100 years, the Blood Spirit clan has humiliated Kunlun Su. It's time we wash away that shame with their blood. Yi Chen nodded slightly. He knew Yi Luo'er's true identity, that she might be the key to destroying the Blood Spirit clan. He also knew her parents likely held high status within that very clan. The only question was, how could he use Yi Luo'er's power to completely annihilate the Blood Spirit clan? Chapter 1031. After a year and a half since the killing, it was finally time to explore the true existence of the Reincarnation Cemetery. From stronger races, more could be learned about the strength of the Blood Spirit clan and the identity of Yi Luo'er's parents. Plans would be made afterward. Just as Yi Chen was deep in thought, a graceful shadow approached. It was Ji Xiqing. Ji Xiqing stared at the mask on Yi Chen's face, her doubts growing deeper. The battle earlier had shocked her to her core, leaving her heart unsettled. Relying on her intuition as a woman, she felt that the Yishur Tian standing before her was someone she had seen before. The greatest suspect was Yi Chen himself. Many times, she even thought Yishur Tian was Yi Chen. Now, she needed an answer. Yishur Tian, I want to ask you a question. What is your relationship with Yi Chen? Ji Xiqing stepped forward, a strange light in her eyes. No matter how she looked at Yishur Tian, he felt exactly like Yi Chen. The key point was that Yi Chen was also the temple master in the secular world. Could it be that Hall Master Yi was just a coincidence? Impossible. Could Yi Chen be Yishur Tian's younger brother? Were they brothers? If they were brothers, then who had taught such powerful men? After 5 years, one had returned with astonishing strength and overwhelming fighting power. Ji Xiqing was confused. Yishur Tian's decisiveness and terrifying might could only be described as godlike. Even the old man of the Blood Spirit clan, respected as an emperor, had been defeated by him. Before, Ji Xiqing thought Yishur Tian was a threat to her. But now, she realized she couldn't even measure up to him. Instead of fear, she felt awe. And yet, that familiar feeling made it difficult for her to summon hostility. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned, his expression slightly complicated. So, she had finally found out. He knew that as time went on, he wouldn't be able to hide it any longer. Ji Xiqing was too intelligent. Even if he denied it now, she would eventually uncover the truth. It was better to be honest. Do you really want to know? Yi Chen asked quietly. Ji Xiqing replied softly, if you don't want me to know, I won't force you. I'll simply leave. Yi Chen shook his head and stepped forward. His eyes locked onto hers, and that familiar voice rang out. Thank you for protecting me all these years. From now on, it's my turn to protect you. Ji Xiqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Before she could speak, Yi Chen continued. I am Yi Chen. At the same time, I am also Yi Shitian. Yi Chen knew there was no reason to continue hiding. He removed his mask, smiled faintly, and said, Yi Chen is me, and Yi Shitian is also me. What? Ji Xiqing gasped, covering her mouth as she stepped back. Shock filled her face. You mean? Yi Chen is the one who set up the life and death formation for Mr. Shui and returned defying heaven's will? The one who decisively killed the elder of the Blood Spirit clan, the same Yi Shitian everyone reveres, is you? Yi Shitian and Yi Chen, the same person? Oh my god! No wonder she had felt such familiarity. No wonder Yi Lingtian called Yi Shitian Temple Master as well. It turned out Yi Shitian and Yi Chen were one and the same, but that strength and background were beyond imagination. Ji Xiqing couldn't believe it. The man she once protected had grown into someone this powerful, so powerful that even a virtual king realm cultivator could fight against those in the emperor realm. It was unbelievable. Her breath quickened, her heart was in turmoil. Everything connected now. She should have realized it earlier. All of Yi Shitian's actions were linked to Yi Chen. And why did Yi Shitian help her sister, Ji Lin? Because he was Yi Chen. Yi Chen had deceived the entire Kunlun Su with a single false identity. After calming down, Ji Xiqing looked at Yi Chen, stammering, What should I call you now? Yi Chen, or Yi Shitian? Ji Xiqing blushed, suddenly shy and unable to meet Yi Chen's eyes. She stared quietly at him, her heart stirring. I'm just about to break through to the Emperor realm, and I'm still in the 9th level of the Tao Source realm, she thought. But Yi Chen has already slain beings in the Emperor realm. Once he reaches the same level, how powerful will he become? Yi Shitian. Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled faintly. My identity in the Blood Spirit secret realm as Yi Shitian is just a disguise. I am, naturally, Yi Chen. He waved his hand, put his mask back on, returning to Yi Shitian's appearance, and said, this place is rich in resources. Let's focus on breaking through first. Yi Chen knew Ji Xiqing still had many questions, but the Blood Spirit secret realm was about to collapse. Every minute was precious. Those doubts could wait until they returned to the outside world. For now, they had to strengthen themselves. All right, Ji Xiqing nodded, her voice steadying. She sat behind Yi Chen with Yi Luo'er and Yi Lingtian and began refining their spiritual medicines. Yi Chen took out a 7,000-year-old ginseng, refined it himself, and used its potent medicinal power to temper his body, strengthen his bones, and increase his aura. Refining so many miraculous herbs and absorbing their properties, just a moment of cultivation here was worth decades outside. As the elixirs burned and merged, the aura within the cave became 100, even 1,000 times denser than in the outside world. The last time he broke through in the Shilong pool, he had ascended several realms at once. This time, the medicinal energy was far greater. Yi Chen aimed to break through to the 3rd or 4th layer of the Tao Source realm. The origin of Tao, to comprehend even one Tao was to step into it. But Yi Chen had the reincarnation cemetery within him, filled with the power of 100 great experts. He had already grasped many Tao long before reaching this stage. The light of reincarnation. The indestructible sword Tao. The immortal fire. Even the eye of the thunder god, the 3 calamity spear, and 10,000 swords returning to one, any one of them could push him into the origin of Tao. Boom! A surge of spiritual power converged in Yi Chen's dantian, transforming in quality. An unyielding sword intent erupted, surrounded by destructive energy. An hour passed. A perfect, immortal sword Tao unfolded and merged into Yi Chen's body. At that moment, he had completely broken through to the first level of the Tao Source realm, achieving Tao perfection. His pure combat power was already close to that of the 4th or 5th level, and with his secret arts, he could battle even those at the 6th or 7th level. Keep going. This time, I must reach the 4th level of the Tao Source realm. Chapter 1032. Name, the Divine Urban Physician. Author, The Wind Laughs. Whoosh! Whoosh! Aura surged in all directions, gradually forming a Reiki vortex as powerful as a storm. Far away, outside the secret realm, many of those who didn't dare to get close, along with geniuses from all races, looked toward the storm in astonishment. Zhou Yan, the Han family's genius, and the Wang family's genius, among others, stared at the storm with dull eyes and exclaimed, "Those strong experts from the Blood Spirit clan are actually breaking through. I'm afraid they're breaking through the Emperor's realm and reaching an even higher level. My God! These Blood Spirit clan members trapped in this secret realm are terrifyingly strong. The true Blood Spirit clan must have gods that defy the heavens." At the edge, a genius from the Huang family sneered at Yi Chen's breakthrough aura and said mockingly, "Earlier, that Yi Shitian dared to challenge the ancestors of the Blood Spirit clan. Now, those very ancestors are breaking through. I'm afraid Yi Shitian has already been killed. Once their breakthroughs are complete, even if Han Yun himself came, he wouldn't be their match. When the true powerhouse of the Blood Spirit clan descends a year from now, our Huang family will have to capture more cultivators from the Emperor realm to offer them as tribute to the clan's ancestors. Yi Shitian. The outside world calls him the God of Death. Ha! The so-called God of Death is probably already dead at the hands of the Blood Spirit clan. In fact, his blood essence has likely been absorbed by them. I should prepare more treasures for the Blood Spirit clan elders. Maybe they'll reward me with stronger cultivation techniques if they're pleased. At that time, Ji Xiqing, Yi Chen, all of them will be beneath my feet." Huang Ming, the Huang family's genius, immediately ordered. "The Blood Spirit clan elders are making their breakthrough. Go now, capture other cultivators in this secret realm. Gather treasures and rare medicines to present to the elders once they emerge. Especially those wandering cultivators, capture them alive. The Blood Spirit clan elders love absorbing the blood of outsiders to strengthen themselves. And prepare more women, the purer and more beautiful, the better. When those elders finish their breakthroughs, I'll deliver them personally." Huang Ming stared proudly at the vortex of spiritual energy forming deep within the Blood Spirit clan's cavern. He fantasized that after the clan's elders completed their breakthroughs, offering them treasures and beauties would surely bring him great rewards. If only he knew that it was Yi Chen and his group who were breaking through within that cavern, he would be terrified beyond words. "Understood." "Yes, sir." "Understood." Dozens of Huang family geniuses clasped their fists and left one after another, beginning their slaughter of scattered cultivators nearby. Blood Spirit clan elders. Those were high-ranking beings. Their undergarments alone could serve as priceless relics. Even the leftovers they cast aside would be more valuable than Kunlun's finest treasures. Be a dog to them? So what? It's better to be a dog to the Blood Spirit clan than a dragon in Kunlun. Ha ha ha. Don't run. You're a gift for the Blood Spirit clan elders. Dozens of cultivators in the Void King realm, and even some in the Tao Source realm, surged forward. At that moment, over 100 free cultivators, most in the Void King realm, were no match for the Huang family geniuses. Zhou Yan was captured, along with dozens of pure female cultivators, all to be presented as tributes to the so-called Blood Spirit clan elders who were about to emerge. Many other families, the Han family, Mo family, Ning family, Lin family, and others, could only watch helplessly, barely protecting their own people from being taken. They had the power to resist, but who dared? Even beating a dog depends on who its master is, and the Blood Spirit clan was currently breaking through. Who would dare provoke them? Earlier, Yi Chen's fierce battle with the 6 members of the Blood Spirit clan had been contained within the sword array, so no one outside knew the truth. Now, seeing the intense energy fluctuations, Everyone assumed it was the Blood Spirit clan elders undergoing breakthroughs, not Yi Chen and his group. Meanwhile, within the cavern, Yi Tian had already broken through to the second level of the Dao Source realm. His combat strength had doubled, and the Eye of Thor had evolved into an even more powerful form. Ji Xiqing was advancing toward the Emperor realm. Yi Tian had reached the 8th level of the Void King realm. And Yi Luo'er was crazily absorbing the aura around her, her Blood Spirit clan bloodline resonating perfectly with the environment. It was as if this place had been created just for her. In no time, Yi Luo'er broke through to the Void King realm, her cultivation rising like a shooting star and her combat strength increasing rapidly. The resources in this Blood Spirit clan cavern far surpassed those of Elder Jingshui's Shilong Pool. They weren't even on the same level. Combined with the treasures they obtained after killing 5 Blood Spirit clan members, their harvest was greater than that of any sect in Kunlun. It was hard to imagine, these were only the servants sent by the Blood Spirit clan to oversee Kunlun Su. Boom! 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 Inside and outside the cave, the aura storm grew even stronger, expanding hundreds of meters wide. Yet no one dared to cultivate nearby. Everyone feared that disturbing the Blood Spirit clan elders would bring annihilation upon their families. After another 7 or 8 hours, Yi Chen advanced to the 3rd level of the Dao Source realm. Under such intense energy, Yi Tian also reached the Dao Source realm and comprehended a new sword path. Yi Luo'er broke through to the 7th level of the Void King realm, while Ji Xiqing successfully stepped into the threshold of the Emperor realm, stabilizing her foundation. At this point, Ji Xiqing had the highest cultivation among them, yet in terms of battle power, she was still no match for Yi Chen. Having entered the Emperor realm, Ji Xiqing gained control over a divine chain of order, capable of slicing rivers with her sword and shattering mountains with her fists. From the 8th level to the 9th level of the Emperor realm, one must refine the divine chain of order to its peak to break through further. 3,000 years ago, during the Great War, countless experts from Kunlun who had reached realms beyond the Emperor's realm were still defeated, slaughtered, or captured. Even Han Yun, who once stood at the 8th heaven of the Emperor realm, ended up as a mere pawn. Clearly, the path of cultivation has no end. There are realms beyond the Emperor's realm, higher and more terrifying than imagination. It would take Ji Xiqing time to fully merge her Dao power into the divine chain of order. Since their breakthroughs began, Xiao Huang had also consumed many miraculous herbs, completely healing her injuries. Her bloodline energy now rivaled that of a cultivator in the Emperor's realm. As for Yi Luo'er, she was originally of Blood Spirit clan descent. Because of her bloodline, most of her people had been refined as sacrifices long ago. Yi Luo'er couldn't cultivate Kunlun Su's techniques or absorb Kunlun's elixirs, but here, in this environment, she was like a fish returning to the ocean. Her advancement speed was astonishing. Even Yi Tian, who practiced Kunlun Su's methods in secret, was left feeling utterly ashamed. Chapter 1033. 2 hours later, the aura storm gradually subsided. Yi Luo'er had already entered the Dao Source realm. Yi Tian had also advanced to the 3rd level of the Dao Source realm. Yi Chen formed hand seals, and a new wave of transformation surged within his aura. From his immortal sword Dao, another path emerged, the destructive sword Dao. Immortality and destruction, once opposites, now complemented each other perfectly. Their fusion elevated Yi Chen's power to an entirely new level. The strength of his indestructible sword Dao and destructive sword Dao now surpassed even that of the Eye of Thor, boundless and infinite. In total, Yi Chen now possessed 3 Daos. His spiritual power was overflowing, and his cultivation broke through to the 4th level of the Dao Source realm. His combat strength had multiplied several times. Even without relying on external forces or great powers, Yi Chen's might now rivaled that of an Emperor Nirvana realm expert. Who? This breakthrough was fast. My strength has grown tremendously, Yi Chen murmured. It's time to return, to find Jingshui and Danzuan Xingtian, and settle the score. Yi Chen glanced sideways at the shrinking vortex of spiritual energy and said, "Let's cultivate for 1 more hour to stabilize our realms. After that, we'll head out. First, we'll kill the fleeing Blood Spirit clan leader, then we'll annihilate every member of the Huang family in this secret realm. The Huang family. Such a dog-like clan has no right to exist. If they dare to be traitors, they must pay the price, with death. Yes, Lord. Yes, Mr. Yi. Yi Lingtian and Yi Luo'er responded immediately, their auras now stable. Before entering the Blood Spirit clan's cavern, they could only be considered ordinary geniuses. But now, having stepped into the Tao Source realm, they had truly become extraordinary talents. All of this, however, was thanks to Yi Chen. Without him, they might have perished long ago. Ji Xiqing nodded slightly, her eyes shining like silver moons. At this moment, she no longer harbored any hostility toward Yi Shitian. Instead, she said coldly, "When killing the Blood Spirit clan, I'll fight by your side. Anyone who dares to cause trouble, I'll wipe out their entire family." "Good," Yi Chen replied, nodding before resuming his cultivation. Beside him, Xiao Huang projected the phantom of 9 giant beasts, resonating with the blood dragon inside Yi Chen's body. She, too, was absorbing aura and undergoing transformation. The resources left behind by the 6 Blood Spirit clan elders had nearly been depleted. Inside the reincarnation cemetery, Blood 7 Knights and Mo Ning observed the scene silently, nodding slightly, though their brows were furrowed with worry. With the Master's strength, within a year and a half, he should reach the Emperor realm. At that time, he'll be able to personally battle an opponent at the peak of the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm, Mo Ning said solemnly. Otherwise, when those beings arrive a year and a half from now, the Master will have no chance to resist, Blood 7 Knights replied. With his current potential, he can reach that stage. But after killing the Blood Spirit clan members here, news will surely reach their homeland. Given the distance between Kunlun Su and the Blood Spirit clan's domain, word will return in less than 10 years. When that happens, their army will invade again. The Master must reach the peak of the Supreme Realm before then, only then will he have the strength to fight back. The two exchanged glances. That place. In unison, they said, the Master must go there. From the moment he obtained the reincarnation cemetery, his path was destined to lead there. After all, Kunlun Su is far too small. Once he reaches the peak of the Emperor realm, further advancement here will be nearly impossible. But the decision will ultimately be his. If he wishes to live a peaceful life and rule Kunlun Su, he can become its overlord. But then, our true bodies will continue to suffer eternal torment. That force, it's far too terrifying. The Blood Spirit clan is merely one of its puppets. If the Master chooses to stay here, it's understandable, but it would limit his destiny. In Kunlun Su, after our defeat in that ancient war, most of the world's resources were plundered by the Blood Spirit clan. Every 100 years, they slaughter hundreds of Emperor Realm cultivators. There are no longer enough resources for Kunlun Su to nurture powerhouses above the Emperor Realm. Even Han Yun, who has long been stuck at the 9th heaven of the Emperor Realm, cannot break through to the Supreme Realm with Kunlun Su's limited resources. Only if the Master ventures there and cultivates alongside other powerful races will he have a chance to resist the Blood Spirit clan's army within 10 years, and eventually lead a counterattack. After a brief discussion, they understood the path forward. In ancient times, Kunlun Su had been rich with treasures and rare elixirs. Emperor Realm experts once filled the land, hundreds strong. But after that devastating war, nearly all high-level cultivators in Kunlun Su perished, except Han Yun, who barely escaped. Every 100 years, 100 Emperor Realm cultivators are sent to the Blood Spirit clan, to be trampled and slaughtered. Over the centuries, countless sects have failed to produce enough new Emperor Realm experts every cycle. They've been forced to exhaust their hidden reserves and resources, hastily cultivating experts just to sacrifice them to the Blood Spirit clan. As a result, all factions and major powers have grown weak and hollow. Thus, the Tomb Master must travel there, to seek alliances with other powerful races and use their resources to achieve greater breakthroughs. The Tomb Master requires far more resources than ordinary cultivators. When he entered the Holy Land, he nearly drained the Shilong pool of Elder Jingshui, an Emperor Realm expert. And when he broke through to the 4th level of the Tao Source Realm, He consumed the combined accumulation of the 6 blood spirit clan elders, a foundation built over thousands of years. It's estimated that even if he drained all of Kunlun Su's sects, it still wouldn't be enough for him to reach the Emperor realm, let alone challenge a 9th heaven emperor of the blood spirit clan. In the future, there will be no choice but to go there. Otherwise, all of Kunlun Su will never be enough to support his growth to the supreme realm, nor to face the blood spirit clan's army. Fortunately, there's still time. The Tomb Master has already reached the Dao Source realm before the age of 20. With such potential, he is destined to step into the supreme realm. Within the blood spirit clan's cavern, Yi Chen and his companions continued to stabilize their cultivation. Meanwhile, on the plains a kilometer outside the cave, Huang Ming and dozens of Huang family geniuses approached, dragging hundreds of captured cultivators and dozens of pure female cultivators behind them. Around them stood geniuses from the Mo, Han, and Lin families, all gathered, eager to greet the blood spirit clan elders. They were thrilled. This was their last chance for their families to rise again. The Han, Lin, Yi, and Mo family geniuses stood guard nearby. Han Tian of the Han family stood with his arms crossed, flanked by dozens of Han geniuses. Most were in the Void King realm, and some had even reached the Dao Source realm, exceptional talents capable of rivaling elders in the outside world. Han Tian snorted coldly. Before I entered, Uncle told me to find an opportunity to kill Yi Tian. I didn't expect that fool to provoke the blood spirit clan himself. Truly an idiot courting death. But that saves me the trouble, no need to dirty my hands on such trash. Han Tian's father, Han Daoshan, had long despised Yi Tian. He had secretly ordered his nephew, Han Tian, to kill Yi Tian within the blood spirit's secret realm and bring back his corpse, a warning to anyone who dare defend the Han family. Han Tian, who had cultivated to the 7th heaven of the Dao Source realm, was no weaker than Ji Xiqing, though he was certainly no less arrogant. Chapter 1034. At the same time, Han Tian was one of the top 100 emperors dedicated to the blood spirit clan. There was still a year and a half before he reached the Emperor's Zun realm. If he failed to break through by then, he would be forcibly promoted and offered as a sacrifice to the blood spirit clan by his family patriarch to be ravaged and killed. The quota of 100 emperor-level experts was distributed among the major families and sects. At present, aside from the Huang family's geniuses, the leading prodigies of the other great clans, those who were among the 100 destined to be offered to the blood spirit clan, were all within that quota. The Lin family's representative was Lin Hai. True geniuses of the snow grade level also participated in the blood spirit secret realm trials. Some had even reached the 8th level of the Daoyuan realm. They pursued Ji Xiqing relentlessly, their hearts filled with bloodlust, while gathering their families' talents to meet the elders of the blood spirit clan. The remaining families, such as the Mo and Ning clans, also sent their top talents, figures rarely seen or heard of before. All of these snow-grade talents were sent only when the blood spirit secret realm opened. They were doing everything possible to strengthen themselves and reach the Emperor's Zun realm within a year and a half, so their families wouldn't have to offer up their heavenly treasures to the blood spirit clan as sacrifices. Hey, you yellow dogs! Is it better to be a dog of the blood spirit clan than a man? You filthy traitors! If you have the guts, kill us! Many loose cultivators knelt on the ground, their bodies pierced by iron chains, yet they kept shouting curses, filled with hatred toward Huang Ming. Zhou Yan shouted angrily, Huang Ming, you're from Kunlun Void. Yet you're willing to be a dog of the blood spirit clan. When you die, you'll go straight to hell. Courting death. Huang Ming's palm lashed out, waves of scorching heat sweeping through the air. He struck Zhou Yan several meters away, then stepped on his chest with a cold sneer. So what if I'm a dog? Huang Ming said coldly. It's better to be a dog for the strong than a man among the weak. He swept his gaze across Han Tian, Lin Hai, and the others, smiling with mockery. You look down on me because I'm a dog? The Huang family looks down on you. We serve the blood spirit clan and enjoy their protection. You! Who dares to touch a single hair of the Huang family? I even dare to curse Han Yun to his face. What can he do to me? If he dares defy the Blood Spirit clan, he'll face endless torment. Now, I'll call you bastards to your faces. What can you do? Behind me stands the Blood Spirit clan. If you dare lay a hand on me, your entire family will be wiped out. You call me a dog, but this dog's worth is thousands of times greater than yours. The surrounding crowd glared at Huang Ming, fury blazing in their eyes, but none dared to move. Han Tian clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles cracked. Lin Hai trembled all over, consumed with rage, yet didn't take a step forward. The Mo and Ning family geniuses also remained silent, not daring to act. Huang Ming kicked Zhou Yan again and said arrogantly, "The Blood Spirit clan elders will come out of seclusion soon. You're all tributes for them. They'll drain your blood and souls dry. You'll die soon enough, so don't worry." Then he looked at the terrified young female cultivators and sneered wickedly. "You don't need to be afraid. I won't hurt you. Because you're the offerings prepared for the Blood Spirit clan elders. They'll have their fun with you first, then kill you. Of course, to prevent suicide, I've sealed your meridians. All of this is offered to the Blood Spirit clan elders who are in seclusion." As soon as he said that, nearly 1,000 people around fell silent. None dared to make a sound. Even the geniuses of the great clans didn't dare talk back. The casual cultivators, once loud and defiant, now wept silently, terrified beyond words. Whoosh! Whoosh! The spiritual storm finally dispersed, signaling that someone was about to exit seclusion. The entrance of the cave slowly opened, revealing several figures, each radiating immense power, stepping out one after another. Huang Ming immediately raised his sword to the sky, signaling 15 Huang family geniuses to line up respectfully. They straightened their robes, knelt halfway like loyal ministers before an emperor, and bowed their heads in unison, shouting, "Greetings to the mighty Blood Spirit clan elders. We welcome the Blood Spirit clan seniors. Congratulations on your millennia of cultivation and your glorious contributions toward uniting Kunlun Void. We have prepared 100 tributes, 28 of them pure maidens, for our esteemed elders' enjoyment." Their voices echoed powerfully through the plains, full of false reverence and pride, as if they were greeting divine beings. What? Yi Chen was the first to step out. Seeing the Huang family geniuses kneeling before him, he immediately understood everything. Rage surged through his heart. The Huang family. What a disgraceful clan. If he had died at the hands of the Blood Spirit clan, these same people would probably be kneeling and cheering for his killers. Ridiculous. The very enemies who wanted to destroy their homeland, these cowards welcomed them with reverence. There was no difference between them and the traitors who served foreign invaders in ancient China, perhaps even worse, for they weren't even worthy of being mounts. Yi Lingtian and Ji Xiqing's eyes turned icy cold beside him. A silent fury burned among them. The Huang family geniuses still didn't notice Yi Chen, masked and standing at the cave entrance. They continued shouting their flattery to the skies. The hypocrisy was nauseating. Yi Chen sneered coldly and stepped forward. Raising his hand slightly, he said, "A bunch of trash. Since you like kneeling so much, then kneel." Ha! Huang Ming froze, confused by the voice. He looked up, and his face instantly turned to stone. This was impossible. Yi Shitian. It was Yi Shitian, the god of slaughter himself. How could Yi Shitian emerge from the Blood Spirit clan's cave? Did he submit to them? "I didn't expect you all to be so loyal as dogs," Yi Chen said with a mocking smile. "The mighty Huang family geniuses, aren't you proud of being the Blood Spirit clan's lapdogs? Then why are you kneeling before me now? Didn't you say you'd rather be dogs than men? Well then, you bastards, since you're dogs, stop pretending to be human." In an instant. Whoosh! 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 All 16 Huang family geniuses stood up at once, glaring furiously at Yi Chen, but none dared to act first. At the edge of the plain, Han Tian, Lin Hai, and the other clan prodigies stared at the masked Yi Chen in shock. Why was Yi Shitian coming out of the Blood Spirit Cave? Yi Shitian! What happened to the Blood Spirit clan elders? Did you join them? Chapter 1035. Huang Ming drew his sword, pointed at Yi Chen, and shouted. If you've joined the Blood Spirit clan, then you're also a dog. How dare you insult us? To join the Blood Spirit clan? Yi Chen sneered coldly. Indeed, a dog with delusions of grandeur is still just a dog, not even worthy of being called human. He took a few steps forward, glancing around at the gathered geniuses with a mocking smile. Are you all waiting for those old men of the Blood Spirit clan? The moment the words, Blood Spirit clan, were spoken, everyone instinctively stepped back 2 or 3 paces, their faces pale with fear. No wonder you can't resist the Blood Spirit clan, Yi Chen said coldly. You can't even stand firm when you hear their name. And you still dare call yourselves geniuses? What a bunch of worthless trash. As for the 6 elders of the Blood Spirit clan, Yi Chen casually reached into his spatial ring and tossed out 2 bloody heads, the 4th and 5th elders of the Blood Spirit clan. The heads landed on the ground with a dull thud. I've already killed 2 of the 6 Blood Spirit clan elders, Yi Chen said indifferently, and I'm going after the last one soon. Bang! Bang! The 2 heads rolled across the ground, leaving trails of blood. Hiss! Everyone gasped in disbelief. Even though most had never seen the 6 Blood Spirit clan elders in person, the faint traces of Emperor Zun realm aura emanating from the severed heads made their identities undeniable. The Huang family had their own secret methods for sensing members of the Blood Spirit clan, and Huang Ming immediately recognized it. These heads were real. Huang Ming's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground like a lifeless corpse, trembling uncontrollably. The will to fight had completely left him. Blood Spirit clan elders, dead? Killed by Yi Shitian? How was that even possible? No! It couldn't be. Impossible. Around him, Han Tian, Lin Hai, and the other prodigies turned pale as sheets. When their gazes met Yi Shitian's, one thought echoed in their minds. God of slaughter! This terrifying man had killed the elders of the Blood Spirit clan without hesitation. He was insane. Utterly mad. If the Blood Spirit clan discovered their elders were dead, what would they do when they arrived? Forget it. Forget it. They had to run. They had to take this news back to their families, that the Blood Spirit clan elders, sealed away for thousands of years, had been slain by Yi Shitian. Their families needed to know not to provoke this man under any circumstances. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, more than 30 geniuses from the Han and Lin families fled, wanting no part of the chaos. The Mo and Ning family prodigies followed suit. The truth revealed by those 2 severed heads was too overwhelming to process. If Yi Shitian could kill beings of the Emperor Zun realm, then he was not someone they could afford to provoke. Run! They had to run. Who knew if this mad god, Yi Shitian, might suddenly decide to hunt them down next? In an instant, 2 heads had scared off 4 great families. Huh, huh. Mr. Yi is mighty. Mr. Yi is mighty. Hundreds of monks and nuns knelt on the ground, cheering passionately. Their eyes burned with admiration and excitement. Mr. Yi has eradicated the Blood Spirit clan. Mr. Yi is the greatest hero of all time. Long live Master Yi! Long live Master Yi! One man had single-handedly slain 5 Blood Spirit clan emperors and even scared away the 4 great families. Huang Ming, once an arrogant prodigy, now lay trembling in the dirt. Such a sight had not been seen for centuries. From the cave, Yi Luo'er, Yi Lingtian, Ji Xiqing, and Xiao Huang emerged one after another. Seeing the scene before them, they were momentarily stunned. Yi Lingtian asked, Lord, what's going on here? Mr. Yi, what happened? Yi Luo'er added. Yi Chen explained calmly. When we closed the door to cultivate, the Huang family assumed the Blood Spirit clan elders were emerging from seclusion. They captured the rogue cultivators and female disciples, planning to offer them as sacrifices. I didn't expect it would be us who came out instead. He glanced coldly at Huang Ming and sneered. This dog is truly loyal, and shamelessly eager to please. How fitting of his name. Yi Chen raised his hand, and the Jiuyo sky-killing spear materialized in his palm, glowing with dark energy. Pointing it at Huang Ming and the Huang family geniuses, he declared. You have betrayed Kunlun Su. You deserve death. But if you surrender now, I may spare your lives. Abandon your cultivation and live as cripples. Ha! Huang Ming, where's your courage now? Come on, yellow dog. You love being a dog, don't you? Then fight Master Yi. Huang family dog, go on, show us how loyal you really are. As Yi Lingtian and Yi Luo'er worked to release the captives from their iron chains, Zhou Yan shouted angrily. Brother Yi, no, Master Yi. This yellow dog is shameless beyond redemption. He must die. Don't worry, Yi Chen replied coldly. They will die. The Jiuyo sky-killing spear pulsed with terrifying demonic energy, the power within it shaking the earth. If you won't act, Yi Chen said, then I will. The Huang family, a clan of traitors, must be erased. No one who betrays Kunlun Su deserves to live. Yi Chen's aura erupted, his blood surging like a raging river. A dark halo of destruction gathered at the tip of the Jiuyo sky-killing spear. With one explosive motion, he thrust it forward, shaking the heavens as it shot straight toward Huang Ming, a fatal strike. Ah! Huang Ming screamed, brandishing his sword in desperate defense. He stabbed forward, his blade releasing hundreds of rippling shockwaves of sword intent, shaking the ground violently. The sword's brilliance illuminated the sky as it clashed head-on with Yi Chen's attack. Boom! 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 The two forces collided violently. The Tao of destruction shattered everything in its path, crushing Huang Ming's sword intent in an instant, dispersing the sword ripples and light like dust. The Jiuyo sky-killing spear, shrouded in demonic energy, trembled fiercely and split into hundreds of spectral spears. Each phantom spear was solid and real, raining down on Huang Ming, piercing his body from head to toe. Bang! The Jiuyo sky-killing spear drove straight into Huang Ming's chest, the demonic energy detonating inside him, reducing him to a mist of blood. Huang Ming, once a prodigy of the 7th layer of the Daoyuan realm, died with a single strike. At this point, Yi Chen's strength was enough to kill even a first-layer Emperor Zun expert, let alone someone like Huang Ming. Run! Run! Dozens of Huang family geniuses turned to flee in terror. Are you kidding? Their young master, a 7th-layer Daoyuan realm expert, had been obliterated with one attack. None of them, even those of the 3rd layer, could hope to stand against Yi Shitian. They could only run. They had to run. They weren't even worthy opponents. Go after them, Yi Chen said calmly. Familiarize yourselves with fighting high-level cultivators. With a single strike, Yi Chen had slain 3 of the Huang family's Daoyuan realm experts. He ordered Yi Lingtian and Yi Luo'er to pursue the rest, to help them adapt to their newly elevated power. After all, their recent breakthroughs required time and combat to master. At that moment, Mo Ning emerged from the reincarnation cemetery and stepped up behind Yi Chen. Without a word, she formed hand seals and activated a secret technique, searching for the aura trail of the eldest blood spirit clan elder. That was the task given to her by Blood 7 Knights. Chapter 1036. A moment later, Mo Ning came to Yi Chen and said, the remaining member of the Blood Spirit clan is now hiding in a cave in the southeast direction, healing his wounds. His fighting power is only at the 1st layer of the Emperor realm. He's been so seriously injured that he won't recover even in 100 years. When Ling Tian and Luo'er return, we'll kill him together, Yi Chen said, his tone domineering and calm. He didn't even regard the Blood Spirit clan elder as a threat. He began checking the injuries of the scattered cultivators and handed Zhou Yan 2 healing pills. Poor Zhou Yan, caught by Han's geniuses in front and Huang's geniuses behind, was to be offered as a tribute to the powerful. He never expected that Yi Shitian would come to his rescue. Heaven had indeed spared him this day. After adjusting his breathing, Zhou Yan stood up, clasped his fists, bowed deeply to Yi Chen, and said, "Thank you for saving my life twice. Without you, I would have already died. Such kindness is impossible to repay in this lifetime. I, Zhou Yan, am willing to follow Master Yi all my life and serve faithfully. My God, thank you for your help. I am also willing to follow you. I, Gu Tian, thank you for your help and am willing to follow you. I, Nan Gu, am also willing to follow our benefactor. We are all willing to follow our benefactor." As soon as Zhou Yan spoke, dozens of scattered cultivators from the Shuang kingdom immediately knelt and kowtowed before Yi Chen, expressing their willingness to follow him. They were all wanderers, not accepted by major sects or noble families. That was why they had been captured by the Huang family geniuses, with no one to save them. Now, seeing Yi Shitian save them, their gratitude knew no bounds. "Wait," Yi Chen said indifferently, his eyes showing a trace of interest as he glanced at the group of monks. "Aren't you afraid of the Blood Spirit clan's revenge? I've already killed 5 of their 6 elders, and I'm about to kill the last one. Do you still wish to follow me?" Despite his question, many of them remained kneeling, their loyalty unwavering. All of them were at least in the Holy Land or Void King realm. Though they hadn't comprehended the Tao source yet, they were still formidable when compared to the top geniuses of the major families and sects. If it weren't for Master Yi, we'd already be dead. Besides, the Huang family wouldn't spare us either. It's better to follow Master Yi than live in fear and disgrace. Dozens of scattered cultivators spoke up one after another. Zhou Yan said, "We've been wandering since birth, humiliated and despised by others. The great families and sects don't treat us as humans. Now that Elder Yi has saved our lives, and even killed the Huang family's geniuses to avenge us, we're willing to follow him to the death. Even if more Blood Spirit clan elders arrive, we'll fight them alongside Master Yi. It's death either way. We'd rather die standing than wait to be slaughtered by the Blood Spirit clan," said Tian Fong. "Besides, the Huang family is nothing but a pack of thieves. We'd love to tear them apart." The geniuses from Tian Fong, Gu Tian, Nan Gu, and others all saluted Yi Chen. "Please accept us, Master Yi." Yi Chen nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the group. "Since you've come to me willingly, I accept you." He turned to Yi Ling Tian, who was returning with the heads of the Huang family geniuses, and said, "Ling Tian, these people are now under my command. You will train them as secret soldiers or assassins." Bang! Bang! Yi Ling Tian threw down the heads of 3 or 4 Huang family geniuses and said, "Yes, Hall Master." He bowed deeply and declared, "I will serve the Hall Master faithfully, through life and death." The others all knelt and shouted in unison, "We swear our loyalty to the Hall Master. We will live and die by his command." Afterward, some of the scattered cultivators gathered together and contributed their remaining wealth, handing it to Zhou Yan to offer to Yi Shitian as a token of gratitude. Then they left, for everyone's path was different, and wanderers often chose solitude. Years later, they would hear of Yi Shitian again, filled only with endless regret. Of course, that is a story for another time. As for the 28 pure-hearted nuns, they wiped away their tears, approached, and knelt before Yi Chen. "We are willing to join the Dark Hall. Thank you for saving us. Please accept us, Master Yi." Their voices, clear and melodious like golden orioles, were pleasant to hear. The 28 nuns were all breathtakingly beautiful, no wonder the Huang family geniuses had captured them. Yi Chen looked at them and thought to himself, "I came out of seclusion, killed my enemies, and now I'm somehow accepting a group of disciples. Forget it. I'll leave them to Ling Tian. I'm too lazy to deal with this." "Yi Ling Tian, take them," Yi Chen said. "Organize them according to our system back in China." Then he looked at the returning Yi Luo'er and asked, "Luo'er, are all the Huang family geniuses dead?" "Master Yi, all of them have been killed," Yi Luo'er replied. She didn't carry any blood-soaked heads, but her pure face was lightly stained with crimson, like a delicate flower tinted with dew. Yi Chen nodded. "Luo'er, Ling Tian, take the others to Han Yun. Ji Siqing, you'll come with me." We'll go after the last Blood Spirit Clan elder, then regroup at Han Yun's residence. Yes, Lord. Yes, Master Yi. Yi Ling Tian and Yi Luo'er led the scattered cultivators away toward Han Yun's direction. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and Ji Xiqing, following the trail of blood and using Mo Ning's secret technique, went after the last surviving elder of the Blood Spirit Clan. At the same time, deep in a mountain cave, the air was thick with blood and a faint, eerie aura. A powerful man sat cross-legged on a stone platform, clutching his chest as he refined a miraculous healing pill. He was the last surviving elder of the Blood Spirit Clan. After being gravely injured by Xue Qia, he had fled here to recover. Moments later, a 3,000-year-old elixir was refined, and its medicinal energy was absorbed completely. Yet, a gaping wound in his chest, a hole dripping with blood, refused to close. The bleeding slowed, but the injury showed no signs of healing. Pht! The Blood Spirit Clan elder coughed up blood, his aura weakening rapidly. He gritted his teeth, holding up his broken sword, his face full of rage. Damn those little beasts! With Blood's 7 knights standing behind them, the Xuan kingdom dared to kill my second and third brothers. If I were still at the 8th layer of the Emperor realm, they wouldn't have stood a chance. No. I must inform the higher elders. They must lead our army back and eradicate these insignificant ants of Kunlun once and for all. Chapter 1037. I must inform them that they can't kill 100 emperors every 100 years. We also need to add 1,000 Daoyuan realm cultivators and 10,000 virtual king realm experts, to ensure that Kunlun Su will never rise again. The elder brother of the Shuling clan took a deep breath and spat out another mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured, and his cultivation had fallen to the level of Emperor Zun. If his injuries worsened, he would fall to the 9th level of the Daoyuan realm. His eyes were fierce as he waved his hand, arranging an array inside the cave. He muttered coldly to himself. 1.5 years. Just wait for me, little beast. 1.5 years later will be your end. 1.5 years later, I'll inform the adults. First, I will cripple Yi Shitian's cultivation. Then, I'll flay him alive to ease my hatred. The furious roar of the Shuling clan leader echoed throughout the entire cave, icy and terrifying. Bloody 7 nights, all other miracles shattered. I can only hide in this cave for 1.5 years, waiting for the adults to arrive. In the meantime, I'll head to the Huang family. Huang Junlong, that old man, took refuge in my Blood Spirit Clan. It's time for him to prove his worth. I'll go to that old man and recover some strength. When 1.5 years passes, I'll settle all grudges and debts. Just as the leader of the Blood Spirit Clan was lost in his dark fantasies, a sudden surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted outside the cave. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the mountains. Smoke and dust soared 10,000 feet high. The leader of the Blood Spirit Clan widened his eyes in disbelief. The array he had carefully arranged had been shattered instantly. Who is it? Has someone found this place? The array outside had been destroyed by Yi Chen. Countless array fragments shot outward, several striking the Blood Spirit Clan leader. Bang! 5 fragments slammed into his abdomen and arm in succession. Poof! The elder of the Shuling clan spat out another mouthful of blood, his aura growing even weaker. He had fallen completely to the 9th level of the Daoyuan realm. He was currently healing, his weakest, most vulnerable, and unguarded moment. Any injury could now become fatal. Originally, he was barely clinging to the level of Emperor Zun, constantly on the verge of falling. Now, he didn't need to worry about that anymore, he had already fallen, struck down by mere array fragments. Old man. Today is the end of your life. Are you coming out to die, or shall I come in and kill you myself? This time, Yi Chen didn't use the Joyo sky-killing spear. Instead, he stood at the entrance of the cave, wielding the dragon-slaying sword and the heaven-questioning blade. His entire body radiated sword intent, the aura of immortal kendo bursting forth in waves of terror, both calm and boundless, eternal and unyielding. Such terrifying sword intent. Having broken through the Shuling clan's lair, he had truly stepped into the threshold of Kunlun Su's high-level experts. Facing the Blood Spirit clan leader at the 9th level of the Daoyuan realm, Yichen felt no fear, only anticipation. He wanted to see how many sword strikes it would take to kill him. Yi Shitian. You've chased me this far, injured me so grievously, and still you refuse to let me go. The Blood Spirit clan leader stumbled out of the cave, his hair matted with blood. He was seriously wounded. He clutched a broken sword, his aura less than 1/10 of what it had once been. At this moment, the Blood Spirit clan leader was like a toothless tiger. His combat power had plummeted, posing no threat to Yichen. Even his tone carried a trace of pleading, his former arrogance completely gone. Let you go. Look at your own identity. If I hadn't fought back before, would you have let me go? Today, you must die. As Yichen spoke, he swung the dragon-slaying sword and heaven-questioning blade. The sword's tip released thousands of dazzling rays of light, attacking from all directions, leaving the Blood Spirit clan leader unable to block or dodge. At the same time, Yichen gripped the Joyo sky-killing spear in his right hand and unleashed his signature technique, the 3 ultimate spears of breaking the heavens. In an instant, the spear's point pierced through space itself, splitting the air and spreading waves of violent energy. Its killing intent tore through the world, unrivaled and absolute. Blood Spirit Sword. Although the Blood Spirit clan leader was gravely injured, he knew better than anyone that he had to give everything he had if he wanted to survive. Clutching the hilt of his broken sword with both hands, he forced out all the blood essence in his body, condensing it onto the shattered blade. With a furious roar, he thrust his sword forward. A wave of bloody light surged from the broken edge, carrying immense power as it collided with the incoming spear energy and sword intent. Dodging the sword lights from all sides, he faced the oncoming spear head-on, channeling all of his life essence into the sword. This was a battle of life and death, his final gamble. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined this. One day, he would be forced into such a desperate corner by a junior from the Daoyuan realm. He even had to burn his life essence and blood to fight back. In all his years of cultivation, he had never encountered such humiliation or danger. Bang! 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 Boom! The 3 mighty forces collided in one place, unleashing shockwaves that flattened the surrounding mountains and sent countless boulders flying. Even from afar, neither rogue cultivators nor young elites from aristocratic families dared to approach. Any ordinary genius at the virtual king realm would be obliterated instantly if they got too close. The battle between Yichen and the Shuling clan leader had already reached its peak, an earth-shattering clash of power. Within the Blood Spirit secret realm, this was the most intense battle the younger generation had ever witnessed. No one else could withstand such overwhelming energy, not even Ji Xiqing. Although Ji Xiqing had already reached the level of Emperor Zun, her combat power still couldn't match this scale. As for Lin Hai, Li Tian, and the others, they were far from reaching such heights. It'll probably take some time for Yichen to finish this fight, Ji Xiqing murmured. This time, Yichen has killed 5 members of the Shuling clan. It's unbelievable, I don't know what kind of adventure he's had. Fortunately, his true identity hasn't been exposed. Otherwise, the Yi family would be in danger. I'll stay here to guard him. Ji Xiqing raised her long sword, standing at the edge of the battlefield. She activated an array to prevent cultivators at the 7th or 8th level of the Daoyuan realm, especially members of the Huang family, from interfering. The Huang family had served the Shuling clan for 3,000 years. Every century, they were spared from the Blood Spirit clan's oppression. Over those 3 millennia, they had accumulated immense power and hidden strength. Among them were many geniuses who had entered the Blood Spirit secret realm, some as talented as Huang Ming. There was even Huang Zhantian, at the 9th level of the Daoyuan realm, whose strength was nearly equal to that of an Emperor Zun. Ji Xiqing's actions were primarily to prevent Huang Zhantian from leading his people to intervene. Boom! The battle between Yichen and the Shuling clan leader continued to rage, each clash shaking the heavens. Brilliant lights filled the sky, sometimes red, sometimes blue, sometimes white. Each flash marked the collision of powerful martial arts and weapons. The shockwaves completely leveled the mountains around them. Chapter 1038. Yi Chen thrust out his spear with a force capable of piercing through the ages, striking the left arm of the Blood Spirit clan leader. He wielded the Joyo sky-killing spear with tremendous power. The spear tip burst into thousands of phantom spears, directly shattering the left arm of the Shuling clan leader. Then, he swung the dragon-slaying sword and heaven-questioning blade. The sword light surged like the mighty waves of the Yangtze River, powerful, heavy, and unrelenting, severing the leader's right arm. Bang! Bang! The left arm exploded, and the right arm was sliced off. The Blood Spirit clan leader screamed in agony as two fountains of blood sprayed from his shoulders. The pain made him howl repeatedly. The sword on his chest lost its luster as he fell to the ground, glaring at Yi Chen with hatred. Little beast! Little beast! You will die a miserable death. Today, you may kill me, but in the future, the adults of my Blood Spirit clan will cut off your arms and flay you alive. Whoosh! A sword light flashed past, stopping just 1 centimeter from the leader's brow. Yi Chen could end him at any moment. The reason he hadn't killed him earlier was that he wanted to extract the secret about the reincarnation cemetery from the Blood Spirit clan leader. The reincarnation cemetery had a strict limit, only 100 souls could reside within it. That meant the truth behind the cemetery could never be revealed, and only Yi Chen could uncover it. Now, this was undoubtedly Yi Chen's only chance to learn the secret. You should understand why I haven't killed you, Yi Chen said coldly. The elder of the Blood Spirit clan looked at the blood-stained sword before his eyes and sneered. Little beast, I don't know anything. Kill me if you want to. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Some things aren't up to you. I want to know where the Blood Spirit clan is located. Since your clan can reach Kunlun Su in a year and a half, there must be an entrance. Where is it? Also, besides the Huang family, which other forces in Kunlun Su have betrayed their people? What Yi Chen feared most were the powerful families hiding in the shadows. If internal traitors weren't dealt with, Kunlun Su would be in grave danger once the Blood Spirit clan's powerful reinforcements arrived. The Blood Spirit clan leader suddenly burst out laughing. Little beast, you'll never know. Even if I die, I'll never betray the Blood Spirit clan. Even if you're strong, so what? You have the Blood 7 Knights behind you, so what? In a little over a year, when the Blood Spirit clan elders arrive, not only you but even the Blood 7 Knights won't survive a single move. Ha ha ha. What's more, do you know my position within the Blood Spirit clan? I'm just the lowest of ants. Emperor Zun Realm? Ha! Before I die, I might as well tell you, the Emperor Zun Realm in the Blood Spirit clan is nothing. Do you know how many realms lie beyond that? The only value of your pitiful bloodline is to become a slave of the Blood Spirit clan. Yi Chen listened silently, shaking his head. He stepped forward and swung his hand. Paw! The sound was like a thunderous slap. The Blood Spirit clan elder spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, his entire body nearly flipping over. His legs buckled, and he fell to his knees before Yi Chen. Blood flowed from his torn and swollen mouth. Yi Chen's cold eyes locked onto the elder. Even if you refuse to answer, I'll find out eventually. But for now, tell me, where are those ancient powers imprisoned? Who controls everything behind the Blood Spirit clan? Why were those people trapped? The Blood Spirit clan leader's eyes widened. He raised his head and glared at Yi Chen. What right do you have to know about ancient matters? You're not worthy. And what do the lives or deaths of those people have to do with you? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed, his body radiating a thick, murderous aura. Nothing to do with me. You're wrong. Those 100 trapped geniuses are all my masters. You still think it has nothing to do with me? As soon as those words fell, the Blood Spirit clan elder's pupils dilated in shock, his face frozen in disbelief. This young man from Kunlun Su, was he truly the disciple of those 100 imprisoned powerhouses? Impossible. This youth was only in his 20s. It was far too long since the ancient era. Not to mention becoming their disciple, how could he have even met them? Although the elder didn't know exactly who those 100 people were, one thing was certain: they were beings of unimaginable power. Even the highest authorities of the Blood Spirit clan feared them. And more importantly, the Blood Spirit clan wasn't even qualified to kill them. After a long silence, the elder forced himself to calm down and sneered coldly. "Boy, you can talk nonsense all you like, but words alone mean nothing. Even if you met those 100 beings, their standards are far beyond you. How could they possibly accept someone like you as a disciple? Your bloodline, and even your demonic aura, aren't worthy of standing before them. You are nothing but..." The elder's words suddenly stopped, because he saw a black stone in Yi Chen's hand. The moment that stone appeared, the crystal embedded in his own body began to tremble violently, as if it had sensed something it must submit to. This is reincarnation. The Blood Spirit clan elder's body trembled uncontrollably. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. That stone was unimaginably precious, something countless supreme powers sought to possess. How could it possibly appear here, in Kunlun Su? "Boy! Where did you get that stone?" the elder cried out in shock, his voice trembling. Yi Chen's gaze sharpened, his suspicions were confirmed. The Blood Spirit clan indeed knew the secret of this stone. "What is this stone called? Tell me everything you know." But at that moment, madness filled the elder's eyes. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Now he understood: Yi Chen truly was connected to those ancient beings. No matter what, Yi Chen could not be allowed to live. Because Yi Chen was the one destined to control reincarnation, a power that even the Blood Spirit clan feared. To control reincarnation was to control all life and death. Such a being could not be tolerated by heaven or earth. The next second, the Blood Spirit clan leader spat out a mouthful of blood essence. His entire body swelled grotesquely. The crimson glow in his eyes intensified to madness. He was about to self-destruct, to die together with Yi Chen. To him, sacrificing himself to destroy such a world-threatening existence was worth it. Even if his soul was torn apart for eternity. Yi Chen instantly sensed the danger. His eyes narrowed, he no longer intended to extract any secrets. He swung his sword down decisively. In the next instant, the head of the Blood Spirit clan leader flew into the air and fell to the ground. Even headless, his body still twitched violently, exuding waves of thick blood energy. But how could a dying elder preparing to self-destruct possibly rival Yi Chen, who had already broken through the Daoyuan realm? At this moment, within the Blood Spirit's secret realm, Yi Chen had already surpassed all so-called young geniuses. "It's a pity," Yi Chen murmured. "Kunlun Su's techniques can't extract secrets from this man. But at least one thing is clear: the Blood Spirit clan knows the origin of this mysterious stone." Chapter 1039. Yi Chen coldly swept aside the corpse and fired another thrust. The Jiuyo sky-killing spear suddenly pierced the belly of the Shuling clan leader, and its powerful spear chi stabbed through his internal organs and bones. In an instant, 100 strands of fierce chi burst from the Blood Spirit clan leader's body. A cultivator who once reached the Emperor Zun level, this fall made survival impossible. Dead! How did Yi Chen cultivate himself? A seriously wounded powerhouse of the Blood Spirit clan couldn't last 10 moves. Now he's only at the root of Dao. If he were truly at the Emperor Zun level, who could restrain him? Although Ji Xiqing, watching from a distance, already guessed the outcome, she was still shocked by the scene before her. Her gaze lingered on Yi Chen, and when she looked at him her expression shifted. She already knew Yi Chen and Yi Shitian were the same person, and that knowledge stirred a new feeling inside her. When she met Yi Chen's eyes, she couldn't help but smile with open warmth. "What are you staring at me for?" Yi Chen teased. "In love with me?" he added lightly. Ji Xiqing flushed and scoffed, rebuking him. "Even if you're powerful, so what? I only have fighting spirit in my heart. As for you, no interest." Yi Chen intended to say more to Ji Xiqing, but suddenly the corpse of the Blood Spirit clan leader flashed with light. "What is that?" Yi Chen reached out to grab it, but the light shattered the moment his fingers touched it. A bright crystal hovered in the palm of his hand. The radiance of the crystal was eerily similar to the light of the reincarnation stone. Even the blood in Yi Chen's veins boiled. Even the reincarnation cemetery trembled. This elder must have hidden something crucial in his body. The reincarnation cemetery reacts to it. This object is absolutely not ordinary. After we secure the blood spirit's secret place, we must consult the master of blood's 7 knights. Ji Xiqing said when she noticed Yi Chen's astonishment. Yi Chen held the crystal and thought for a moment before replying, "Let's return to Hanyun first." With the blood spirit clan's backup gone, the Huang family won't be able to stay. The Holy Herb Hall can cultivate miraculous medicines to treat the wounded. We should take advantage of that to secure the blood spirit's secret place. Indeed, Ji Xiqing agreed. Besides, I've already revealed myself here. Before the next wave of Shuling reinforcements arrives, we must uproot the Huang family. Over the past 3,000 years, families and sects have been shattered, but the Huang family still retains great strength. They won't be easy to deal with, Ji Xiqing added, her eyes narrowing as she weighed the danger. Let's go to Hanyun now. Yi Chen and Ji Xiqing hurried back to Hanyun. Meanwhile, in the reincarnation cemetery, Blood's 7 knights stared at the crystal suspended above the elder's head, his eyes burning. I know that thing. I didn't want to kill him, I wanted the boy to grab it himself. With this crystal, the boy's blood and the other great powers in the reincarnation cemetery might awaken. Mo Ning stood nearby, equally excited. She longed to absorb the crystal's energy, only that object could restore her to her peak Numenon strength. Yet she also knew how vital the crystal was to Yi Chen, and hesitated. She considered the situation and turned to Blood's 7 knights. Master, the tomb's owner won't be a threat inside the secret place, but if she steps outside, facing the top families of Kunlun Su will be extremely dangerous. Blood's 7 knights nodded. For 3,000 years, Kunlun Su has lost 100 powerful emperors every century. Even if the Huang family's talent production is only 1 Emperor Zun-level cultivator per 100 years, over 3,000 years that accumulates. Huang family Emperor Zun-level figures, beyond battlefield deaths and accidents, many sealed imperial realms exist. The Huang family may have strong ancestors. If they attack the tomb owner, it will be dangerous. Mo Ning's gaze swept over the hundreds of tombstones. I remember a mighty cultivator in the cemetery, a warrior who, before going out to face the Blood Spirit clan, perfected a martial art that could forcibly subdue foes. That powerhouse is also in the reincarnation cemetery, she continued. If we wake him, the tomb owner could learn his technique and use it to suppress the Huang family's Emperor Zun's strength, creating an opening. Although the Huang family must be eliminated eventually, their sealed souls can be compelled to fight the Blood Spirit clan first. After the tomb owner defeats the Blood Spirit reinforcements, then we deal with the Huang family. Natural and sound, Blood's 7 knights agreed. But there's a question of whether our hands can reach the key. If I recall correctly, that master's technique is of heavenly provenance. Back at the Han estate, Han Tian fled in panic, terrified and disheveled. He ran straight to the gates of Han Yun's manor and shouted, "Ancestor! I have torn the sky. The ancients, someone from the Blood Spirit clan has been killed by Yi Tian. The 5 elders of the Blood Spirit clan were slain by Yi Tian. I'm afraid the remaining forces can't protect themselves. What will we do? If the Blood Spirit clan survivors retaliate, how shall we respond?" Boom! A violent horizontal gust blasted out, sending Han Tian skidding tens of meters. He fell to the ground, coughing up blood, kneeling and weeping. "Ancestor, I know I shouldn't disturb you, but Yi Tian has shattered the sky. The Blood Spirit clan knows now, I'm afraid we won't survive. Grandfather, please make a decision. Yi Tian's men are approaching our gates. Shall we resist or let them in? Be gone!" Han Yinqing's voice came like a sledgehammer. He could not conceal his fury. It struck Han Tian so hard he would have been crushed if not for their bloodline. Poof! Poof! Han Tian, who had reached the 8th layer of heaven of the Daoyuan realm, spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood and could hardly take another word from his ancestor. Reluctantly, Han Tian left, fists clenched, and retreated to the outer estate, where dozens of Han family talents gathered around him. "Little lord, what should we do?" one of the Han sons asked. "Yi Shitian's forces are at the front, led by Yi Lingtian and Yi Luo'er. Even the casual trackers have joined them." "They're coming for us," another said. "What are we to do?" Bang! Han Tian slapped the man aside. "Go! How should I know what to do? Don't you see I'm hurt?" He stared at Yi Lingtian and Yi Luo'er from afar, thinking bitterly, Yi Shitian, subordinate of an evil god. Absolutely impossible. This demon dares to kill even the Blood Spirit clan strong, how could he spare us? Furthermore, Yi Shitian has dealings with my grandfather, they may be on good terms. I have the right to treat his subordinates like this. With a grand sweep of his hand, Han Tian ordered the Han family disciples to withdraw their protective arrays one after another. Chapter 1040. He wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, walked out personally, clasped his hands, and said respectfully, "Welcome, may I ask what brings you here? Is Master Yi present?" "The Lord of the Hall will arrive shortly," Yi Lingtian replied calmly. "Before departure, the Hall Master instructed us to arrive ahead of time. He will personally come to the Han family to discuss peace between us." Yi Lingtian spoke with neither arrogance nor humility, but Han Tian could only respond with a forced smile, lowering his posture even below Yi Lingtian's. Yi Luo'er stepped forward and said, "My master Yi has already spoken with your ancestor. It should be about matters concerning the Blood Spirit clan. You'd better not stand in our way, or when Master Yi gets angry, I'm afraid he'll cut you down with a single strike." "I wouldn't dare." Han Tian quickly turned around and waved his hand. "Make way." Whoosh! The group of Han family disciples, once known for their arrogance, hurriedly stepped aside, clearing a path for Yi Lingtian's party. Seeing this, the newly recruited cultivators of the Dark Hall were overjoyed. Not long ago, they had been bullied by the Han family. Now, the same Han family was retreating and welcoming them in with humility. Their hearts surged with satisfaction. "Those arrogant Han family brats," someone muttered. "Finally, they're making way for us today. Back when we first entered the Blood Spirit's secret realm, they made us crawl through a dog hole. Humph. These bastards, feels good to breathe freely today." Gu Tian, Nangu, Zhou Yan, and the others were elated. Just days ago, they had been captured and nearly offered as tribute to Han Yun. Now, they were being treated as honored guests. It was a drastic reversal. "Thank you very much," someone said mockingly. "Would they treat us like this without the Hall Master's might?" Zhou Yan whispered to Gu Tian. Both men recalled how far they'd come. Zhou Yan turned to Yi Lingtian and said, "My lord, you don't need to be polite with the Han family. They're nothing but opportunists. If not for the Hall Master killing the Blood Spirit clan's powerhouses and shaking the entire secret realm, they would have slaughtered us already." Inwardly, Zhou Yan reminded himself, as members of the Dark Hall, we must see the truth clearly. The Han family's current attitude is only temporary. He knew his place well. Everything now depended on Yi Shitian. Without Yi Shitian, he would have died in the Han family's dungeon. The same applied to the other wandering cultivators. Without Yi Shitian, they would have perished at the hands of the Huang family or the Blood Spirit clan. Thus, none of them felt any goodwill toward Han Tian's false hospitality. Their loyalty belonged entirely to Yi Shitian. Humph! Yi Lingtian snorted. "Move aside, Han family members. We won't disturb Patriarch Han Yun. We'll wait here for the Hall Master to arrive." Han Tian obediently stepped aside and ordered some of his men to serve Yi Lingtian and the others fine tea. Little Lord, they're being too arrogant. These wandering cultivators look down on us. How infuriating." Unable to bear it, several Han family disciples grumbled aloud. "Paw! Paw! Paw!" Han Tian slapped each of them 3 times, shouting angrily, "Don't drag me into your stupidity." He pointed toward Yi Lingtian and said, "Do you even know who that man is? He's one of Yi Shitian's subordinates. Yi Shitian dared to slaughter members of the Blood Spirit clan. Among them were 6 Emperor Zun-level experts, and he killed 5 on the spot. The last one is still being hunted down. If you dare provoke his men, you'll bring death upon us, and I'll die because of your foolishness. I'm warning you, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. His roar made the 3 disciples kneel on the spot, trembling in fear. The surrounding Han family geniuses, instead of feeling humiliated, secretly agreed that their young master had acted wisely. Yi Shitian. A man like that, who would dare provoke him? Not me. Meanwhile, Yi Lingtian and Yi Luo'er sat upright inside, calm and composed. The others stood guard, keeping watch over the Han family. Elsewhere, Han Yun sat quietly in a secluded room, deep in thought. Half an hour later, 2 figures appeared suddenly in the mansion. It was Yi Chen and Ji Xiqing. Whoosh! The entire dark hall rose instantly, walking out of the house in unison. They lined up neatly and bowed. "Welcome, Hall Master." "Rise," Yi Chen said casually. An invisible force lifted them to their feet. "You'll stay here for now. I have something to discuss with Han Yun." "Yes, Hall Master." Yi Lingtian and the others obeyed, resuming their positions. Ji Xiqing followed Yi Chen, joining him in one of the side chambers, surrounded by members of the Han family. Watching this scene, Han Tian felt a flicker of unease. Yi Shitian actually called my ancestor by name. Could it be that Yi Shitian isn't some young upstart, but a hidden powerhouse disguised as one? Very possible. Otherwise, how could he have defeated the Blood Spirit clan's powerhouses so easily? If Yi Shitian were truly an ancient cultivator of great power, it would make perfect sense for him to slay 5 Emperor Zun-level experts. After all, the strongest of the younger generation have only just entered that realm. Their power isn't even comparable. Against Blood Spirit clan warriors who've lingered in the Emperor Zun realm for millennia, it's not even the same level. Thinking this, Han Tian felt relieved that he hadn't attacked Yi Shitian's men earlier, otherwise, he'd already be walking the path of death. At once, he ordered, "Bring out the best wine." As the Han family's young master, his word was law, second only to ancestor Han Yun. "Yes, young master. We understand." A group of Han family disciples quickly rushed to prepare fine wines and delicacies, still shaken by what they had just witnessed. In a sealed stone chamber nearby, a glowing array shimmered around Yi Chen and Han Yun. Yi Chen looked calmly at the elder and said, "You're aware of the Huang family's situation. What are your plans regarding them? Are you being too hasty?" Han Yun asked, his eyes deep and calm, as if stars flickered within them. "You killed 6 members of the Blood Spirit clan, that's fine. But the problem lies in what comes after. In a year and a half, the Blood Spirit clan will send another force to collect 100 Emperor Zun experts. In a year and a half," he continued, "can you be certain you'll ascend to the Emperor Zun realm and face them in Nirvana battle?" "I'm certain," Yi Chen said confidently, sitting casually on a wooden chair. "But let's not speak of the Huang family for now. Tell me about the Blood Spirit clan's strength a year and a half from now." Han Yun nodded slightly and raised his hand. Blue light gathered at his fingertips, gradually forming 7 glowing silhouettes. "Every 100 years," he said, 7 Blood Spirit clan members descend upon Kunlun Su. They collect 100 Emperor Zun cultivators, men tortured to death, women trampled underfoot. Chapter 1041. Yi Chen heard Han Yun's words and was slightly stunned. He had thought those people were merely taken away as slaves. But from Han Yun's tone, it was obvious that they were being used for torture and pleasure. If that was true, that was far too much. Even if those people were powerful, they had no right to treat others like that. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed as he asked in a low voice, "Have you witnessed this with your own eyes?" Han Yun stood up and nodded. The 7 powerful members of the Blood Spirit clan are very different from the 6 who appeared in the Blood Spirit secret realm. In terms of combat power, any one of those 7 would not be below the Emperor realm. You mean their realm is above the Emperor realm? Yi Chen's face darkened. Although he had anticipated such a possibility, Hearing it confirmed made the situation much more difficult. How could he face such power alone? How much more do you know about them from now until a year and a half later? Yi Chen's tone was serious and cold. Han Yun sighed and said slowly, "For so many years, nothing has changed. I, and even all the people of Kunlun Su, have wanted to resist them. But in the end, our efforts have always been in vain. The gap between the Blood Spirit clan and us is like the difference between cultivators of Kunlun Su and ordinary mortals in China. They move with supreme rhythm, and their techniques are beyond imagination. I have pretended to be mad for so many years only to avoid being discovered by them. There are fewer and fewer powerful sects in Kunlun Su, and that has severely restricted our development. Of course, there are some families that have secretly nurtured Emperor Realm experts to resist them. But among those 7, the strongest is close to that supreme realm, and the weakest is still far beyond what any of us in Kunlun Su can resist." Staring at the 7 phantom figures in front of him, Han Yun said helplessly, "In my current state, or even with the help of the other ancestral families, it's still impossible to stand against them. Each one of them has the power to kill me in an instant." Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded slightly, thinking to himself, with Han Yun's strength, he would at least need to step into the Emperor Realm to fight them. That meant Yi Chen himself had to reach the peak of the Emperor Realm within a year and a half if he hoped to stand victorious against the 7 members of the Blood Spirit clan. A year and a half, to break through so many realms? It sounded impossible. Although his rate of cultivation was already considered heaven-defying, achieving that in such a short time would still be excruciatingly difficult. There were too many obstacles. He couldn't keep relying on the power of the Samsara Cemetery forever. After all, those beings were merely remnants of divine will, they couldn't stand before those 7 monsters. The key was that he had to rely on himself. Yi Chen's eyes steadied as he looked at Han Yun again. "What about the Huang family? From your knowledge, you should be very familiar with them." "Of course," Han Yun replied after a brief pause. Back then, the Huang family and several other forces secretly cooperated with the Blood Spirit clan, leading to their invasion of Kunlun Su. However, the Huang family lacked top-tier experts and have been oppressed by the Blood Spirit clan ever since. Even so, the Huang family's ancestor has already broken through to the 8th layer of the Emperor Realm. If you intend to move against the Huang family, I can contact the ancestors of the major families and help you deal with them first. I can even help you suppress the powerful ones within the Huang family, but they have too many hidden Emperor Realm cultivators. For years, they've never contributed their Emperor Realm experts to any cause. You can imagine just how many they're hiding. Moreover, the Sky ranking has always been tied to the Huang family. For so many years, hardly any members of the Huang family have appeared on the list, and when they do, it's only to mislead the great clans of Kunlun Su. Han Yun continued thoughtfully, "It's best we find a way to contain most of the Huang family's power. Because in fighting the Blood Spirit clan, we'll need not only top-tier strength above the Emperor Realm but also enough mid-level Emperor Realm cultivators for balance. Otherwise, even if we manage to defeat the strongest of the Blood Spirit clan, Kunlun Su's middle-tier combat power will collapse. By the time you return victorious, Kunlun Su may already have fallen into hell." Han Yun looked carefully at Yi Chen's expression but couldn't read any emotion. He then said, "I don't intend to forgive the Huang family. Once the war is over, I plan to eliminate those traitors one by one." Yi Chen remained silent. In his eyes, the Huang family, and all those hidden families that betrayed Kunlun Su, should not be allowed to remain. Han Yun's suggestion was reasonable. At present, Yi Chen wasn't strong enough to slay the Emperor Realm experts hidden deep within the Huang family. The problem was, he didn't even know how many such experts there were. If he could control them, that would be ideal. But how could anyone possibly control Emperor Realm powerhouses? As Yi Chen's head began to ache from the thought, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. To control those of the Emperor Realm, there is one person in the Samsara Cemetery who can do it. Yi Chen was startled and quickly shifted his consciousness into the Samsara Cemetery. Inside the Samsara Cemetery, Blood's 7 knights stood silently before a tombstone, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze deep and unreadable. Yi Chen immediately asked, "Senior Blood, who is this person? Can I awaken him? That was Yi Chen's greatest concern. The Samsara cemetery contained countless tombstones, each sealing an ancient powerhouse. But awakening them required both time and immense strength. Blood 7 Knights was silent for a long moment, nearly 10 seconds, before finally speaking. This man is called the King of 100 Swords. He, too, was from Kunlun Su, an ancient existence from the early days of Kunlun. His swordsmanship was unparalleled. If it's about the way of the sword, even I am not his match. The key to his true fame, however, lies in his ability to seal enemies through sheer force. This technique was his original creation, and since he left no descendants, the sealing method vanished with him. If you wish to carry out the plan you just discussed with Han Yun, to control the Huang family, you'll need the help of the King of 100 Swords. Yi Chen looked at the dark, desolate tombstone and said, "Senior Blood, of course I want to meet this man. But I also want to know if I can awaken him. You know how much time I've already spent here, and the tombstone of the King of 100 Swords seems immovable for now. Is there anything you can do?" Blood 7 Knights didn't answer. Instead, he turned toward Mo Ning. Mo Ning's eyes flickered with light as she stepped forward and said, "Tomb Master, there is indeed a way to awaken the great power of the Samsara cemetery." Yi Chen's eyes brightened. "What way?" Mo Ning smiled softly. "The Tomb Master should know that besides energy, one must also earn the acknowledgement of the power sealed within the Samsara cemetery. The King of 100 Swords, being from Kunlun Su, cares deeply about his sword." Chapter 1042. To awaken the King of 100 Swords, you may need to find the place where he once lived before going to war, and retrieve his saber. As for where that saber is, I'm not sure. But Han Yun, as someone who experienced the ancient war, should know. Yi Chen suppressed the tremor in his heart and returned to reality. His gaze turned even colder as he looked at Han Yun, who was still speaking on behalf of the Huang family. "I understand what you mean," Yi Chen said. "We'll keep the useful members of the Huang family and make full use of their abilities. As for the rest, those who can't even break through to the late stage of the Emperor realm, they have no reason to live." Those who have no reason to live naturally referred to many of the Huang family's so-called geniuses. He would use the sealing technique to suppress the Emperor realm masters of the Huang family, and kill everyone below the Emperor realm. That was not cruelty, it was necessity. The Huang family had long been poisoned by the ideology of the Blood Spirit clan, raised for generations to see themselves as loyal slaves to those monsters. If they were allowed to remain, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everything had to be strangled in the cradle. "Han Yun," Yi Chen suddenly asked, "do you know the King of 100 Swords?" "What?" Han Yun was stunned. "You know about the King of 100 Swords?" He was shocked. The King of 100 Swords was an ancient existence. How could someone as young as Yi Shitian know of him? It seemed Master Xueqie had told Yi Shitian everything. That meant the Blood 7 Knight truly valued his apprentice. Where was his former residence? Yi Chen asked again. "Within the territory of the Huang family," Han Yun replied. Yi Chen pondered for a moment before saying, "The Blood Spirit secret realm is about to end. After that, I will wipe out all the disciples of the Huang family, then head to the king's former residence. Once there, I'll use the sealing technique to suppress the Emperor realm powerhouses of the Huang family and control them as a mid-level force." The Huang family had existed since ancient times, its heritage surpassed that of any sect or noble family. Yi Chen believed that by seizing the Huang family's secrets, he could break through to the Emperor realm himself. After leaving the Blood Spirit secret realm, he would first destroy Jingshui and Xing Tiandan, seize their resources, and use them to ascend to the second level of the Dao Source realm. Then, within the Huang family's territory, he would search for the sword of the King of 100 Swords. The Huang family was no longer the same as the Kunlun Huang family of old. They had vast resources, a huge territory, and connections with other families and sections. Every 100 years, they purged their rivals, slaughtering hundreds of powerful cultivators. Even without the Blood Spirit clan's direct support, they had still grown incredibly strong. "In that case, excellent," Han Yun said. I'll contact some old friends, come out of seclusion, and personally kill the Huang family's ancestors and key members first. Then you can take control of the remaining members of the Huang family and unify Kunlun Su from top to bottom to prepare for the Blood Spirit clan's invasion. Han Yun and Yi Chen's plan was set. Han Yun, who had pretended to be insane for thousands of years, possessed deep cultivation and vast connections. By joining forces with his old allies, he could eliminate the Huang family's ancient ancestors. After discussing the Blood Spirit clan's arrival a year and a half later, Yi Chen left. He immediately called Yi Lingtian and gave his order. Go and spread the word. Yi Shitian invites all the talented disciples of the Huang family to gather here tomorrow. If they refuse, I will kill them one by one with the Joyo sky-killing spear. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. Yi Lingtian and Zhou Yan were both excited beyond words. They were giving commands to the disciples of a major family, and such domineering ones at that. Come or die. They couldn't help but feel grateful that they had chosen to follow the temple master. Had they followed anyone else, they would likely already be dead. Yi Chen looked at the scattered cultivators around him and felt a wave of emotion. He never imagined there would be a dark hall hidden within Kunlun Su. He wondered what had become of the dark hall members in China. And what of Xiaoruoshua, Zhuya, Jiangnan province, and even the capital? Since stepping into Kunlun Su, Yi Chen had been entangled in endless struggles. Kunlun Su and China were connected only through a formation. Perhaps it was time to return and take a look. He decided, once he finished his current affairs, he would go back to China. While Yi Chen was lost in thought, Yi Luo'er quietly approached him, her eyes soft and clear like water. Mr. Yi, she said gently, Luo'er has an idea. Yi Chen looked at her curiously. What idea? Yi Luo'er hesitated for a few seconds, then gathered her courage. Mr. Yi, the Blood Spirit's secret realm is almost completely destroyed. The 6 powerful members of the Blood Spirit clan have already been slain by you. The Holy Grass Hall has no reason to remain here any longer. I understand my master's heart, she has always wanted to do something for Kunlun Su. So I hope Mr. Yi will ask my master to bring the Holy Grass Hall out into the open. Hearing Yi Luo'er's words, Yi Chen looked at her with renewed respect. He had been thinking the same thing. In the coming battle against the Blood Spirit clan, the Holy Grass Hall's power would be crucial. Even in confronting the Huang family, he would need their strength. He just wasn't sure whether Yi Luo'er's master would agree. Without thinking further, Yi Chen said directly, Luo'er, in that case, you and I will go to the Holy Grass Hall together. Yi Luo'er hadn't expected Yi Chen to agree so quickly. She was pleasantly surprised, her cheeks turning even redder. Mr. Yi, let's go now, she said eagerly. An hour later, Holy Grass Hall. Within the Holy Grass Hall, hundreds of female disciples were gathered. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Several Emperor Realm elders stood solemnly, their eyes fixed on Yi Chen and Yi Luo'er. A female elder in purple robes spoke respectfully, Mr. Yi, it's natural for you to be here. Even the 6 members of the Blood Spirit clan who guarded the secret realm were slain by your hand. Such a talent hasn't appeared in Kunlun Su for thousands of years. You've come, I assume, to discuss with our patriarch the matter of resisting the Blood Spirit clan. This time, none of the elders of the Holy Grass Hall dared to look down on Yi Chen. After all, the events of the Blood Spirit's secret realm had already spread throughout Kunlun Su. Although they were astonished, they still maintained a respectful attitude toward Yi Chen. Moreover, their patriarch had repeatedly warned them not to act rashly when meeting Yi Shitian. That's right, Yi Chen said calmly. Where is the patriarch? You truly are extraordinary, the purple-robed elder said softly. Just then, an aged voice sounded from behind them. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed immediately as an elderly figure appeared before him. Yi Luo'er's face lit up, and she hurried forward. Master! The elder gently patted Yi Luo'er's hand before turning her gaze toward Yi Chen. Her expression softened with approval as she nodded. I thought the 6 members of the Blood Spirit clan would spell certain death for you, she said. I even doubted whether you could survive until a year and a half later. But now, It seems I worried too much. You've slain 6 members of the Blood Spirit clan in succession, such strength and courage are truly rare. Those 6 Blood Spirit clan members had lived in the secret realm for countless years. Now their auras were extinguished, their vitality completely gone. The higher-ranked members of the Blood Spirit clan would already have sensed it. The elder looked at Yi Chen and said, "Come with me to the back hall." When they entered the back hall, the elder didn't waste words. She spoke directly. "This time, you met Han Yun and killed 6 members of the Blood Spirit clan. You must have a plan. From ancient times until now, many have wished to resist them, but you are the first to truly stand against them." Chapter 1043. It's hard to bear the burden of the entire Kunlun Su on your shoulders alone. I know you have a secret, but I don't care about that. I only care whether Kunlun Su can survive this time. Although I cannot divine against the heavens, I believed from the first time I saw you that you could do it. No doubt. The more she looked at Yi Tian, the more satisfied she became. I believe that after a year and a half, the strength of the 7 people coming from the Blood Spirit clan will vary. Han Yun must have already told you everything. But since you've come to the Holy Grass Hall, you must have a purpose. Do you seek a divine pill, a miraculous medicine, or something else? I hope that Master will lead the entire Holy Grass Hall to step into the world once again. Kunlun Su is in chaos now, but if I want to unite all the powers, I'll need the divine elixir support of the Holy Grass Hall along the way. Yi Chen spoke bluntly. I believe that the elders here do not wish to endure the oppression of the Blood Spirit clan. Therefore, I plan to take over the Huang family by force and use their resources to strengthen myself. A year and a half from now, I will slay those 7 invaders and formally stand against the Blood Spirit clan. Yi Tian, I know something about the Huang family. They are not as simple as you think. How can you be sure you'll win? The emergence of the Holy Grass Hall is not a trivial matter. As I've said before, I am responsible for my disciples. I do not want to lead them into danger. Otherwise, I would have left long ago. The elder said. Certainty? Of course, I have it. Yi Chen thought for a moment. What kind of certainty should he show the elder? The reincarnation cemetery? He couldn't reveal that. Blood 7 Knights? Should he appear personally and speak to the elder? Would that be appropriate? Just as Yi Chen was troubled, the voice of Blood 7 Knights echoed from within the reincarnation cemetery. Say a single sentence to her, and she will understand. This sentence was created by her master and me. It's a top secret that only the masters of the Holy Grass Hall know. This sentence is tied to the very foundation of the Holy Grass Hall. So, just say it. What sentence? Yi Chen asked curiously. He hadn't expected Blood 7 Knights to have such a deep connection with the Holy Grass Hall. Kunlun stands small, Holy Grass stands tall. The Big Dipper's 7 stars, Holy Grass saves the world. Blood 7 Knights quickly recited the line and explained. The meaning of this phrase lies in the founding of the Holy Grass Hall. Its founder once created a healing technique based on the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. That technique could draw upon the power of the Big Dipper to produce endless energy and limitless recovery. Because of that, the founder vowed to dedicate his life to saving others. Hence the words, Kunlun stands small, Holy Grass stands tall. The Big Dipper's 7 stars, Holy Grass saves the world. Blood 7 Knights' explanation was finally clear. Understood, Yi Chen murmured. With Blood 7 Knights' guidance, Yi Chen's eyes blazed like torches. He stepped forward, his entire body surrounded by a crimson aura, his momentum overwhelming. The elder frowned slightly at the sight. She had indeed seen Yi Tian before, but if this young man thought that killing a few members of the Blood Spirit clan qualified him to threaten her, he was gravely mistaken. She wouldn't hesitate to kill him, even if he was the hope of Kunlun Su. Her fingers tightened, gathering killing intent as a magnetic hum filled the entire hall. Kunlun stands small, Holy Grass stands tall. The Big Dipper's 7 stars, Holy Grass saves the world. Yi Chen's calm voice resounded, his eyes fixed on the elder. Upon hearing those words, The elder was struck as if by thunder. Her body trembled violently. She stared at Yi Chen, her eyes filled with disbelief. What did you just say? Her expression deepened as she asked again, do you even know what you're saying? Of course, I know. Kunlun stands small, holy grass stands tall. The Big Dipper's 7 stars, holy grass saves the world. These words are the creed of your holy grass hall. An elder once told me it's time to rise and resist the Blood Spirit clan. Yi Chen pressed forward, his tone firm. I don't know if these words are enough to convince the Holy Grass Hall to emerge. The core secret of the Holy Grass Hall had been revealed, and even the mention of that elder carried great weight. The elder's gaze softened, though her tone remained calm. Let me ask you, what do these 16 words mean? If you truly understand, then. If Yi Shitian truly comprehended their meaning, then the person behind him must be connected to the founder or the master herself. Such a background would indeed make him trustworthy. Yi Chen nodded. Standing with his hands behind his back, a faint aura of blood surrounded him as he spoke. The first 8 words mean that when Kunlun was still barren and the sects were weak, the Holy Grass Hall had already been established. The last 8 words, Big Dipper's 7 stars, holy grass saves the world, signify that the founder of the hall used the power of the Big Dipper to create a healing art, and from that moment on, he vowed that the Holy Grass Hall would save the world and its people. Boom! These words completely shocked the elder. When she looked at Yi Chen again, her eyes had completely changed. Trembling slightly, she asked, your predecessor, what is his name? That elder's surname is Blood. Blood 7 Knights, the elder exclaimed, her face filled with astonishment. Didn't he go to fight in the ancient war and perish on the battlefield? How could you possibly know him? She took 2 steps forward, lost in thought, muttering to herself. No, you don't seem to have his aura, but... In ancient times, Master Xue Qiye and my master were close. They were about to become Dao partners, but when the Blood Spirit clan invaded, they had to fight beyond the borders. After that war, both disappeared without a trace. Master Xue once served as the Vice Lord of the Holy Grass Hall. No wonder you knew those words and his name. Blood Master, did he survive? The elder's voice trembled with hope. My master, is she still alive? Yi Chen's brows furrowed slightly, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. As for your master's whereabouts, I don't know. He composed himself and continued. However, Master Xue is still cultivating abroad. Before returning to Kunlun, he told me these words and said I could use them as proof when seeking the Holy Grass Hall's aid. As soon as he said this, the aura around the elder began to surge violently. The wooden staff in her hand emitted a strange light that tore through the space before her. A glowing rift appeared, wind roaring through the inner hall. She turned to Yi Chen and said solemnly, Come. I'll take you somewhere. All right, Elder Ruah. You don't need to call me Elder, she said with a faint smile. Since you know Blood's 7 Knights and we are of the same generation, you may call me Senior Sister Ruah. Chapter 1044. When Yi Chen heard these words, he almost fell to the ground. Calling an old monster Elder Martial Sister? He really couldn't bring himself to say it. The key issue was, if he called her Elder Martial Sister, and then Yi Luo'er still called him Mr. Yi, wouldn't that make everything completely absurd? He looked at Yi Luo'er, only to find that she was covering her mouth, laughing softly. The Elder Master, noticing something amiss, glanced at Yi Chen and continued, if you can't call her Elder Martial Sister, then just address me as Lord. You must not utter those 2 words again. Yi Chen nodded. All right. The patriarch looked at Yi Chen, forced out a drop of blood essence, and quickly formed a hand seal with her fingers. When she waved her hand, the heavens and earth changed color. The array within the entire room seemed to be torn apart. Yi Chen felt a ray of light envelop him. What is this? A secret art? An array? He sensed the power surrounding him and was shocked in his heart. He dared not underestimate the Holy Grass Hall. He was even certain now that this lord was far from ordinary. In the blink of an eye, the patriarch and Yi Chen appeared in another world. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers and birdsong. It looked like a hidden paradise, isolated from the world, beautiful and peaceful. Fields spread across the landscape, chickens and dogs could be heard in the distance, and spiritual trees and flowers flourished everywhere. The patriarch led him toward a wooden house. She gently pushed open the old, weathered door, revealing a large number of miraculous herbs stored inside. There were thousands of them, each a top-grade elixir that had matured for tens of thousands of years. She said solemnly, "Here lies the collection of miraculous medicines accumulated by my holy grass hall over countless years." Holding her wooden crutch, she pointed to dozens of nearby wooden houses, sighed deeply, and said, "All those other houses also contain miraculous herbs, most of them over 1,000 years old. Since the arrival of the Blood Spirit clan, we have been cultivating vast quantities of herbs here and purchasing even more from abroad. All the elixirs are stored here. I wanted to wait until the day Kunlun Su could counterattack. Now, that day has finally come." The patriarch turned around, carefully examining Yi Chen. "I can see that behind you, there must be survivors from those ancient times. Otherwise, how could you have reached such a level at barely 20 years of age?" Even Han Yun couldn't believe it at first. "You've slain members of the Blood Spirit clan across the 6 kingdoms one after another. We have prepared for this moment for a long time. Now that it has arrived, I will not hesitate." The patriarch's mottled arm waved gently as she declared, "My holy grass hall will rise with you. I trust that you and Han Yun have already discussed the specific strategy, so I will not ask further, but I will know soon enough. My disciples and elders of the Holy Grass Hall will assist you with all the miraculous herbs we have. You need not doubt anything. Behind you stand Han Yun, myself, and many of the old ones of Kunlun Su. We will win this battle." Yi Chen never expected that the old woman before him could so easily deduce his connection to the ancient powers that vanished long ago. But when he thought about it, it made sense. The existence of Blood's 7 Knights, and his own ability to slay powerful members of the Blood Spirit clan even at the Void King realm, would have been impossible without someone powerful supporting him from behind. He thought to himself, for 3,000 years, the lower and mid-level warriors have known nothing about the Blood Spirit clan. But the high-level cultivators have suffered under their oppression all along. Now that the time for counterattack has come, they will give it their all. The patriarch had been watching Yi Chen's expression closely. After a moment, she asked, "I want to know, what is your relationship with Blood's 7 Knights? Did he take you as his disciple? If it's inconvenient to say, I'll understand." Yi Chen heard her words and subconsciously nodded. "Indeed." The patriarch breathed a sigh of relief. This young man before her was not simple. At the very least, even she could not foresee his future. Although Yi Chen had admitted it, a cold voice echoed from the reincarnation cemetery of Blood's 7 Knights. "Boy, don't get ahead of yourself. I've never taken you as my disciple. With your current strength and cultivation, you're not qualified at all." Yi Chen hadn't expected Blood's 7 Knights to expose him like that. He smiled awkwardly. "Blood Master, Lin Qingxian and the others all accepted me as their disciple. I believe you will too, sooner or later. So, don't be surprised. The enemy now is the Blood Spirit clan. Once we destroy this wave of them, I will personally go to that place and release the true bodies of all the seniors." Hearing this, Blood's 7 Knights fell silent for a while. Yi Chen was their hope. Although he had not formally accepted Yi Chen as his apprentice, the moment the reincarnation cemetery bound Yi Chen, it had already destined him to become Blood's 7 Knights' successor. Only by mastering the power of all 100 ancient experts could Yi Chen be qualified to fight those beings. At the side, Mo Ning also looked at Blood's 7 Knights and said, "Blood Master, it must be difficult for your true body to remain imprisoned wherever it is. But if you can wait just a few more years, you'll be free from your predicament." Blood's 7 Knights nodded. "This boy has great talent. If he can truly lead Kunlun Su against the Blood Spirit clan, then not only would I take him as an apprentice, I'd even be willing to bow to him as my teacher. It's just that the road ahead is filled with danger, life and death uncertain. No one knows what he will face. A single mistake could ruin everything. At that moment, Yichen ignored the conversation within the reincarnation cemetery and turned to the patriarch. "These miraculous herbs, please have the elders pack them in batches." The patriarch nodded. "Very well." She gripped her wooden crutch tightly, and a stream of green light burst forth, imbued with Tao essence, tearing through everything around them. Whoosh! A blue light flashed before their eyes. The next moment, they had returned to the inner hall together. "All elders and disciples," the patriarch announced, "I have spoken clearly with Yishur Tian. The Blood Spirit clan has oppressed Kunlun Su for too long. Now, it is time for us to resist." As soon as her voice fell, the hall erupted like boiling water. Elders and disciples alike began to talk excitedly. Yichen stepped forward, sweeping his gaze across everyone. He spoke in a calm but cold tone. "The Blood Spirit clan, you may not know much about them. Every 100 years, both the upper and lower realms of Kunlun Su must send 100 powerful cultivators to serve as slaves to the Blood Spirit clan. Families have been trampled, slaughtered, and destroyed. Those taken could have been saints, void kings, or even emperors. You might wonder why the Holy Grass Hall has not been humiliated by the Blood Spirit clan. That is because of our special geographical location. The Blood Spirit clan could not find us. Instead, they bullied other Kunlun Su sects, forcing them to hand over 100 emperors every century. It is precisely because of this that the sects of Kunlun Su have grown weaker and weaker over time. When they become too weak to produce even a single emperor, the Blood Spirit clan will turn their eyes to the Holy Grass Hall next." Chapter 1045. Yichen felt the people of the Holy Grass Hall ignite with passion from his words and continued to step forward. At that moment, his entire body exuded a rolling, overwhelming aura, fierce and powerful to the extreme. It was as if an immortal had descended. Perhaps because of his samsara bloodline, the combat power and momentum he could unleash at his current realm were already close to that of the Emperor realm. No one dared to look down on Yichen anymore. Yichen stopped, and a gentle breeze rolled through the hall. He looked at several elders at the Emperor realm and dozens of disciples at the Tao Origin and Void King realms, then said, "You have two choices regarding the Blood Spirit clan. One is to muddle along until the other sects of Kunlun Su become too weak to stand. When that time comes, your Holy Grass Hall will be exterminated by the Blood Spirit clan. Of course, before your destruction, you will be humiliated and killed by them. As daughters of this sect, you should understand what that means." "And the other choice? Master Yi, what is the other one?" Many young disciples couldn't help but ask. All the disciples were beautiful maidens, and when they heard that they might be trampled upon and played with to death by the Blood Spirit clan, fear filled their eyes. Even the elders at the Emperor realm looked extremely worried. "The other choice," Yichen said firmly, "is to rise up now. If you fight against the Blood Spirit clan, you might die, but your innocence will remain intact. If you don't resist, you won't even be able to preserve that." Yichen spoke directly to the heart of the matter. What girl doesn't value her own purity and dignity? Especially for these beautiful maidens of the Holy Grass Hall, their innocence was even more precious than life itself. The moment Yichen said this, righteous fury filled their hearts. "Master Yi, we must fight the Blood Spirit clan. The Blood Spirit clan are monsters. We must destroy them. Master Yi, we are willing to follow you. We must wipe out the Blood Spirit clan. Destroy the Blood Spirit clan. Destroy the Blood Spirit clan." A wave of shouts erupted. The women were filled with excitement, their silver teeth clenched as their chests heaved with anger. Finally, they joined hands and declared together, "Lord, we are willing to fight the Blood Spirit clan. Those bastards have gone too far." Yichen nodded. "Very well. Since you are all determined, then when the Blood Spirit secret realm emerges, the Holy Grass Hall shall rise alongside it." The patriarch looked at Yichen and said, "Junior brother Yi, our Holy Grass Hall has decided to rise with you and formally join the fight against the Blood Spirit clan. However, only the upper authorities in the Mid-Emperor realm know of the secret, that every 100 years, 100 martial cultivators are offered to the Blood Spirit clan to be trampled and slain. "This secret, do you intend to make it public?" she asked. "There's no need to keep it hidden," Yichen replied firmly. At this point, whether Kunlun Su can even survive is already uncertain. The sooner this secret is revealed, the better. But that could cause riots, the patriarch warned. The geniuses of various sects may rebel and even kill their own masters. Yichen's lips curved into a wicked smile. "That's exactly the outcome I want." A cruel glint flashed in his eyes as he continued, "Kunlun Su's power structure has been stagnant for far too long. It's not difficult to unify these forces, but there are traitors, like the Huang family. The more chaos there is, the better." "How do you mean?" the patriarch asked. "If this secret spreads, geniuses from every sect will inevitably revolt, and even ordinary cultivators will demand an explanation from their so-called elders," Yichen said coldly. "The true loyalists of Kunlun Su will have no choice but to reveal the truth to gain forgiveness from the younger generation. On the other hand, those who have taken refuge with the Blood Spirit clan, knowing that they can no longer deliver the 100 emperors as tribute, will panic. They will fear punishment and thus try desperately to suppress the truth, even silencing their own disciples who dare to question them." Yichen's voice turned icy as his armor gleamed with cold light and his fierce, indomitable sword intent soared into the heavens. Clang! All the swords in the hall trembled in unison, resonating with Yichen's will, as if paying respect to him. Yichen's eyes sharpened. "Our first goal will be to suppress those who try to suppress the news, the younger generation who may already be traitors. The greater the chaos, the faster the unification of Kunlun Su's major forces. If we try to manage everything peacefully, it will only slow us down." Though Yichen spoke of killing, he was not one to slaughter the innocent. He understood clearly that the current state of Kunlun Su must be resolved from within. Aside from the Huang family, there were still many other powerful traitorous forces hiding among Kunlun Su's sects. He didn't have the time to hunt them down one by one. He could only wait for them to expose themselves. In truth, Yichen had another thought he didn't voice aloud. If the unification of Kunlun Su's sects came too easily, they would inevitably harbor hidden ambitions. Only through chaos and cleansing, by eliminating the traitors and those with divided hearts, could all forces of Kunlun Su truly unite. This was the truth of history: heroes rise in troubled times. Well said. Truly worthy of being the apprentice of Blood 7 Knights. I admire your courage, Yichen, the patriarch declared. When I leave the Blood Spirit secret realm, I will contact Han Yun and several of the old ones. Together, we will spread this news. Whoever dares to suppress it, we will destroy them. Yichen nodded slightly and said, there are still a few days left before the Blood Spirit secret realm closes. During this time, make your preparations. I intend to wipe out the Huang family within the secret realm. Traitors like them have no right to exist in this world. After saying this, Yichen leapt up and vanished from the hall, leaving behind only a faint shadow. Since stepping into the Tao origin realm, his mastery of body movement techniques had grown incredibly strong. Even the divine skills granted to him by the mighty ones of the reincarnation cemetery were now perfectly clear in his mind. The patriarch gazed in the direction Yichen had disappeared and nodded subconsciously. He truly is worthy of Blood 7 Knights' legacy. So young, yet full of strategy and strength. With him, we will surely defeat the Blood Spirit clan. From ancient times until now, Kunlun Su has always been on the defensive. I believe Yichen will be the greatest turning point in its history. Half an hour later, in Han Yun's residence within the Blood Spirit secret realm. When Yichen returned to the Han family compound, he saw that everyone was already gathered. He asked, has anyone from the Huang family shown up? Lord of the Temple, none of them. Yi Lingtian replied. On the contrary, after you issued the order, all the Huang family members scurried away like rats. According to information from the outside, it seems that only a few dozen of their geniuses remain. These people seem to be sticking together. They're hiding at Dingjun Mountain and Shatiangu in Kunlun. No one from outside has seen any of the Huang family's geniuses. It seems they've all gathered together. Yi Lingtian's information had always been highly accurate. Chapter 1046. A group of geniuses from the Huang family knew that Yi Shitian had killed 6 elders of the Blood Spirit clan, as well as Huang Ming and 15 others. Yet, instead of fleeing, they gathered together to fight against Yi Shitian. After all, more than a dozen of the Huang family's most talented disciples had entered this time. Among them were 2 experts at the 9th layer of the Tao Source realm, Huang Zhantian and Huang Wuguan. Both were no less talented than Ji Xiqing. They had once been among the top 10 prodigies of Kunlun and were not to be underestimated. For other forces, the Huang family's geniuses were already formidable enough. None of them had yet been destroyed by the Huang family's enemies. But this time, Yi Chen took the initiative to seek them out. Yi Lingtian, Ji Xiqing, Luo'er, you all stay here. Dingjun Mountain and Shatian Valley, I will personally go to those 2 places. There are dozens of Huang family talents there. None of them will leave the Blood Spirit secret realm alive. Yi Chen looked toward Zhou Yan at the edge of the crowd and said, we have over 100 disciples from the Dark Hall. How many are outside? Hall Master, there are dozens stationed outside, Zhou Yan replied. Should we recall them now? Yi Chen nodded. Yes, bring them back. The Huang family is unlike other families, their strength is formidable. You can't handle them for now. With a slight wave of his left hand, countless strands of sword chi burst into the sky. Swords appeared out of thin air, radiating terrifying power. Stay here, Yi Chen said. Some grudges and resentments must end today. Temple Master. Hall Master. Ji Xiqing, Yi Lingtian, and Yi Luo'er were about to speak when Yi Chen completely disappeared. For Yi Chen, there were indeed powerful cultivators scattered across Kunlun, but their individual strength was still too weak. Even Yi Luo'er and Yi Lingtian were not yet strong enough to face the Huang family. Yi Chen didn't want to risk their lives. Besides, after stepping into the Tao Source realm, his cultivation was not yet completely stable. Now, he needed to fight. He was born for battle and blood. Only through fighting could he truly master the source of Tao. Moreover, after his fierce battle against the Blood Spirit clan, he could feel his blood gradually awakening. The so-called power of reincarnation was finally stirring within him. As for why he didn't bring Ji Xiqing along, Yi Chen had his reasons. He had deep feelings for Ji Xiqing. As a man, how could he allow the woman he cared for to take such risks? During his 5 years in Kunlun Su, when he was considered a cripple and suffered endless humiliation, Ji Xiqing had secretly protected him. Now that she had stepped into the Tao Source realm and had the power to slay emperors, she deserved to be protected and disciplined with clarity. Ji Xiqing watched Yi Chen's figure vanish and said angrily, he left so fast, does he think I'll drag him down? Miss Ji, Yi Lingtian replied, the Hall Master believes that while there are many people in the Huang family, their overall strength isn't that overwhelming. That's why he chose to face them alone. He told me earlier to remind you to focus on consolidating your realm. In his heart, Yi Lingtian thought, the Hall Master truly cares for Miss Ji. Even such a powerful emperor-tier cultivator chose to face danger alone, leaving Ji Xiqing in seclusion to cultivate in peace. But could the Hall Master really handle all this by himself? Meanwhile, at Dingjun Mountain, Huang Zhantian led a group of powerful Huang family geniuses, 3 at the 8th level of the Tao Source realm, 13 at the 7th, 5 or 6 at lower levels, and over a dozen from the Void King realm. They were all gathered in the main hall. This lineup was even stronger than the combined young talents of the Han family within the Blood Spirit secret realm. At the same time, Huang Wuguan led another large force stationed at Shatian Valley, equally formidable. In terms of the number of geniuses at the Tao Source realm, the Huang family alone was comparable to the combined forces of the Han, Mo, and Ning families, along with several other sections. Within the Blood Spirit secret realm, dozens of families and sects had sent their best disciples to train and compete. But without a doubt, the Huang family was the strongest among them all. One family alone was strong enough to resist 4 or 5 others. And now, all of them were forced to retreat to this place, because of Yi Shitian alone. Damn that Yi Shitian! He killed 6 elders of the Blood Spirit clan. Now he's coming here to kill us. Huang Junqi, a 7th-level Dao Source Realm genius of the Huang family, slammed the table in fury. Yi Shitian, that bastard! When the elders of the Blood Spirit clan arrive in a year and a half, that'll be his end. A stream of blood chi erupted from the top of his head as he became increasingly frenzied, his voice deep and sinister. Sooner or later, I'll flay Yi Shitian alive. Enough! Huang Zhantian shouted angrily. His eyes flashed with 2 beams of light that turned into sharp swords, instantly blasting Huang Junqi backward for tens of meters. Noisy fool! If you want to live, shut your mouth, or I'll kill you myself. Yes, senior brother. Huang Junqi, who stood over 2 meters tall, knelt to the ground in terror. Huang Zhantian's sharp gaze swept over the group before him. He said calmly, at first, Yi Shitian's cultivation was only at the Void King realm. I've heard he has now broken through to the Dao Source realm. Such progress is unheard of. It's impossible for someone from the Void King realm to slay those in the Emperor realm. Defeating an emperor while still a Void King? That's absurd, a complete fantasy. However, the 6 elders of the Blood Spirit clan have indeed fallen. Another Huang family expert, Huang Hai, an 8th-level Dao Source Realm cultivator, interjected. That's impossible. How could the 6 elders of the Blood Spirit clan die? Huang Zhantian was silent for a moment, then sighed. The 6 elders truly have fallen. I felt their aura vanish. The moment it happened, their deaths shook the entire Blood Spirit secret realm. But it couldn't have been Yi Shitian's doing. There's no doubt someone in this secret realm possesses the power to kill the 6 elders, he continued. It must have been Han Yun. That madman's condition has been unstable for thousands of years. Yes, Han Yun must have gone completely insane and slaughtered the 6 elders of the Blood Spirit clan. Huang Zhantian's eyes darkened. No matter, only a year and a half remains. When that time comes, Han Yun will die. A wicked smile crept across his face. I heard that when the elders of the Blood Spirit clan tortured Han Yun, they flayed him alive. The scene was spectacular. This time, we'll witness both Yi Shitian, that little beast, and Han Yun, that old mad dog, being skinned and torn apart by the Blood Spirit clan elders. Skinned alive? Who's skinning whom? A cold voice echoed through the hall, sending chills through everyone present. A blinding light suddenly burst from outside. Yi Shitian had arrived. Yi Chen's black hair fluttered in the wind. His heroic figure exuded power and majesty. The aura around him surged with Dao intent as he stood upon 3 mysterious arrays of demonic qi. The light of reincarnation shimmered around him, and beside him loomed a colossal beast with red and blue pupils. Chapter 1047. Yi Chen and Xiao Huang were so powerful that they seemed almost demonic. Yi Chen raised the Joyo sky-killing spear and shouted coldly. Since you are traitors, I'll send you on your way. In an instant, he thrust the spear forward. The body of the Joyo sky-killing spear vibrated violently as demonic energy surged out like a storm. The tip released hundreds of spear beams, each so fast and fierce that the air itself trembled. The entire hall was torn apart by the overwhelming force. Bold! Yi Shitian, you're courting death. Yi Shitian! Do you really think our Huang family fears you? At that moment, dozens of Huang family geniuses brandished their weapons. Spear beams, sword chi, and blade glares erupted one after another. The air filled with blazing red, blue, and white lights as their murderous intent shattered the entire hall. Countless fragments of stone exploded outward. Dozens of Huang family geniuses at the Void King realm, along with many others at the Dao Source realm, attacked in unison. Their combined momentum was enough to annihilate a small sect in Kunlun Su. And now, they were all targeting Yi Shitian. Moreover, Yi Shitian was supposedly only at the Dao Source realm. Whoosh! 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 Hundreds of spear beams cut through the air around Yi Chen's body, colliding violently with the incoming attacks. The impact created brilliant flashes of light. Each spear beam was like the scythe of death itself, sweeping toward every genius of the Huang family with unstoppable killing intent. At the front, two Huang family geniuses at the Void King realm tried to resist. They roared and threw punches, their blood energy surging like dragons. Their auras were majestic, their fighting spirits fierce, like two falling meteors. Boom! Boom! The spear beams smashed through their defenses and pierced straight through their chests. Flesh and blood splattered across the ground. The two Huang family geniuses at the Void King realm didn't even have time to react before their souls were shattered. Their bodies exploded into pieces, flesh and bones flying in all directions. Void King realm geniuses, the top prodigies of the outside world, were completely crushed before Yi Shitian's random strike. Yi Shitian! Yi Shitian, you killed my cousin. I'll kill you. Yi Shitian, you beast. More than a dozen Void King realm geniuses from the Huang family charged forward together. 36 spear beams met them head-on. Each beam carried an indestructible aura, vast, ancient, and unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, 36 became 72, and 12 geniuses were instantly impaled. Bang! 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 In the next moment, the spear beams burst forth like a tidal wave. With each explosion, the bodies of the 12 geniuses trembled violently. 3 blood holes appeared on each of them before their spirits were completely obliterated, their bodies dissolving into mist. The next instant, they all fell. So far, with just one random spear strike, Yi Shitian had unleashed 100 spear beams, 39 of which directly killed more than a dozen Void King-level geniuses of the Huang family. The remaining ones struck several more, tearing through them like paper. With each thunderous explosion, the remaining Huang family geniuses fell collectively. In the end, every Void King-level genius from the Huang family lay dead. Yi Chen's body glowed with demonic light and divine thunder. His eyes turned scarlet, his aura wild and bloodthirsty. He could even feel the blood dragon within his body madly devouring everything. What Yi Chen had just slaughtered were Void King realm experts, geniuses who, in the outside world, would be seen as peerless prodigies. Yet here, Yi Shitian killed them as easily as chickens and dogs. In mere moments, dozens were dead. Even among the hundreds of rogue cultivators captured by Huang Ming earlier, there weren't this many at the Void King level. Ah! Yi Shitian, you monster! My brothers! My brothers! Yi Shitian, you bastard, you must die! 3 Huang family geniuses at the 3rd and 4th layers of the Dao Source realm rushed at him. Each wielded a different weapon, a blade, a sword, and a bronze cauldron, all of which shone with divine light and Dao patterns. Behind them, manifestations of their Daos appeared, one of blade, one of sword, and one of cauldron, each stretching tens of meters long as they slashed toward Yi Chen. The combined might of their attacks was overwhelming, 3 raging waves filled with boundless killing intent. Ordinary Void King realm cultivators couldn't even compare to this level of power. Bang! 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 In midair, 41 spear beams shot out simultaneously. The 3 Dao manifestations were instantly pierced through, their wielders' bodies severed into several pieces. In that same moment, the 3 Dao Source realm geniuses of the Huang family were all slain. From start to finish, Yi Chen had unleashed hundreds of spear strikes at random, killing dozens of Huang family talents in the Void King realm and 3 in the Dao Source realm. The entire process took only a few seconds. By the time Huang Zhantian, Huang Junqi, Huang Hai, and the other higher-ranking geniuses realized what was happening, more than half of their group was already dead. They all knew Yi Shitian was terrifying. But they had never imagined he was this terrifying. The Huang family geniuses had gathered at Dingjun Mountain to discuss their next steps in the Blood Spirit secret realm. But before they could even reach a decision, dozens of them had already fallen to Yi Chen's sudden assault. Huang Zhantian and Huang Hai quickly retreated, watching from a distance. Only now could they truly witness Yi Shitian's horrifying strength in action. Farther away, Huang Junqi and another cousin, an 8th-layer Dao Source realm expert, prepared to join the fight. Meanwhile, the remaining 10 geniuses of the Huang family, all at the 5th and 6th layers of the Dao Source realm, charged forward. These cultivators, being in the mid-stages of the Dao Source realm, had much stronger combat power and could at least exchange a few blows with Yi Chen. After all, the 5th and 6th layers of the Tao Source realm represented a qualitative leap in strength compared to the early 1st, 2nd, and 3rd layers. That was why Yi Chen didn't immediately slay them; they could actually withstand one or two of his moves. In the distance, Huang Hai stared at the blazing battlefield, his heart trembling as if turned to stone. He muttered, "What kind of monster is this Yi Shitian? He's too powerful." With just one exchange, he had killed dozens. However, upon closer inspection, Yi Shitian's strength, though overwhelming, seemed only comparable to the Emperor realm. It didn't quite reach the level required to kill the 6 elders of the Blood Spirit clan. Perhaps, as Huang Zhantian said, those 6 elders were slain by Han Yun instead. Boom! At that moment, the blood dragon around Yi Chen coiled around his entire body, his demonic aura flaring like a black cloak. He was completely blood-crazed. The battle only fueled his control over the source of Tao even more. Yi Chen punched forward with devastating force. His fist erupted like a tsunami, sending wave after wave of blood chi crashing outward. The shockwaves tore through the entire building, reducing it to rubble. One of the Huang family geniuses at the 5th layer of the Tao Source realm was instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Boom! Cut the dragon, asked the heaven sword, come forth. Yi Chen summoned his sword, and with a single strike, countless blades of sword chi erupted from all directions, annihilating another Huang family genius at the 5th layer of the Tao Source realm. Chapter 1048. Outside, the so-called Huang family geniuses. Here, they could only be massacred by Yi Chen. Fighting back was nearly impossible. The remaining 6 Huang family geniuses blinked in shock. They weren't his match at all. They immediately scattered in all directions, but they didn't escape. Want to run? Did I let you go? Did you ever think about this day when you betrayed Kunlun Su and killed Kunlun Su's wanderers? Yi Chen raised the dragon-slaying sword and asked the heavens. The sword's body released a terrible pressure. Then, an array of flags was erected in all directions, forming a sword formation that trapped all the Huang family geniuses within. One should know that Yi Chen was not only skilled in sword and spear techniques. His control of formations grew stronger as his cultivation improved. In his left hand, he held the dragon-slaying sword. And in his right, the Jiuyo sky-killing spear. His whole body was covered in demonic chi, like a god of destruction descending upon the world. His eyes swept over the remaining 10 people. "You'd better fight together," he said coldly. "Or you won't even have a chance to live. Because you're too weak. So weak that I can kill one of you, or even 2 or 3 at once. Yi Shitian, you're too arrogant." Huang Junqi couldn't stand it anymore. He rushed out with a sword. He was more than 2 meters tall, thin like a bamboo pole. "You killed a few people in the virtual king realm, and now you dare to act so arrogantly? Let me defeat you. Let's see what the real Huang family of Kunlun Su can do." Huang Junqi slashed with all his strength. His sword strike rolled like 8 mighty waves crashing forward. He lunged like lightning, faster than his own sword chi. Reaching Yi Chen first, aiming to crush him before finishing with the 8-fold wave strike. Crack! Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back, the corners of his mouth calm and indifferent. He didn't seem to care at all. Until the opponent's fist was about to fall, Yi Chen suddenly moved. A faint light struck out, and 2 forces collided violently. That single strike directly shattered Huang Junqi's arm. His body trembled as blood gushed out, his sword intent shattered completely. Yi Chen's sword light swallowed the 8-fold wave and even tore through several other Huang family geniuses nearby. Huang Junqi was sent flying. His eyes widened, he could feel Yi Chen's overwhelming power. Terrifying. It was like facing an unshakable mountain. How could a man in his 20s possess such strength? He finally understood all the terrifying legends of Yi Shitian spreading through Kunlun Su. At first, he had scoffed at them. But now he realized the truth was far more horrifying than the rumors. Huang Junqi stared at Yi Chen rushing toward him, his eyes full of fear. Don't kill me, he screamed. Don't kill you. Yi Chen sneered. I'm sorry, but Yi Shitian doesn't agree. Yi Chen roared. He raised his sword, and the sword light exploded with the thunder of 10,000 gods. Dark clouds gathered above, the power was terrifying beyond measure. The fierce sword chi suddenly sliced off Huang Junqi's left arm. Then Yi Chen turned and kicked him in the chest. A burst of unstoppable force shattered Huang Junqi's ribcage, leaving a gaping hole in his chest. Die! Yi Chen's fist shot forward, stirring up storm and thunder. Huang Junqi's body exploded, flesh, blood, and bone fragments scattered through the sky. His spirit was annihilated, leaving no trace behind. Huang Junqi, a genius of the Huang family in the 8th level of the Daoyuan realm. Before Yi Shitian, he couldn't even withstand 3 moves before dying on the spot. Who? Witnessing this scene, Huang Zhantian and the others retreated hundreds of meters, their breathing tense and heavy. Huang Hai was so terrified that he fell to his knees. Master Yi, he said, trembling, I am willing to surrender. I can help you deal with the scum of the Blood Spirit clan. Please, spare my life. Yi Chen looked down at Huang Hai and took a step forward. I will not leave any threat by my side, he said coldly. As for your life, if you can withstand a single strike from me, I'll let you live. Huang Hai froze, then his face lit up with joy. No matter what, he had to block that strike. However, his smile quickly stiffened. Because he suddenly felt a mountain of pressure bearing down on him. Boom! An overwhelming force pierced through his chest and back. Yi Chen unleashed a wave of sword chi infused with his intent. The light of the sword roared like thunder, layering upon itself again and again. In the blink of an eye, Huang Hai was reduced to a mist of blood. Another genius of the Huang family at the 8th level of the Daoyuan realm had fallen. So far, among the Huang family geniuses present, only 8 remained. All the Huang family members, including Huang Zhantian, had the same thought. Run! The 8 of them fled to the edge of the formation. But under Yi Chen's fierce assault, they realized they couldn't break through the sword array. As soon as they got close, the array's sword light erupted, killing 3 more Huang family geniuses at the 5th level of the Daoyuan realm. What's going on? Why is this sword array so strong? Even the 5th level of Daoyuan realm can't withstand it. Not even the 9th level could break through this. Yi Shitian's strength is terrifying enough, but his mastery of formations too? Is there truly such a genius in this world? Huang Zhantian was completely shaken. There was the sword array before him. And then the god of slaughter, Yi Shitian, demanding his life. He looked at Yi Chen and shouted, Master Yi, I am willing to surrender. Master Yi, I am willing to surrender too. Master Yi, please spare us, we'll serve you faithfully. Master, you're destined to destroy the Blood Spirit clan. Let us be your pawns, we'll serve as your cattle and horses if you let us live. The other 5 cried out for mercy as well. Among them, 3 were at the 7th level of the Daoyuan realm, and 2 at the 8th. In any other place, they would be considered top-tier masters. Yi Chen naturally had no intention of sparing them, but just as he was about to act, a voice echoed from the reincarnation cemetery, Mo Ning's voice. Tu Moner, keep these people alive for now. Yi Chen froze, quickly connecting with the cemetery. Mo Ning, he asked curiously, do you have a way to subdue them? After all, their realms were higher than his own, it should have been impossible to control them with ordinary methods. Chapter 1049. Tu Moner, I have a solution for now. It's a kind of slave contract. You can bind them so that their life and death are under your control. You can even erase their thoughts and turn them into living weapons. Mo Ning said suddenly. How did the slave contract come into being? Yi Chen asked coldly. This was exactly what he needed, disposable human weapons. Since the 5 members of the Huang family were here, he might as well turn them into human weapons. Mo Ning drew an ancient pattern in the air with the palm of his hand and transmitted it to Yi Chen. Tu Moner, he said, I've already sent the method to you. It requires the blood essence of both sides as a medium to form the slave contract. This technique doesn't originate from Kunlun Su, it comes from that place, but it has the same effect. The biggest advantage is that it can bridge gaps between cultivation realms. And because it's a slave contract, the tomb owner can erase their lives or thoughts at will. But even after obliteration, the host will suffer no backlash. The only restriction is that it cannot be used on those at the Emperor realm or higher. Good. I need it right now. Yichen glanced at the 5 people in front of him and said indifferently. It's not impossible to accept your surrender. His left hand revealed an ancient pattern, and a drop of blood essence hovered above it. He said coldly. But if you wish to live, you must sign the slave contract. Your life and death will be controlled by me. When you have contributed enough to me, I might consider releasing you. Do you accept it? Slave contract? They looked at each other, their faces pale and eyes filled with despair. They knew they had no choice at all. Either become slaves, or die on the spot. As slaves, at least they might survive. If they managed to hold on for a year or two until the powerful Blood Spirit clan arrived, they might still have a chance. Finally, one of the Huang family geniuses closed his eyes in despair. His face was ashen as he knelt and cried out. I, Huang Sanyao, am willing to serve Master Yi for life. I swear eternal loyalty and will never betray him. If the master is pleased, let me live. If the master is not pleased, he may kill me at will. As soon as Huang Sanyao finished speaking, he opened his eyes. A drop of blood essence floated out from the center of his brow. Good. Yichen nodded. A drop of blood essence spilled from his own palm. The 2 drops collided, releasing a dazzling light that shot into Huang Sanyao's forehead. A mysterious force instantly bound Huang Sanyao's soul. From that moment on, Yichen could end Huang Sanyao's life anytime and anywhere if he wished. Even if Huang Sanyao broke through to the Emperor realm, he would never be able to dissolve the slave contract. Unless Yichen himself terminated it, the bond would remain upon Huang Sanyao's soul forever, even through reincarnation. Huang Sanyao felt a sharp pain pierce through his mind. He knew, the contract was complete. He stood, bowed deeply, and said respectfully. Slave Huang Sanyao greets his master. Seeing this, the other 4 fell into anguish and hesitation. If they refused to sign the slave contract, they would die instantly. Revolt? Impossible. Just moments ago, dozens of them had attacked together, and in the blink of an eye, Yichen had killed nearly all of them. Fighting him now was no different from suicide. Soon, another of them stepped forward. He gazed at Yichen, whose body was wreathed in demonic qi, his aura surging with the 5 elements' true energy, and the light of reincarnation glowing faintly behind him. Before him stood not a man, but a demon god. His will completely collapsed. I, Huang Xuejuan, am willing to serve Master Yi for life. I will follow you forever, be loyal eternally, and never betray you. In the blink of an eye, Huang Xuejuan forced out a drop of blood essence from his brow. It merged with Yichen's essence and blood. A sharp pain, like a needle piercing into his soul, struck his mind, but it soon faded. Huang Xuejuan slowly stood up, now beside Huang Sanyao. His face was expressionless, his consciousness completely erased by Yichen. They had become 2 humanoid weapons at the 7th level of the Daoyuan realm. At this moment, they knew only how to obey orders, how to fight, but not how to retreat or fear pain. If Yichen ordered them to self-destruct, they would obey without hesitation. Yichen held the Joyo sky-killing spear, his demonic aura surging. With one step, the ground beneath his foot shattered outward in all directions. Dust filled the air. Yichen looked coldly at the remaining 3. Are you going to die, he said, or kneel? I, Huang Tian, am willing to serve Master Yi for life. I, Huang Di, am willing to serve Master Yi for life. I, Huang Yuchen, am willing to serve Master Yi forever and never betray him. At the same time, the 3 Huang family disciples knelt, declaring their surrender and willingness to sign the slave contract. Soon, their blood essence fused with Yi Chen's, their minds trembled with pain, and the contracts were formed. Their consciousness and will were completely wiped out by Yi Chen. The 5 Huang family geniuses, 5 cultivators at the 7th level of the Daoyuan realm, had now become humanoid weapons. They were truly terrifying instruments of war under Yi Chen's command. Yi Chen thought for a moment, then suddenly turned his gaze toward Huang Zhantian, who had been standing silently nearby. He smiled coldly. "How do you want to die?" Puff! Huang Zhantian didn't speak, he just fell to his knees immediately. "Paw! Paw! Paw!" He slapped himself again and again, shouting. "I'm not a man. I'm a fool. I dared to oppose Master Yi, I must have been out of my mind. Master Yi, please take me as your slave." Huang Zhantian crawled forward, wiping Yi Chen's shoes with his robe. "Master Yi, please accept me. Let me be your slave. As long as I live, I'll do anything you command. Better a slave than a corpse." Yi Chen kicked Huang Zhantian away. His eyes gleamed red with bloodlust, he had wanted to kill him. However, Mo Ning's voice echoed again from the reincarnation cemetery, advising him to keep Huang Zhantian alive for now. After all, Huang Zhantian's strength was not insignificant. "Fine," Yi Chen said coldly. "Get out of my sight. I'll spare you, for now." "Thank you, Master." Huang Zhantian kowtowed repeatedly, then quickly forced out a drop of blood essence and shouted. "I, Huang Zhantian, am willing to serve Master Yi forever. I swear eternal loyalty and will never betray." Bang! His blood essence fused with Yi Chen's. The contract was formed soon after. Yi Chen didn't immediately erase Huang Zhantian's mind. Instead, he asked, "What's the situation over there?" "Over there is the group led by Huang Wuqiang." Huang Zhantian replied quickly. "Master, their strength is weaker than ours. We can destroy those bastards easily and turn them all into slaves." A cruel gleam flashed in Huang Zhantian's eyes. "With our strength, we can annihilate them completely." Chapter 1050. "Master, I can help you with the 5 of them to hold down Huang Wuguan, as well as the 3 people on the 8th floor of the Daoyuan realm. In this way, after the master has dealt with the others, you can come and take over the 4 of them." Hearing this, Yi Chen thought for a while and asked, "How many people are there, and how many in each realm?" Huang Zhantian explained, "Huang Wuguan, on the 9th floor of the Daoyuan realm, once competed with me for the position of young family master. He was defeated by me. He's weaker than I am, and should not be able to withstand the master's strike. There are 3 people on the 8th layer of heaven, 5 people on the 7th, and 10 people in total from the 6th to the 1st layer of the Daoyuan realm. The other 21 people are all in the virtual king realm. Master, there's no need to keep anyone from the virtual king realm alive. Just kill all of them." Yi Chen listened to Huang Zhantian's account of the situation. Gradually, Yi Chen decided not to erase Huang Zhantian's consciousness. After all, Huang Zhantian was not weak within the Huang family. After leaving the blood spirit secret realm, he would still play an important role. Besides, since a slave contract had been formed, any betrayal would instantly burn his spirit into ashes. There was no need to fear his treachery. "Good. Gather all the people from the Huang family in Daoyuan County." Yi Chen, together with Huang Zhantian and the other 6, headed straight toward the Broken Sky Valley. In the Broken Sky Valley, dozens of Huang family geniuses had gathered. At the same time, there were also true disciples of Ling Heizong and Luan Jianmen, in total, about 78 to 80 people. The eldest disciple of Ling Heizong, Wanyan Pajun, sat proudly on a dragon chair. His aura was that of the 9th layer of the Source realm, utterly terrifying. By contrast, his 12 junior brothers and sisters included only 3 in the Daoyuan realm, the rest were all in the virtual king realm. The 13 of them represented the entire fighting strength of Ling Heizong within the blood spirit secret realm. Of course, Yi Chen had already killed more than 10 virtual king realm disciples of the Han family, which showed that Ling Heizong's strength was far inferior to that of the Huang family. On the other side stood Zhan Ling, a disciple of Luanjianmen, also on the 9th floor of the Daoyuan realm. There were at most 35 disciples of Luanjianmen, but only 8 of them were in the Daoyuan realm. The rest were virtual kings. Altogether, the total number of disciples from both sects was barely 1/3 that of the Huang family. Looking down at Huang Wuguan, Zhanling's expression was cold. Taoist aura surged all over his body like that of a divine being. He slammed his spear on the ground and said, "Huang Wu, do you think you're right about this? We were called here to resist Yi Shitian. What kind of storm can he possibly stir up alone? You said the 6 members of the Blood Spirit clan were killed by Yi Shitian. Although I can sense the fallen chi of the 6 Blood Spirit clan emperors, there's no way Yi Shitian killed them. When Yi Shitian entered, he was only a mere virtual king. Even for you, Huang Wuguan, to defy heaven is remarkable, but you expect us to believe he killed 6 emperors? You claim he killed the 6 emperors, one of whom was in the later stage of the emperor's realm. Are you kidding?" Hearing this, Huang Wuguan's eyes glinted with icy light. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, and a chilling aura emanated from his body. Behind him, a path of ice swords, tens of meters long, shimmered coldly. This was his perfected Dao. At the 9th level of the Daoyuan realm, his Dao had already reached perfection and could gradually evolve toward the Emperor realm. The first level of the Emperor realm was far stronger than the 9th level of the Daoyuan realm. After stepping into the Emperor realm, each layer of heaven represented a vast gap in power. This was why Zhanling refused to believe Yi Shitian could have slain a high-level emperor of the Blood Spirit clan. No one could believe it. The gap between the 9th level of the Daoyuan realm and the Emperor realm was immense, like the distance between heaven and earth. Suddenly, a streak of light shot into the broken sky valley and entered the jade pendant at Huang Wuguan's waist. In the next instant, the jade pendant dimmed, its brilliance fading by nearly 1/3. Huang Wuguan picked up the pendant and, upon seeing it, his face turned deathly pale. He stumbled back 2 steps and exclaimed, "Impossible. That's impossible. What's going on?" Wanyan Pejun's expression changed. He stepped forward, grabbed Huang Wuguan's arm, and demanded, "What happened?" "They're dead." Huang Wuguan's voice trembled. His eyes were unfocused as he said, "The men at Dingjun Mountain, all dead. So many of them. Yi Shitian must have destroyed Dingjun Mountain. But how could that be? Wasn't Huang Zhantian guarding Dingjun Mountain? How could there be such stillness returning to me? So many death auras, at least dozens. How could Dingjun Mountain be breached? Even if the Han family, the Mo family, and the Ning family joined forces, they couldn't break through Dingjun Mountain. Every genius of the Huang family possessed a life and death jade pendant. Once someone fell, their jade pendant would shatter, transmitting their death aura to the strongest member of the younger generation. It served as a summons for vengeance. But now, dozens of death auras had arrived at once. Huang Wuguan's heart trembled, and his face went pale with shock. Hearing this, the disciples on the 8th and 7th layers of the Daoyuan realm were all startled. When they looked toward the entrance of the broken sky valley, they saw several beams of light streaking toward them, and instinctively raised their weapons. 3 great forces stood there. 40 from the Huang family, 13 from Lingheizong, and 35 from Luanjianmen, a total of 88 people. Among them were 3 leaders in the 9th level of the Daoyuan realm, 5 in the 8th, and 7 in the 7th. They all looked upward nervously at the approaching light, their hearts heavy with dread. "It's the young master, he's here. The little lord has arrived." "No, wait, who's that beside him? That man's wearing a mask. It's Yi Shitian. Yi Jingtian has come." Countless eyes turned toward the masked figure, Yi Chen himself. Lingheizong and Luanjianmen disciples instantly fell into chaos, drawing their weapons one after another. The clash of metal echoed through the valley as spiritual energy surged. The air was filled with killing intent, yet beneath it all, they looked like foolish dogs before a true master. At that moment, Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. After killing so many, he could already feel the blood dragon within his body stirring. If he slaughtered these people next, the blood dragon's power might truly shock the heavens.